bother with that. The whole high entropy passphrase thing.
No one's technical to know unless you're, traversing the entire path, or you're grinding keys to see if there's any collisions. And people haven't been doing the grinding for whatever reason. But
when I would say the high entropy passphrase, I wasn't really thinking of a seed being compromised digitally. I was thinking more if you got to take, the reason I did is because I wanted to back up my seed in multiple locations, and I didn't have to want to trust any one of those fuckers trying to brute force it, my passphrase. So I just created a passphrase, more or less just as much entropy as the seed, and I'm not I have no worry about prying eyes looking at it. Very different if the entire fucking world knows your seed and the whole world is trying to crack your your fucking passphrase. But that is the main reason why I was doing it. But now after this attack, it helped with this as well, right? You had plenty of time if you had a high entropy passphrase to move funds to another seed. And I've been repeating this forever, and I've been told bad idea. Passphrases are a bad idea because you could get hit in the head and you're going to forget it. You're going to make a mistake, and I agree with that. But the solution to that is treat them just like your seed itself. Back it up just like the seed. Treat it like it is your seed because it's an extension of your seed. And I mean, if you have that mindset, I don't think it's a bad idea. I wish more people would be using it. I know there's a lot of FUD out there because you have, there's no companies. You're not going to create a company out of somebody making a passphrase, but you can create companies out of multisigs. And there is a place for multisigs, especially multi-vendor multisigs, 100%. I agree with that. But for my friends and family, they're much more comfortable with the high entropy passphrase and single sig. And not one of them lost any money during this shit.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess what I'm saying is the reality is the menu just got slashed. I think before there was more of an idea that there's a wide spectrum of choices, and I'm just coming away with a bad taste in my mouth. This is really a bunch of those choices are just not options at all. And I think that's a change.
I don't agree with that. Go ahead, Mandryk.
Mr. Huddle, I was going to say, brother, you were talking about the blockchain.info thing. I mean, I was the one who had to clean that mess up working there. So it's it's kind of wild that's where that was my entry into that.
I didn't even know. Wait, stop. You need if we guys don't know this, we should have Mandryk actually tell us the story because it's an epic story of Bitcoin history that he has firsthand. I don't think he posted it on Twitter, did you? Only on Monster.
I've talked about. No, I posted on Twitter too.
I talk about it all the time.
Yeah. No, I talked about it. I mean, it was basically just I woke up after a Christmas party and it was oh, hey, we had a RNG issue overnight and now there's fucking 1,000 Bitcoin gone because we were generating bad private keys because Ben Reeves pushed it up. The creator of the site pushed code to the fucking website he just pushed update without telling anybody or whatever back then. And then I had to clean up a mess. It was awful, and it was I'm still scarred from that. My wife worked there at the time too. It's we're bonded by this by these horrible incidents working at the company. But that's how that shit was back there, man. And they weren't the only company that did it. I mean, there's a lot of things like that that's happened throughout Bitcoin history.
The only thing that I would say is that was my hot wallet that got wrecked, not my cold wallet, right? Yeah, so most of my Bitcoin was. That's the big difference. But
the problem is people were using it as cold wallets. So that was the problem. They were using it as a fucking cold wallet.
Right. But before that, I don't even know if I definitely knew that you could roll dice, but I never did it. Right. I never even wanted to I never even bothered to check how to do it. I don't think. I always had a passphrase, but it wasn't the type of passphrase that I have now. It was much, much shorter. I didn't really grasp everything yet. But that's how I learned, right? That's how I went through the motion, and then that's how I That's why I say things I say today.
You remember Witslack on this guy Matt? He's a free stater in New Hampshire. We were at a Bitcoin meetup in 2012, and he was rolling dice to create entropy for private keys. He was going through that. I remember that shit. That was 2012.
Yeah, I learned brain wallets before I learned how to roll dice, not realizing they're more or less kind of the same thing in practice.
Mr. Hall,
yeah.
Don't you think that telling people to roll the dice is going to scare some people off? I mean, I'm not referring to the people that are
Yes.
like willing
Good.
to take the.
Good.
I think they should be scared off.
Stop.
Scare them off, man.
This is what I was gonna say. So like when
I'm
you
joking.
guys
Okay, good.
TC, when you said the menu was slashed. Yeah, sorry, my son is. There you go. When you said the menu was slashed, I don't think that's true. I mean, the menu slash for cold card was single sig, like just generate with the RNG, but all the other ones are still fine. And like, everyone's been double checking them, triple checking them. They're fucking plugged in the right way. They're still fine. So like nobody with a ledger or Trezor. I mean, there's a few people who are, reaching out and being like, am I okay? But most people haven't even really even heard of this news if they have those other devices. And even when they do, I think the messaging, by then will basically be, you guys are fine because your RNGs were good, right? And it's the truth. So, there's plenty of people who've been using all these other devices this entire time. They were plugged in correctly. They've been generating good seeds. They're still generating good seeds. Those seeds are good. They'll be good forever, right? Assuming physics doesn't fucking break. And so like the menu isn't reduced in the sense that like we can't be recommending, like single sigs, even single sigs without a passphrase, right? Because let's be honest, most of the Bitcoin is probably just like a private key, with like nothing crazy on top, or a seed phrase with nothing crazy on top. I mean, how many people have like hundreds of Bitcoins or even thousands of Bitcoins just sitting on a fucking like original Trezor, right? Or even an original cold card, right? I mean, these devices where they did it correctly, they didn't get rugged, and they never will if the people aren't, if they don't fuck up with physical security. Digitally, like they're good, right?
Okay. Do you ever think about
So
how that assumption could possibly be changed in the future? And does this kind of
I think
situation
it could be
cause you
changed.
to
It could be,
be that much more paranoid about any wallet you set up going forward?
But the
well,
problem
for
with
me,
being
yes.
paranoid
For
is
me,
that
yes, but most people aren't going to be paranoid. Go ahead, Alex.
no, the problem with being paranoid for as an emotional reaction, that's being stupid. The problem with being paranoid because you have an intellectual reason, that's being smart. So it's kind of like if you're shaky and you walk on the street, you're gonna fall and break your face. If you're shaky because the wind is, I don't even know why I'm doing fucking retarded analogies
No,
like this.
you know what it's like? It's like if you learn that Teslas are blowing up and then you're driving other cars and you're like, oh my God, I can't drive cars anymore, right? Because Teslas are blowing up. That's emotional. But if you're driving a Tesla, you probably should stop driving it.
I
Like
mean,
that's not emotional.
the thing is, like, we have cryptography and we have certain assumptions, and there's a difference between the theoretical part, the cryptography and the applied mathematics of it, and then how these things work when we have them in devices. So we have assumptions on both sides, and we hope both of these assumptions work. But if you just go around and you think nothing works and whatever, then just go and use rocks. And yes, of course, this is cryptography and it's sensitive information. You should always have a plan of like, well, we should have redundancy or robustness, that if something of these fails, we should still be okay. But this is just this is an irrational way to go about it. Like, oh my God, we're never going to be able to recommend anything. Great, so let's turn off all computers and not use computers because the MVK was retarded and everyone else agreed with him,
I mean, the thing is that like the truth is that there isn't like a one size fits all solution there. Everyone has their own reality, their own threat model, their own circumstances. So I would say if you're recommending something to someone, you should at least understand their reality and their threat model, because like it's otherwise it's just gonna
That's what I'm
sound like a
speaking to.
what?
Look,
Right, but you know what the problem is here?
The security model is needle in a haystack, right?
But
And in this case, just
like
because Coinkite created products that generated like a knitting needle in a handful of hay, and it's just trivial to find and find that collision, it's still a collision, and it's still something that is like theoretically not supposed to happen, that you just see it happen, and it may cause you, whether it's logical or not, never to put yourself in that position where you could potentially have that kind of collision again.
Right, but my point is that you have to understand. Here's the thing right now. There's the emotional reaction that always comes because you're human, and then why did this happen? And I feel like you're getting in the same place, but you're starting from emotion to rational. I'm just saying, like, no, you have to go from rational there. And another thing that I want to say, and feel free to address this. First of all, if you have to ask the question, what should I recommend? Don't fucking recommend anything because you're a moron and you know what you're talking about. Then I'm not saying like, and I get this idea that everyone has friends and has these things, but again, it's like, You shouldn't ask what to recommend. You should recommend when you know what to recommend and how to recommend it. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but the problem is that a lot of people in this space just feel they have this need to evangelize and whatever, and to some degree that is needed. And that's why we even had this problem in the first place, because, oh my God, I'm doing the right thing telling you to get a cold card. No, you're not doing the right thing. You just want to feel like validated that you brought something into Bitcoin, and you want to feel like, look how much I know and I'm helping all these people. That's really a big part of why this problem is here. Now, if you're like a company or something, yes, you have to recommend things because that's what you're doing. But then there's a fiduciary obligation and there's an actual exchange between me paying you to provide a service, and it's different. Now, some fucking, I'm sorry to say, losers who don't know what a fucking private, and I'm not calling anyone here a loser, by the way. I don't think anyone here is a loser. I mean, I'm sure there are losers in the space, but no one on stage at least is a loser, except Wicked, who admit it. But the thing is, like, that's the problem here, because you shouldn't fucking take advice from retards on the internet. At the end of the day, these podcasters were people talking on the internet who, again, why the fuck would you trust them when you never saw them to have any sort of credential or ever say anything inside? It was just that these people said they're smart, and then these other people said they're smart. So to some degree, it's not like it's your fault because you did nothing wrong, but the fact that you trusted people, you kind of wanted this, you know? So again, there's still blame on Coinkite, and there's some amount of blame on the people who spread us around. But again, the signs were there. There were the technical signs, which fair you couldn't see, but the social signs were there. Why did you trust people who had zero reason to be trusted? Rant over.
Well, I feel like some people hype up Cold Card and the brand so much, and they felt proud to recommend it, feeling like made them more cypherpunk or more Bitcoiners just for recommending that brand.
It's not about cypherpunk, guys. Come on, what are we talking? That has nothing to do, guys. This is like a fucking high school here,
we're
right?
talking about normie speak here, right? Like cypherpunk for a normie. We're not talking about really cypherpunk. We're talking about like, I feel like I'm cypherpunk, and if you want to feel like you're cypherpunk, get the cold card, bro.
Guys,
I mean,
it's not about
Exactly.
cypherpunk.
That's true.
That's
It has
it.
nothing to do with cypherpunk. You know what it has to do? This is like a
In
fucking
reality,
high
it
school.
doesn't, but in our minds, it does.
No, it doesn't even in my mind. Let me tell you what it is here. Honest fucking truth.
Can
Dude,
you
there's like
read
fucking
Wicked
10
Mind,
people here.
Alex?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay.
There's like 10 people, all right, who are like who are just the most popular and the most famous. And just because of that, everyone assumes that these guys are right, which they're not necessarily. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they're not right. And then this whole idea with the grants and all these things that came about, which, by the way, thank God we have grants, because I remember back then I have a lot of people that I know personally, which was really hard for them to focus on this one thing, you know, and not have to worry about a job. So now you have these people who are famous, and I also have people who give money to people. So there's this fucking thing that there's this hierarchy of like highest priest of people from social reasons, and then there's also the idea like, oh shit, I could get money for this guy, like I could get really decent amount of money for a year to not work on anything. So you have all this fucking thing going on. So now no one is criticizing anything, no one is doing anything, and you just have this high school dynamic where people who are not necessarily stupid but who don't fucking understand anything deeply are steering people in the right direction. It's as simple as that. Really, what I said in that tweet a few days ago. One more thing I'll say, and I'll be done. Every single problem we ever had in Bitcoin, ever, is that some guy was not told they're stupid. As simple as that. Someone wanted to say something, I think.
You said right direction. I just corrected you, steering them in the wrong direction.
So should we start talking about what you mentioned earlier today?
Maybe. I'm going to bring up a couple of people on stage to see if they have anything to say regarding what we were just talking about, and then we can move on. 23 Skidoo, you are spinning. Shit, I can't even boot you. So if you want to like maybe try to leave and come back, I don't even know if that'll reset it though. So sorry, bro. You're permanently in the matrix. Shooter or Dom, you got anything you wanted to add to that last conversation?
Go for it, Dom.
Yeah, I'm just like the coffee's just sitting in. So which conversation are we talking about?
Okay, I'll go. So like I'm a little bit confused. Maybe you guys are more technical than me, but like seems like most people's initial reaction is like, wow, this is like bad for self-custody and like making me kind of worried. But for me, like immediately it didn't make me like worried, anxious, but it made me want to harden things up. And I don't orange pill a whole lot of people that end up in self-custody. Like, it's always a special kind of person anyway. So I don't think I'm going to lose anybody. And I think it'll make the situation feel more serious to them. You know, if I'm having them flip coins, basically. And like, you know, checking the firmware and all that shit. Like, if you really want to do this, like, this is a serious thing and you have to do these things. And this is why you need to do these things. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just like, honestly, thank God it wasn't a bigger company, right? Like, imagine if this happened to Trezor, like, shit would be really fucked, dude. Like, so many people would just have gotten hurt that, I don't know. So I think it's overall a good thing. I really don't personally see myself losing anybody to self-custody because they have to flip coins and, you know, like, spend, you know, 2 hours or 3 hours putting your bank together. Like, you know, think you're gonna save for 10 years for the future. Like, this is not that big of a deal, like, to do that. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty
I mean,
big deal, but it could have been a lot worse. And
I don't know,
Sorry, the
Wicked.
incident
Would you say
was a big deal, but I'm saying flipping the coins, checking the firmware, you know, spending 4 hours, like, that's not a big deal for what you're
Checking
doing.
the
I mean, I don't
firmware
think
is
that's
not
like
even an
that's
option. Like, there's 1,000 people on the planet that could ever check a firmware. Let's just be realistic about this. No
yeah,
one will
exactly. I
ever
don't
check a
think like
well,
firmware.
that's
well, well,
Hey,
I
well,
mean,
maybe
even if
listen,
1,001,
some
1,001 now, man. I just learned how to do it myself.
yeah, I
Well,
mean, if you
congratulations
have the
then.
power to do so, you should do it. And I mean, you're right, but I don't think that's actually like the right way to scale self custody there. I mean, it's okay. You should do it if you have the power and the ability to do so. But at least, like, my humble opinion is that that's not the way to scale self custody for like thousands and millions of people to actually use it and take control of their Bitcoin.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
you'll just be asking them to
Unfortunately,
trust.
it seems like honestly the only way to scale self custody is through what BitKey is doing, and unfortunately through trust, because there is that threshold where you have the most minimized amount of trust for self custody, but you know, there's always going to be a rebellious nature of self custody and a huge amount of like almost like taking on a martial arts. Very few people percentage wise become martial artists and become dedicated to be able to defend themselves properly if something happens. You know, self custody has a lot of similarities there.
I think it's. I mean, to me, it seems like it's all relative to how much you've got stored in Bitcoin, right? Especially as it relates to like your entire net worth. So if you've got your whole fucking net worth in Bitcoin, you're going to take it more seriously. And then I think in that case, it's okay to expect people to take 4 hours to kind of begin to understand the things and then be able to like follow the protocol to do things correctly. But the problem is most people don't have their entire net worths. They've got either a little bit or maybe like, you know, a decent amount, but it wouldn't kill them if they lost it. So you have to realize that for those people, like, they're never going to do this ever until that amount becomes more meaningful. And even then they might not, because by then they've, you know, gained the trust of whatever product they've chosen, you know, which has not broken. So, you know, you've got people with like, again, I think the good example is like original Trezor, right? Entropy's fine. Seed phrase is sound. They fucking got hundreds of Bitcoin, thousands of Bitcoin on that bitch. You know, it's been like a decade. Rugs have happened. They've come and gone. Plenty of people have lost Bitcoin because of exploits. And they're still just sitting there, you know, happy as a clam, even though at this point, it's probably most of their net worth. And it's because they've gained that trust over that time that this device correctly made their seed phrase. And maybe it started out as not even that much of their net worth. I mean, maybe it was, who knows? But, you know, there's two dynamics happening here, right? It's like where you start out and then how much you're willing to put into the security of something because of the relative amount of value it has to you. And then where you end up and then how much trust you've built up over that time, you know, at that point, even if the amount grows exponentially and like now it's most of your net worth.
Wicked, I'm curious though your thoughts on this. You know, I used to always tell everyone, hey, you know, walk into Bitcoin slowly and keep it on par with, again, how much how much value you're putting or how much Bitcoin you hold. So right, if you start off with $5, you can afford to kind of just get in, and your risk is low. But now after this, honestly, sometimes I almost think like if you're going to do self custody, you have to go all in from the start, because you build bad habits, you get comfortable with stuff.
So what you're saying is that you don't have 6, you wait for marriage and then you have 6. That's pretty much what you're saying in terms of custody.
Well, look, guys,
I
it's
mean,
a psychological
when it comes to
thing.
self custody, I didn't say that that's what I'm saying. I've said that that's what I'm thinking, and I'm debating it.
I'm sorry.
And
No,
it's
Can
making
we
me
just
think.
take a moment to think? This is not what I'm not saying that this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is what I'm thinking. That has to be the most epic thing I ever heard all year. I just want to point that out.
but anybody who's going to self custody is going to be willing to do these things, like a 4-hour effort. Like there's going to be psychologically just different people. Some people don't see it as that important, but the people that see it as that important really want the shit to be fucking airtight. So I don't know if
That's just not
getting the
true. Real
masses
people. I think a lot of people have experience only to people who are friends with them, and just because of that, they're a bit more advanced. Dude, if you ever worked with any normal person, whatever, it's just impossible for them to comprehend or to like wrap their head around. They're just not gonna do it. Any friction for a normal person is non-existent. It sways them away.
What I'm telling you is, how many people have you convinced to self custody though? Like
thousands, probably thousands, dude. Probably fucking thousands. Because I had an OTC disk in London, and I gave a lot more people than you'll ever meet in your whole lifetime. I gave them the first Bitcoin, and I told them how to use it. And I never fucking told any one of them to fucking use a cold card. So yeah, please tell me how I told 10 people about self custody, please. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Chill, Alex.
I am chill. It was just a question, man. It's all good.
Let me share something based on my experience, at least, like working at Casa. We have like a bunch of people that are onboarding, and they are willing to take self custody, and they don't want to hold their Bitcoin on like a custodial account or like an ETF or something like that, and they want to do self custody, but they don't want to do that by themselves, or they're scared of fucking up, which means that they want to have someone to hold their hands and then help them through the whole process, which is like something that at least a lot of people are already used to, especially on like regular financial products. Why is it so hard to understand that's going to be like a common thing in Bitcoin? You don't have to go through the whole process of like doing yourself.
It already is.
If you don't feel comfortable with, if you feel comfortable with, it's fine. You should do it. But there are like solutions out there. There are great solutions that you can use, and you still have someone like holding your hand to go through the whole process, and they are not going to hold your keys. You're still in control. So I think that's an important thing. At least like based on my experience there, we have a lot of people, especially like old people.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see, honestly, how many people had been using these collaborative custody who like went through Slipstream. It was a shit ton of Bitcoin, bro. Like, so there's a lot of people using these solutions already, and I agree. I think they're just going to get more popular moving forward, especially after this.
But the thing with Slipstream is like, of course, there were big values, because if they went through Slipstream, that means they had to use Multisig. So if they use Multisig, of course, it was probably more value. It's kind of self-fulfilling, if that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, not really. I mean, because you're making the assumption because it's big values, it's using Multisig. That's not true.
I'm saying it's more likely
values that use single sig and got rugged.
I'm just saying, I think it's more likely that if something is Multisig, it might be a higher value. I'm not saying as a absolute heuristic.
Probably. Yeah. So it's yeah. I mean, they're definitely causal. I just think the causation is
causal is what I wanted to say. That's
way.
The exact word.
Well, anyways, all I was trying to say is that like these products are already very popular, especially amongst large Bitcoin holders. Probably older folks, but not all, right? And there's plenty of regular folks too who are just normal aged. What does that even mean? Closer to my age, because that's what normal is to me, who are using these things, right? Because like he said, they just don't trust themselves. with the setup on their own.
I'll tell you what, Wicked,
By
if
the
you're
way,
still using a cold card, you're trusting yourself. It's like self custody in an
100%.
active war zone. Like your confidence level is through the roof.
Well, but I'll tell you why that's not necessarily true, in my opinion. So, like, I actually think that cold card, for the most part, like, other than this really bad, fucked up, problem with this bug in particular, uh, everything else was pretty much wired up correctly. And then it has a bunch of advanced features and has a bunch of things that it optimized to protect you against other types of attacks. So, like, it's not fucking broadcasting Bluetooth waves in the air that could fucking, leak your seed phrase or something like that. It has a clear case so you can actually check the hardware components and make sure there's no fucking like radio chip on it, right? I mean, there's like all sorts of things that Cold Card did on purpose because people are fucking schizo, bro. And like the people who use cold cards, like people who the people who are real tinfoil hatty and then ended up using a cold card as a result, they did it because of these other features. They just didn't, even think that they wouldn't have wired up the RNG.
They were
But
LARP
like,
tinfoil
if you
hat.
start thinking about it, I mean, are you positive that your device doesn't have some, like signal being emitted that is connecting to Wi-Fi or internet somehow and then giving someone your seed? Like, you just don't fucking know anything, bro. Like, you're trusting that whoever fucking put that hardware together, whoever was, part of the supply chain, that nobody opened it up, put that shit in, right? Cold card, you can actually like look at the schematics that they've published online. You can look at what every hardware component does, reportedly. But at the very least, you can like see through the case and see that your shit doesn't have extra parts, which I think is important for some schizos. And others are just not thinking about those types of things.
I'm sorry, but that's just LARP. I mean, this is just tinfoil hat LARPing. Again, anyone who...
I don't think so.
Okay, well...
I don't think so. I mean, I think that there's technical enough schizos that are well versed in hardware. I mean, for me, it is a LARP. Okay, I'll admit it. It's a LARP. I don't know what these components do. If one of these components did do something bad, I wouldn't know. But the fact that the schematics are out there and there are schizos who do know what these components do, and they're the ones who are actually checking these things and checking that the schematics actually, need to match, then I can go to the schematics, check my device, and then I know that mine matches as well. So, like, I think it's, there's a web of trust for sure, but you need to have at least one person be able to verify things outside of the network of the people who are building it or the network of the people who are delivering it. Right. And if you have a closed box system where the only people checking it are the ones internal to the supply chain, then that's where problems can arise, like these kind of edge case problems.
But I'm trying to understand. Here's the problem why this is a LARP, though. It's like, it sounds in theory like a good thing because, first of all, I haven't looked at the schematics and at a cold card close up next to the schematics for some years. So maybe I'm wrong here or whatever. But I feel like if you really, so let's just say you're an attacker, you find a way to intercept these things and you can intercept at scale, you reproduce the cold card. If you're going to reproduce it, I just feel that you could reproduce it to the point where like it's undetectable to the naked eye. I just really feel like I feel like the only way to probably detect it if you're serious, because if you get to the point where you can intercept things, I feel like you're not gonna fucking like draw them. You're not gonna make them out of matchsticks or cotton buds or something. You're gonna make them.
But think about all the people. I mean, so there's plenty of
Fair
people
point.
who they don't intercept ledgers, but they ship ledgers that look exactly the same, and they have just a completely
Fair
different
point,
marked
but
computer
the
inside.
conversation we're having,
And it's obvious if you open it up. It's very obvious if you open up the ledger, and if the ledger had a clear case, it would also be very obvious because then you could check the schematics.
I just don't think the schematics thing is really worth that much because I feel like if you really want to do this, first of all, you're right. There is a look at, like, there is like a lot of people that won't make any difference, but those people won't check the schematics anyway. So this is not relevant for our conversation. We're talking about the tinfoil.
Well, they would if they saw the picture of the device that they're buying, and then on the inside, the schematics are like pretty obviously different. And then, of course, you're saying if that's published and if it's well known, well, they don't even have to publish it or well known because the attacker's obviously buying one and just opening it up anyway, so they're going to see it. So, like, it doesn't hurt to publish it and just make sure it's well known and then get a fucking clear case That's obvious if the low-hanging fruit attacker is changing it.
There's no denying that
I mean, that's one thing.
there's zero denying that more transparency helps almost always. Like anything that we do with Bitcoin, I think that you could say that's the golden rule. So there's no denying that. I'm just trying to say that it's a LARP in the fact that if someone really wants to do this, they could do it without you could like really verify this. I mean, I think I'm fairly technical, quite technical, but I don't really know that much about hardware. I think even someone who's moderately like advanced with hardware or knows anything could probably, I'm willing to bet that if we get Portland Hollow and we make him to kind of like fake at this thing, he could fix something that I couldn't figure out. And I don't think he's even probably that kind of a hacker. So if you're a hacker, you probably have more research than that. And the reason why it's a LARP is because it was one of those marketing things that all the fucking losers on fucking Twitter keep repeating it and just had it, which again, it had almost no realistic benefit. Of course.
I'm doing it again, aren't I?
What?
Just repeating the LARP.
What do you mean?
I'm a loser on Twitter because I'm a loser.
I'm not trying to be passive aggressive.
Repeating the LARP.
I'm not trying to be passive aggressive at you, by the way, or something like that. I'm just.
No. I'm just introspecting. That's it. I'm just introspecting.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm just trying to point out that is not that real of a benefit as you think. It sounds good, but and because there were all these other like pseudo security things added, it just added and made people perceive this device even more serious and whatever. And they didn't look at it. It's kind of like they added too many like sparkles, and the sparkles were kind of like. Of course, like I said, it's not like it's zero benefit this, but all these sparkles and whatever. Which kind of distracted from this whole thing. The tinfoil hat, again, the people who really are tinfoil hat don't fucking buy a cold card, man. They're just people who wanted to signal they were tinfoil hat, who wanted to have the hat, who wanted to make sure other people know other cypherpunks and whatever. Come on, that's just the truth of the matter. I'm sorry.
Alex, everyone has it figured out. Everyone has it figured out after. No one had it figured out before, or we'd see the receipts.
No, that's not true. But a lot of people figure it out. It's just because this mass hysteria that was going on here, and because of the social dynamic that kind of like started being more forefront in our ecosystem. That's why it seemed like it wasn't happening. Again, I gave a fucking talk, and there's not even just me. There's so many talks that people were saying how to not trust hardware wallets. I'm not saying you shouldn't trust them, or for most people, that's not something you should do. But there were so many people that were saying this before. So I'm sorry, but again, it's like if there's anything that's gonna make things better from now on, is to stop this fucking LARPing and stop this fucking like rationalizations of things and just this was wrong. And we have to stop doing this. And whenever this happens right now, we have to be like, no, we're going to end up with another disaster if we keep like just trying to be polite and nice and try to understand these things. People lost money because we're trying to be polite and diplomatic and try to find a way to make it sound nice and whatever. No.
I have a question, Alex. I have a question. So, I mean, clearly in your mind, there's a right way to do it. And you don't have to tell us because they'll probably give up like how you do it. But you admit that most people probably can't do it the right way, even if they wanted to, right? I think you already said that. So for those people, are you just saying like, don't even try, stay in the exchange, do collaborative custody? Like, what would you say for the retards?
That's what I came up to ask. Because Alex, you sound like you just want everyone to go onto an exchange or iBit.
No, you're a moron if you think. I mean, this is the crazy
don't
part.
Call me a moron, nigger.
All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm obviously not black.
None of that.
Now, here's the thing right now. Clearly,
that's not what.
Here's the right now. Since I did not even use the word exchange, you have to be particularly kind of stupid to be like Alex told people to use an exchange when I didn't even use the word exchange. So that's insane. The thing is like, is that clearly for most people, we need to have products that are going to work for them. And they're going to like try to cater to these things and really try to like offer the right set of trade-offs or whatever, or maybe just have other things that value UX and stuff like this. And all these, it seems like a lot of these like collaborative type custody solutions and stuff like this seem to be going in that direction. All right. Now, I'm sorry if it feel like I'm recommending stuff to normies, but I don't really worry about what normies think and whatever. I'm more interested in what is the optimal or what is the most interesting way to talk about it. Again, you guys are the ones who always give recommendations, and you project that. I always do that. I don't give recommendations. I just want to talk about something. What is the best thing to do? I never for a moment ever recommended anything in this conversation or in any space.
When someone, I think the problem is, Alex. Well, Alex, when someone hears you say what's the best thing to do, they don't internalize that you're talking about for people like you. They just think it means like what's the best thing to do for everyone. And then if it's not the best thing for them, they're still going to think it is, and then they're going to try to do it. So, I mean, just because you're not recommending it straight up, right? You're saying like, you should do this, you should do this. What you really mean is like,
I was just trying to say there were some.
I'm just trying to tell you that you're implying it, right? And that people are or even if you're not, people are misinterpreting what you're saying.
Wait,
I'm not implying anything.
Wait. You had 1,000 people over OTC. So what was the recommendation for them, or you just didn't recommend it?
Well, again, it was just most of the time, a lot of those people would just get like a ledger or something if they were noobs or something like that. See, here's the thing. What I'm trying to say. I feel like it's so strange that you guys cannot even comprehend. You can't even comprehend that. See, you can't even comprehend that the conversation would go like we would talk.
If Ledger rugged all of them, then some of them would be, right, Alex? And then whose fault would it be? Because like, it's not your fault, obviously, but you're kind of being high and mighty and being like, because none of the people I recommended, even though they're using ledgers, and Ledger could have a rug in the future at any point in time.
One second,
but because it hasn't, then no one knows.
One second, that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. The thing is, like, I would never see this thing. It's never a conversation where like I want to use this because it's the best or whatever. Most of the time, I'll talk with them, and again, if they were like noobs or something like that. Back then, there weren't that many options. Really, there were just not. So it's either you use Ledger or you go on an exchange. So I don't understand why the fuck do you guys think you know more than what I know? It's absurd to me. When clearly, anyway, that's fine. Now regarding the,
I need to listen to you at 0.5x speed.
Bro, I'm dunking nuggets you don't understand into sauces you don't know they exist. I'm sorry. All right.
Whoa. Uh-oh.
I saw that meme. I always wanted to say that. I'm sorry, man. This is how I talk. What do you want me to do? I think fast. Regarding the recommendation,
you know what they say about fast talkers?
They don't recommend cold cards or what? Is that what they say?
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
You can fuck with me, bro. Well,
I'm fucking with you, bro.
Regarding the recommendation, well, I just feel like that alone is such an absurd thing that to think that someone says something in their best knowledge and the ability to bring some light when everyone doesn't do that, and your attitude is like, let me interpret this what serves my own personal need and my comfort. That's your fault, buddy. I mean, it's impossible for me to comprehend to try to talk differently so other people don't misunderstand when I'm trying to be so clear and so concise and so scientific about what I'm doing here. I don't see how I could do more than that. But anyway, to do it justice, I'm not saying use exchanges. I don't see how that could be a takeaway. I think
Hey, Alex, do you ever like try to put yourself in the shoes of a left curver?
But I can't do that. You understand that I can't do that? I've been doing this for so many years. How could I do this right now?
No, it's impossible. But you're so smart, you can do everything else, but you can't think like a retard.
No, I am retarded. I am retarded.
The lesson of all this is obviously if you're going to self-custody, you go 100, right? Like it's either 0 or 100. I don't know about the collaborative custody stuff because it's never been something I've been interested in. I don't want anyone else involved with the shit that I'm doing. So if that's what you're going to do in the future, you got to go. Like even like Wickwood is saying, Trezor has been held up, but are you really going to keep that seed, or are you going to actually fucking make your own entropy because you don't know what the fuck is going on exactly inside of that Trezor, and you don't know if whatever pattern it's using is going to get cracked in the future? Why wouldn't you just make your own fucking entropy? Like, are you going to trust
because that's not how these things work. Here's the right now. So there's two separate components here. There's the creating of the entropy, which you could absolutely do it by yourself with dice or whatever, and you can be very certain, I mean extremely certain, that project, that part was not tainted and you're fairly secure and whatever. And then there's the part where you have to interact with the Bitcoin network and all the other things that is done via some sort of device, all right? And when you do that thing, there's a number of faults that could happen. Some of them which sounds like science fiction that could absolutely
Alex,
fuck up.
But don't you fix the seed phrase entropy first to make sure you got that box checked? Like, don't you just do that anyway?
Well, again, aren't you the one talking in absolutes right now when I was accused of doing that? My point is that at any moment, in any point, in any of these
also, it's not like they purposefully didn't hook it up, at least hopefully, and we'll get to that topic in a second.
Well, my point is that there's multiple points of failure in all these things, and you can never predict which one you can do. And the thing is, like, yes, the ideal thing would be to try to minimize almost all of them. But the conversation, I mean, you guys told me this. You said, like, no, when I want to talk about normies. So you said, let's talk about normies. Then you're telling me, let's do the absolute thing. And I feel like I'm not the one who's
Dude,
like losing
a
the
normie
thread
can
here.
roll dice, man. Let's be real. Come on. I mean, a normie can
It's not
flip
about
coins. It can be done. Like, let's don't,
the
you know?
problem. The problem with this, let me just finish the point. The thing is, like, at any point, these
Well,
things could
Alex,
fail.
two
No, just let me
things.
finish. Okay, let me finish this point, and then you can
Dude,
address. Dude, let me finish, please. Let me finish, and you can address the whole thing.
Well,
Steve,
here's
you
the
just
thing,
Obviously,
made the
Alex.
whole
Alex,
point.
you know,
Steve, you made the
you're not
whole
letting me
point.
finish, dude. You're letting me finish. I'm trying to say something, and you can address it, and it may be relevant to what you say.
You made the
Yeah,
whole
let
point,
him
dude.
finish. He'll
You're
talk
just going to
fast.
repeat it.
He'll talk fast. Just let him
I'm not
finish.
going to repeat it. I'm trying to say that there's multiple
there is
points
no finish.
There's multiple points. I'm going to finish on your face. There's multiple points in all these things that could fill out any
That's
time,
concerning,
and you
dude.
don't.
That's very concerning.
And you don't know where they're where they could break and whatever. And even if you get the seed right, maybe there's another entropy bug or bugs that you don't even know they're possible, and they may leak your key, in other words. So the thing is that you can't just because you did this one, there's no other protection down the line or whatever. But they're additive. They're absolutely
you are
additive.
just scaring people. There
That's
are
insane.
two things. Two. Not who knows and all these two things that a device does that you have to trust. Generate keys and sign with them. We've already covered ad nauseum since last Thursday the numerous ways that you can ensure as a user yourself, without trusting the device, that generating the keys is done safely. If you are legitimately concerned about the signing, Bitbox and Jade from Blockstream both implement anti-exfiltration protocol, which seeds the nonce for signing from your laptop or phone as well, which can verify that the device used the value they generated when signing it. And if it didn't, then it refuses to broadcast the transaction. It chucks it. It deletes it. It is a protocol specifically designed to protect against that. And those are the only two things you need to worry about.
I'm quite familiar with the exfil stuff like that. I even wrote some threads about it and whatever. But did you drop up on purpose, or maybe you want to say something? I'm quite familiar with this, but the conversation here was in the fact of like what normies do and whatever. And again, I don't understand why you guys feel like I'm scaring people. I'm just saying something truthful. I never said do this or do that. I'm just trying to point out that there's all the things that could go wrong, and you cannot prevent how they're going to go wrong. And again, you're always operating on the assumption that all the anti-exfiltration, all these things are implemented correctly and they work right. So you can't do. The only thing you can do is try to minimize all these parts here, and they're additive, but you can never be sure. I'm not sure what I'm saying that is so like.
Well, no, all that was said was that
maybe it's also important. Maybe it's also important to realize that you can't protect yourself against every single attack vector, like no matter how smart you are. So there's always going to be a risk, right? There's always pieces of trust involved in using Bitcoin. No matter what you do, you can't make it completely trustless. That's just a fact. And if you're interested in trying to reduce areas of risk, and you have binned them, and you're like, this is like the most risky thing, so I'm going to do that first. Maybe these things are less risky, so I won't worry about those. And you have to kind of be honest with yourself, and then decide which parts you want to reduce, and then realize that there's other parts you can't, or other parts that you need to actually involve trust with, right? But if you're not even thinking about these things in the first place, then you should probably start to, if you care about keeping your Bitcoin forever.
Yeah, Alex, I think the only disagreement was how many people you think are capable of generating their own entropy, and and I think that was it. That was all. I think we have a difference
on that point specifically. On that point specifically, with a dice roll before Shinobi came in and tried to derail the conversation. Obviously, anyone that has fucking hands can roll some dice, dude. Come on, that's not what anyone is talking about. But the thing is, like, every single friction that you add, even if it sounds simple or obvious, is gonna deter people. Here's right now: if you are participating in this Bitcoin stuff, you have some sort of intuition that the dice thing contributes to the entropy and whatever. Most people cannot understand what the concept of entropy is and don't understand why you have this device that looks like a computer and looks nice and looks secure and whatever. Why do you have to add this primitive thing and whatever? It's just so crazy for them to understand. It's not like you can't roll dice. I feel like it's so weird to think like that is the problem of picking up the dice and throwing them there.
Alex, brother, I like you, dude, but what point are you trying to make? Can you just kind of wrap up the point? No, I'm not trying to be mean. Just like, let's just consolidate here. Let's make this useful. What do you dumb it down to like 1 or 2 sentences? What do you really want to get out right now? Let's just consolidate.
What do you mean? What multiple people said certain things and I addressed every single one of them. What do you mean? What am I trying to get out?
I don't know. I'm kind of like half listening. I just
what's your overall?
What's your overall hard
point
right now?
Regarding which part?
Everything we said up until this point. Can you consolidate it or?
But there's like 4 separate.
The main thing. The main thing that you think is the most important thing to get out right now.
In 1 word or less. In 1 word or less, can you sum up how you feel right now?
Cool. I don't know.
Smart. You feel smart,
dude. I don't know.
Okay. Super intelligent.
I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure why you want me to like make there are 4 things talked, so I don't know.
Alex, you're going hard and fast right now, and I just want to level set. Like, is there anything specifically that we can just focus on? You know, you're going fast in a couple directions here.
Right. I mean, I feel like I talked about all the other things, so I'm not sure what you want from me, but yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you for all that. That means a lot. I've been following you for a while, by the way, Mr. Raw.
I've been following you for a while since you were in the back of the car from Bitcoin Non-Censored, if you remember that.
Hey, Wicked. Are we allowed to talk about BIP 110 stuff, or is that off limits in this?
Nah, that's off the table until Saturday. I'll do a dedicated space when it fails, but before that, we'll just kind of ignore it, I think.
Okay. All right.
Unless there's something that is new that's like I'm unaware of, but I'm assuming there's nothing new.
Can I give a 10-second update?
Okay, all right. Let's hear it.
10-second update. Chris Guida just blocked me because I simply pointed out.
That's nothing new.
No, this is new because forever he didn't block me because he thought I wasn't a troll. He thought I was arguing in good faith, and apparently now I'm not arguing in good faith. But my last tweet was pretty much him saying he's vindicating and validating all the proof of work conspiracy theorists, and he rebased the proof of work Luke change into knots, and so it's validating all the conspiracies from Rob and others about this, in my opinion. So just want to put that out there that no one here is crazy. They're proving everyone right. That's it. Oh, back to you, Wicked.
Wait, time out. Wait 1 second. So they are rebasing the proof of work change. So they're basically admitting defeat now. Like they realize they're going to fail, and now they're just gearing up for proof of work.
Yeah.
So holy shit, bro.
Right. So my tweet was hard hitting.
That is breaking news.
Said, like, okay, all right. Well, yeah. I mean, Chris Guida blocked me over it, so it was also very emotionally harmful news too when you call someone out on it.
Oh, right. Because you literally said proof of change. So I want to change the open source project. Oh,
at least we got some humor.
I think I'm gonna tweet about that. Liar! No, you Bacter. Anyway, sorry, Mr. Huddle.
Yeah, at least we got some entertainment, some good entertainment. Also, I guess, is it public how many Bitcoin got sent through Slipstream? Is that public knowledge yet?
You can, well, it is. It's on the public blockchain. You can literally just look at every single 2 of 3 that went through Slipstream and assume that it has to do with this shit.
So there's a fuck ton of Bitcoin.
Because they're not doing, I mean.
There's a lot of Bitcoin that went through.
I think 1,000, at least, well, over 1,000. I think it was like 1,500 last time Portland said. Over 2,000.
Over 2,000.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. Like a lot of, I mean, what these collaborative custody things, I think were more popular than I thought, just in terms of Bitcoin. But at the same time, I'm not that surprised because, I mean, like Alex was saying, right? If you got a lot of Bitcoin, you don't trust yourself, maybe you're going to use one of these products anyways. I mean, I think the thing is though, like, so for me as a poor retard, I looked at these products, I'm like, those are expensive, right? I don't have enough Bitcoin to make that worth it. Well, I think a lot of people look at those products and think like that. But I guess when you just think of it, anyone with, a lot of Bitcoin probably doesn't seem that expensive for the peace of mind.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it depends on who you're asking, right? Like, I would never use that, not because it costs too much money, right? Like, I just
because of the privacy.
I just don't want anyone holding my keys, right? Like, except for my loved ones. That's about it. Like, I'm not against multisig. I just don't need collaborative multisig. Definitely see how some needed though.
Wait, time out, Mr. Huddle. You're not against multisig now, but you spent hours with me in past spaces arguing about how multisig was worse than just a passphrase.
No.
So you've changed your mind on that.
I said there's a use case for multisig. It's not for everybody. I said there's a certain, like, certain people shouldn't be worrying about backing up all those keys and the descriptor. Like, it just, they're not going to do it. I said it's not a solution for everyone. I said a better solution for most people is to have a passphrase. That's what I said.
Right. Every time we argued about this, we've all been really nuanced in everything we say. I know. That's what we're all saying now. That's good. Anyways, so we're over the BIP 110 thing. Are we ready to talk about like the conspiracies around what happened?
I'm going to go listen to you guys. I'm not part of this conversation. I'll see you down there.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'll see you down there.
Mr. Hall doesn't want to get in trouble. But I also I kind of am a believer of like, if there's information out there that's being spread around in back channels, people probably deserve to know it, right? And it's like, I don't really like private information. So maybe this is just something like, if you are sharing information with me, unless it's like real private, and obviously it's not meant for anybody. But if it's like, so if it's just you and me, we're talking, I'm not going to fucking say shit if it's private. But if it's like 20 people talking about it, then it's like, okay, like at this point, everybody knows who, is like looking. And so the people who aren't looking, who don't have the time to look or don't have the resources, probably deserve to know. I don't know how people feel about that. Does that sound fair? Do you guys think that that's like immoral or bad if I have those types of feelings? What do you think? Just before I even go off. Because if okay, I'll be honest. Like I don't want to say things if it's gonna fuck shit up. But at the same time, like, what do you guys think about that initial assessment before we go further? Do you think that that's a fair approach to sharing information?
I'll give you.
I'm giving a thumbs
permission.
up for Mandryk, and that's all. It's the only guy I care about.
I'll take the responsibility. So if anybody has any beef, they can message me.
Okay. Cool. There's a lot of talk, and I mean, there's even posts now publicly that are going viral of basically the realization that it's very likely that the CTO of Cold Card, Peter Gray, had a NIM. And I mean, this isn't fact, by the way. This is just like speculation based on evidence, but nothing is admitted or proved yet. So that's like, stipulation or asterisk, whatever. But like, it's speculated based on the evidence based on PGP signatures, based on commit history, and other shit I don't understand, speculated that the CTO of Cold Card, Peter Gray, had a NIM that pushed the bug, as well as worked on the library that had, the fail path that resulted in this. Okay. What is concerning about that is if you look at the commit history, and this was kind of the main thing the NIM did. And so people are speculating that he made a NIM to specifically push this, but then try to hide behind the NIM so that you could say, oh, it wasn't Cold Card that pushed this, it was some anon. Now, the reason why I don't believe that train of thought is because it was sloppy, right? Like he was signing with his own PGP keys when the anon committed it. And like, it's just too sloppy. Like if it was that well thought out or premeditated, then he would have done it more, like he would have done it smarter, right? But the other speculation is that this was done just because Cold Card wanted to make it look like they had more developers. Because at that time, that early on, Peter was pretty much the only developer. And Cold Card was starting to take off and they wanted to look more legit. So that's another speculation. There's kind of multiple angles to this. Sorry, let me just deal with my son. You guys can chat for 2 minutes before I deal with my son real quick.
How was the NIM tied?
I'm going to leave you hanging right there.
I don't think that makes sense.
Or if anybody knows, like how are they tying the NIM to his key or
Well,
whatever?
there's
commit
free
histories
so there's
and PGP signatures.
So there's three things here, as far as I understand, because I just read this before earlier. So first of all, there's the GitHub, there's the GitHub PGP and the GitHub account of Peter, Doc Hicks and whatever, which is well known and whatnot. Then there seems to be this other Twitter account, which was kind of created like somewhere around that time, and there's that tweet that's going around like, oh, I just DEF CON, new time to start a new identity or something like this. And then there seems to be like whoever wrote that library, who actually made that commit when they were using that library. And then that also got signed by the PGP key of the CTO. So I think there's three separate things here, and somehow people are implying that all these three things are the same, which I'm not really sure I think that's super clear because I don't understand how that's the thing, but yeah.
Wasn't it when this happened that people were speculating that the attacker is not even a Bitcoiner because they had such a poor coin control?
So let me, now I can maybe get to the next part here. We're not saying that the initial attacker had anything to do with Peter or even this anon if it wasn't Peter, because I think regardless of whether or not the bug was intentional or whether it was a mistake, the attacker fucked everything up so like, let's say it was intentional. The attacker fucked everything up. This was supposed to be a lot longer of an attack. And then some retard with Kimmy came in and fucking blew off the lid. Right. And if it was unintentional and just a real bug, then obviously like we're not even talking about that anyways. So I think, you have to separate the two things. The initial attack was done by a retard with Kimmy who got it. Like they got Kimmy and then 2 days later, they fucking blew the lid off of this thing. And whether or not it was blown off because, it was an operation that got fucked was one thing, or maybe it just was a real bug and then, it was discovered because of the Kimmy dude.
All right. So how did they link that those two GitHub things are together? Because it's still not clear to me that. I don't understand why is that the case.
Wait, check your messages.
You're talking about the anonymous GitHub user and the CTO of Coinkite, Alex?
I'm talking, because they say that could be signed, but from what I understand, though I haven't used GitHub like probably since college or something manually, I think that could actually happen in normal conditions, if I understand correct. Because if they were so sloppy the way they committed the code and whatever, and then he maybe like merge his things or something like that, right? So then that would sign the whole thing.
I would say that James O'Byrne saying it and no one disputing him gives me some level of that it might be a possibility. But yeah, I agree. We're in the habit of trusting too much right now and not verifying. So I like that you're calling this out, Alex.
I'm just asking because I don't understand it. That's all. I wanted explanation.
That's not a good answer. What I'm giving you right now, which is no one's disputed it yet that I see. But in this day and age, that's not a good answer. We need to be verifying more than trusting. So, Alex, good shout.
I think Clint. I think a few different people have found this independently, and most of them, admittedly, through Kimmy, right? And so then, are we trusting Kimmy? Is Kimmy hallucinating, or is Kimmy not thinking about all the things? Because obviously, a lot of the people who are finding this probably aren't smart enough to prompt or poke around in ways that maybe they should. So I think that that's also a fair thing to consider. And also, Mr. Huddle, sorry, I'm busy right now. I can't really check my messages. I'm guessing people are yelling at me.
This guy, Zach Herbert, it's in the purple pill, but apparently the two GitHub accounts share the last two digits of a phone number that is. They're both verified, and so it shows the last two digits of the phone number, and there's like a 1% chance of somebody having the last two digits in common.
Wait, what? What? Wait. How are they seeing those digits?
I think that it's GitHub. Like if somebody's verified, it will show the last two digits of their phone number.
But how can us from the exterior say that? I didn't even know this. GitHub has this actually.
I don't know, go check the Zach Herbert's post.
All right, sorry everyone. Yeah, I was dealing with my son. He's having a meltdown. So, anyways, he's calm now. Probably the worst time to be doing this because it's so disjointed and crazy, and I'm probably blowing things up in ways that people think I shouldn't. But anyways, also like things are already getting blown up. So I'm just gonna go back to this. I think it needs to be discussed out in the open. I'm gonna bring up Zach. Zach, do you have any thoughts on things that are being discussed right now?
Hey guys, I just joined like a minute ago and then someone mentioned my name. I've been going down the conspiracy rabbit hole this morning, unfortunately, and a lot of people have been sending me stuff in DMs. The phone number thing, my understanding is someone sent this to me, and then I checked the phone number from that link I posted. It's not from GitHub. It's like some website where you can pay him like hourly or something to like, or by the minute to talk to him on the phone for like consulting. But the phone number is verified there and has 44 as the last two digits, I think it was. But then someone told me that they did like a password reset for both accounts on I think on X, and they sent me screenshots that both of those password resets for both the docx X account and this nim account both had the same 44, as the last two digits on the phone number. And the only reason I find this somewhat credible is because it's not this, it's this combined with some reporting this morning. I don't know if you guys were talking about it from James, James O'Byrne, who was talking about how the he did some analysis on the code and everything and the keys that were used to sign the commits and everything like that, and was able to verify that it was all the same person, and I verified that as well. But I think that plus the phone number stuff points to like a 99% chance that it's the same guy.
I have a question because this is not clear to me. I haven't used GitHub in a while. So the most like certain thing is the fact there's a PGP key that signed something from that anonymous account on GitHub, right?
It's all the code commits are basically signed by DocHex's key.
So the commits are made by this other account, but they're signed by Doc, all of them.
Yeah, but it gets you a little bit weirder because if you go to this other account, and I don't know how am I
Wait,
supposed
one
to
second. I have a
pronounce
question
this?
here.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
So doesn't this actually point to the fact that so this guy made all the changes and whatever, and then when Doc did like the last stuff, or maybe he just merged, or maybe he just prettified it or something like that, because he was the guy who would do, then that would sign the whole thing because that guy didn't have anything else, or he just didn't sign it?
That's exactly what I thought. So if you look back to my replies this morning, and I asked my engineering team as well to help me look at it. I said, okay, like that's not a smoking bullet, because sometimes when you're like rebasing things, when you're merging in code, it's very common for the CTO to like rebase commits and then do that. So I when I saw that this morning, I said, okay, like it's plausible that it's the same guy, but it's not a smoking gun based on that gist that James published on GitHub and all that's linked to. He linked to that from his profile. It was very helpful. You can like give it to your AI to look through if you want. So I did not find that to be 100% confidence, right? Like at all. And I still don't have 100% confidence. But what I'm saying is that the phone number thing is super weird. You know, it's a 1 in 100 chance that it's the same. You know, that you'd have the same last two digits. But if you go look at this switch, or however you say it, his GitHub profile, which is like, I think it's just github.com/ let me see what it is. I think it's just
his
/switch.
hers.
Yeah. So he has a repo called Pandora-char from August 7th, 2020 was when it was last updated, which was like the first repo that this NIM made on GitHub. And my understanding is this was also signed by the DocHex key, like back in earlier in 2020, like as the first project, and had nothing to do. This was not code that was contributed to Coinkite. This is a completely separate project called Pandora-char. You can find it on his profile.
I'm looking at this thing right now, and I don't think there's any signage from the Doc6 thing. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm just looking at it right now.
Yeah, let me.
No, sorry, my bad. Yeah. So the thing is, like, there is a PGP key here, but it says here the user did not upload his key. So then this must be DocHex's key, I suppose.
Yeah, you can imagine my context switching this morning has been like, I'm already fried and it's only noon here. Trying to keep up with everything, both within the company and then looking at this stuff. But I think that's what's going on. I'm just verifying too. I'm just reading through some of my my chats, because I've been talking about this inside the company all day. We've had a lot of eyes looking at it. Just out of curiosity.
I can confirm right now,
strange.
after you said,
yeah.
Okay. So if you go and you click on the commit there, it says unverified, and you will say GPG key. And then if you look, this one that ends in CF something B, I think CF7B, I think that is DocHex's key, I think.
Yeah, it is. That's correct. Yeah, and so it's authored as switch, but it's signed by Peter Gray's or DocHex's key. So anyway, I don't want to like take you guys on a tangent. I just heard someone mention my name, so I just want to raise my hand.
But this is the conversation. This is what we're talking about.
Yes, Alex. Excuse me. There is a tweet where he tweets saying, I always encourage our devs to be super shadowy, operate under NIMs, be low profile about employer, and maybe I even appear to author their GitHub comments. So this is a tweet from 2022. Just wanted to share this. And my conspiratorial wicked is the bro turned tranny dev love story. That is all I have to say.
Yeah, I think that's a distraction, to be honest. Like I've heard that one too, where it's like he's, he turned tranny and everyone hates each other, and now he's trying to fucking destroy the company or something. I think that's flimsy.
Or steal the money and then escape together and have a love story.
No, because
guys, I don't want to.
That's flimsy as fuck. Yeah, hey, we're not going to do that kind of shit.
I probably have more reason than anyone to be like trying to jump on this, but I don't think that's the case at all. I totally agree with Wicked. Yeah, and also, like, guys, keep in mind, and NVK was not the CTO. Like, NVK does not have a technical background. I was talking to my guys about it today. Like,
it's a two-man in Toronto, bro. Come on, guys.
But hold on, guys. I mean, like I said, I probably have more reason than anyone here to be, to have, to feel certain ways, right? But like, this is a really weird situation. It seems like it's almost positive that the Switch guy is Peter Gray, you know, the CTO. But the reason the tranny comment, I believe Wicked was made based on the description in the X profile for Switch. So that's x.com.
Right.
And
Yeah. I mean, you're
slash,
making an Anon account and you fucking do
well, no,
all the
to be
fucking
clear,
okay,
can I just be
well,
really clear?
whatever.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, go
Yeah.
ahead.
The bio for this account is cipher all the things.
Right,
She/he/his/hers. That is a Matrix
right.
reference. That is a reference to the movie The
Yeah.
Matrix.
This is normies not
Yeah,
understanding what that is.
this is a profile photo of a character in the Matrix called Switch. Okay, who in I think it was in the Matrix is a woman, and in like the real world is a man. This was the
Yep.
question is, was this Nim chosen for any specific reason? What I was saying to my guys, if you really want to, like, if you're, and I've watched the Matrix like 10 times, right? So like I just remember some of this stuff.
That's it.
Maybe more. Cypher is the one that kills Switch by unplugging her. And then the bio is cipher all the things. So it's just a really fucking weird reference. You can go like super down the rabbit hole. There's even a picture of like a white rabbit
No pun intended.
white rabbit tattoo in this person's profile, saying like, would this be too on the nose or something to get this tattoo? So this was obviously like a Matrix kind of Nim choice, and like you can decide how conspiratorial you want to be, but I don't think there's any tranny thing. It's just like it's a comment from the Matrix character that was selected for this Nim by Peter Gray. That's all.
But also seems like if you're a geeky guy who's kind of a hacker and is like starting up a new identity, he's like, what do I like? The Matrix. Let me just throw in a few things here and there, you know. But I have still one question I think is to remain here. All right, so this, at least these things were settled now. But even so we have this thing, and then we also have the thing with the number. By the way, the number thing, that's borderline hacking, and that's probably borderline illegal. Try to reset the number. But anyway, so the question is like, but why do this thing? It just seems like it's not really doing the benefit. It seems like going through all this stuff.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense for it to be an inside job. It makes zero sense.
The long con.
Everyone is here. Nobody ran. Like, this is not. Yes,
Yep,
there might be
that's what I've been
there's
saying,
definitely a chance.
If he ghosted, I would be suspicious as
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
But,
There's no one ran. Everyone is
there,
here.
as far as I know.
Like, usually when you do a long con like that, you leave. You disappear. Nobody disappeared. At least I don't think no one disappeared. But it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like you put this back door in there and you leave it for anybody to take advantage of. What's the point?
But also, like, the problem is, like, how could you ever benefit from this? It's not even like you can benefit from it, you know?
This was a big, big, big fuck up. I think that's what this was. A really, really big fuck up. I mean, I know we all want to have a bad guy in here, like, to point our fingers on someone. I mean, negligence, yes, 100%. I'm with that. But I don't think there's this one guy that's looking to destroy the company or try to do the long con. I don't think that's the case here. I might be wrong, but I just don't think that's the case.
I just think what happens is that now that all this thing is going on and there's like blood on the streets and whatever, people are trying to latch onto anything to try to connect this and just form some sort of explanation, because if they kind of find an explanation that's all these things that they link together and they have this puzzle, well, that feels somewhat more comforting than like, oh my God, this guy's really fucked up and there was literally no review, and well, that's kind of it. There's nothing more to the story, you know?
I mean, I agree that it's just most likely negligence. I think this is more of a lesson about code review and having a team and, you know, reviewing each other's commits. And it's super weird that you would have like a CTO that is, well, actually,
the problem with this type of vulnerability is that even if it got reviewed and it was disclosed, this was going to happen no matter what. Do you understand? Like,
unless caught right away, but yeah.
I mean, even if it gets caught right away, once that gets released, it's a race. You can't. There's no.
Well, if it gets caught right away, then there's less damage.
Maybe.
No, what Wicked, I think, is saying is like, if this would have been caught, they could have at least be like, okay, we're stopping everything without an explanation or something. So at least the number of exposed wallets wouldn't grow. But that's the only thing you could do. Any action you would take this would let people know there's an attack or something like that, and because they have the security feature where you can't reset or you can only reset it as a user once you get a cold card and whatever, and you seed, it would be impossible. And to say everyone has a cold card, new seed and migrate your coins, that would have been, I mean, they would have just start the alarm bells and stuff.
Yeah, I want to be clear, just as I was saying about the coding practices, it's the only unusual thing here is having like a NIM can make such a large contribution that's also the same guy as the CTO. Like what we do when we publish our public repo is we do kind of squash all of the commits down because we have like at any given time 9 engineers working on it, and we have like a private repo for like our firmware, and then that's where all the shit's going on. And then we have like a squash type thing, and then the public repo that is open to everyone. And so like for KOS or new stuff, our CTO is the one typically whose name is on like those commits. And so it can also like, it's totally possible that behind the scenes, there's like a handful of engineers working on this. And then we only see in like the public Coinkite repo, like how everything looks like it's just like one guy. So I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. The only thing that's weird to me is like, we would never have our CTO also write something under a NIM. It's like, it's one thing if it's like you're having multiple team members and then you're kind of have like the public repo as the one publicly facing CTO, which can also be helpful for competitive reasons if you don't want your engineers like poached and stuff. But this is just super weird in the sense that it's like he's messaging back and forth with himself, right? It's like the same guy talking to himself in a back and forth, and then that's the code that's everyone's looking at right now. So that's just hopefully gives you some insight into like the internal practices for how there's like a private repo and a public repo, but like the public repo is what all the users see and what we all see for like these open source projects.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. It's like we just don't know. But I feel like the singular thing that is suspect that actually is undeniable is this thing you said. The other things I feel like they're just circumstantial, if you ask me. But by the way, did you guys saw that James O'Brien shared another thing here? I think someone say something. No. All right. Well, did you guys saw that actually he did reach out to them and he told them that there's a problem with LNGU? Did you saw that tweet?
Do you know how to post things in the nest? Feel free to pin it if you know how to do that, Alex.
Hey, well, it didn't work last time I tried.
So the way you do it is you go to the post and the share button, and then usually there's like a banner of a bunch of shit at the bottom with like apps and shit. You just scroll all the way to the right, and then you're gonna see the Bitcoin space icon, right? Like it's have an icon. It's gonna say Bitcoin space. And you click on that, and it'll share in the nest.
I just did it, by the way. I don't know if I beat someone to it.
Hey Zach,
okay.
Cool. I've been trying to convey a message to you over the years. I just actually sent you a DM. If you could check that for me, it'd mean a lot. Thanks. Just wanted to let you know.
Hey, real quick, fellas.
Back channel conversations happening right now.
This is like the first time I think I've ever talked to Zach, so I just want to make sure this is important. I've been trying to do this for like 3 years.
Do you wanna do it in private, or do you want to do it here?
Well, it's a bit personal, but I'm okay doing it here.
And I hold
Michael, before you guys get into it, sorry, Zach, if I could just echo Zach's point. I don't know shit about what happened as far as exactly, but it is pretty common, I've seen, where you, because of identity access and credentials, where the team does have a commit because only certain people are authorized for certain repos, and that gives the impression that certain things are being done by few individuals or one, and that's not necessarily the case. That's all.
Yeah, agreed.
It's good context. Are there any other known cold card like main contributors from that time? Or I'm just trying to get a sense of like, I mean, I know that's a good disclaimer to say that like most teams do it that way, but I'm just saying in particular with cold card, does anyone up here know if they had more known developers working on it at that time? I'm assuming
it
not
does
then.
seem more
Yeah.
popular with smaller teams, though, that you would see that. Well, small and large, but smaller especially if they're a small shop.
It is a good question, though.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
actually not aware of any other of any engineer at Coinkite.
Known engineer, right? I mean, there could have been some that stayed in on, and I mean, for that reason, also this makes sense what we're saying. So, like, if there had been a handful of other engineers working on it who didn't want to have their name out there because they're, in foil hattie or whatever, then it would make sense that things get rolled up in a CTO commit and merge. But okay, cool. Well, that was just my question. Looks like Michael left, so we're gonna save that private conversation for the back channel between you two. Mr. Huddle, you have
I
something to
don't.
say?
There's no. I mean, I think it's well established that that was a really, really, really small team. Another.
Can you guys?
I'm on the road, so I can't tell if I'm in the matrix
There's no
or
developer that was
Mr.
working on
Huddle is.
Cold Card. But I don't know of any other developer besides Peter. It's this Nim dude.
Okay. Was that me going through the matrix or Mr. Huddle? I mean,
That
I
was
caught you
Mr.
in there.
Huddle. Yeah, and I think what Mr. Huddle was saying is
Okay.
that it's a small team and he's not aware of any developer besides Peter, their CTO.
Yeah. And by the way, just for optics here, like, I know that there's definitely fucking Cold Card employees and maybe even MBK in the audience. Like, I know the optics here of having Zach up discussing these things looks probably terrible. But I think we're just trying to have honest conversation, I think. So just throw that out there. I appreciate you being here, Zach, because I think you probably understand these things more than most
And
people
I
up on
and I want to
stage.
be really careful. Like I think I have emotions that I'm trying to separate from, trying to be very accurate about everything. And so if I say, like, I don't think this is some grand conspiracy, then I hope that gives it even more weight, right, than someone else saying that. And I can also give insight just from running a similar company and understanding the practices, that go on. But, like, if you go on our LinkedIn, you will see other developers and other people who work for our company. So I did just go on the Coinkite LinkedIn, and there are a few folks listed, but it does look like the only, like, developer type person listed is Doc Hex or Peter Gray. But I also want to say a bunch of our developers are not on LinkedIn. So it's very common for engineers, especially in this industry, to not be on LinkedIn.
Yep.
And also, if you want to kick me off, totally fine. I only came up because you guys had mentioned me.
Well, if you want to stay up here,
Whatever
that's
whatever
also
you
totally
want.
fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Cool. Mr. Huddle, you're in a better
It says I got
internet spot.
It says I got 5G. I'm driving, so we'll see.
Yeah, you're good now. I hear you crystal clear.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said before, but it's just we all know it was a small a small team, and the only known developer was Peter, and then this Sticks character. But other than that, I don't think there's any other known developer that contributed to Cold Card. But I mean, someone could have done it privately. Like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yep. All right. Yeah, and it's just like it's kind of unfortunate just how on the nose some of the, like, tweets have been from, let's say, I don't know, like the parties involved that we're talking about. Like, there's been tweets from Cold Card, tweets from Doc Hex, and tweets from remind me the NIM's name again, Cypher, right?
It's
Sticks.
Yeah, it's like you
Or
could say
Specs.
Switch probably. It's like
Switch.
yeah. It's like Switch plus
Oh, say Switch.
CK, so that's kind of think how they mashed it up.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll say switch. Like some of the tweets have just been like really fucking odd, given what's happened.
That's kind of what's feeding into this whole conspiracy.
Conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I mean, I don't know if there's not really much to say there other than just like, sorry, I think my internet's bad now.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's not very much to say there other than just, I mean, like, if this was some grand conspiracy, then like, good job optimizing for maximal chaos, because this is definitely doing it. But to be
Until we know
truthful,
someone's on the run, I believe this is a conspiracy. If there's someone MIA,
I
if
agree.
Peter's MIA right now, which I don't know if he is or not,
Right.
then I highly doubt that this is a conspiracy. I'm pretty sure it was a big. And then I know NVK. Well, at least I think I know NVK. I can't see him. Like, if anything, if this was an inside job, he was not part of it. He's like a fall guy, right? Like, but again, I don't think this was. I think this was just a really massive fuck up.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the other part of this, which, you know, I'm hoping I'm also conveying this, just also, you know, for the sake of the victims, that makes it conspiratorial is just how fucking terrible it is for privacy, right? Because like the conspiracy is that this is some grand plan to, you know, nuke like OG privacy and CoinJoin privacy, and it kind of does. It kind of does in a long way.
There's no OG that are using hardware wallets. Okay, like the real OGs, they're not using hardware wallets.
Okay, I mean, there's thousands of Bitcoin that are moving and fucking got rugged, but maybe those aren't OGs. I mean,
you could see those UTXOs that got moved. I don't like. Are there any UTXOs from 2011 that got moved or 2012?
Well, I mean, okay, those are OGs in your mind. Sure, we have different ways of defining OGs. I get it. And also, you don't know if, like, you know, there could be OGs that had a bunch of Bitcoin on an exchange and then finally got a cold card and moved it there, right? I mean, but anyways, who knows? It's a lot of Bitcoin either way, in my opinion.
I'm not an OG by any means, but I'm class of 2013, and the device I used before starting Foundation is a Mark III that I have sitting here, and I generated my seed on it.
Yep.
I'm sure my privacy is gone. I haven't checked that yet, but
no, it's automatically gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
I mean, unless you had so you didn't have a passphrase on it, you said?
I think I did, but I think I had funds of both the normal, you know, and the passphrase. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing back then. I probably moved from the non-passphrase to the passphrase, right? So you could probably trace everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, just to explain to people here, like, even if you moved your funds, or even if you tried to do like some sort of coin control and move like one you know, thing at a time to keep them separate, now that everybody has the seed phrases, they know everything. They know the entire history of the wallet. So everything's correlated in that wallet.
Unless you had a high entropy passphrase.
Right. Yeah. And the higher the entropy, the less likely it is that that would be broken anytime soon. Right. And then if it's really high enough entropy, then maybe not never. Or maybe never. I mean,
if it's as high as the seed, if the entropy is as high as the seed is, then it should be never.
Well, what seed? As high as this seed,
no, it doesn't matter. Even hold on, Wicked. Like, even if, you know, if you just take 12 words or 24 words of BIP39 seed and you compare those words to another, like your own passphrase that has just as high entropy, you know, it's going to be just as strong, because you have the.
Yeah, but Mr. Hodl, we're talking about a base. Oh, am I going through the matrix, Mr. Hodl? We're talking.
I think
This is terrible. We're both driving. Okay, if we're talking about a base seed phrase that has the entropy of 3 to 4 words, BIP39 words, a passphrase with 3 to 4 BIP39 words on top, I would assume that's getting cracked at some point in the future, right? I think this data set of seeds, especially the Mark III ones, will be very well studied, and kind of a lot of the base will be explored to its fullest in terms of passphrases and stuff. And part of the reason why they're probably going to do that is also just to study how people do their passphrases. So it's not just, the reward isn't just finding the Bitcoin in the passphrase. The reward is also getting the metadata of how users behave, right?
Yeah,
How long?
no,
Because
I
there's
mean,
all,
some
you
will
can,
definitely get caught. Yeah, 100%. But
right. I
at
mean,
least
there's a whole
from
bunch of data you can get from this
yeah,
hack, or from
from
this exploit. You can get go ahead.
from everyone that I kind of onboarded, their passphrases were not part of the BIP39 seed word. It was they made an incoherent sentence, more or less, that they remembered, right? Like just something like a really incoherent sentence that they remembered that was not part of the BIP39 seed words, but that I made sure the entropy was relatively as closest to this seed. It was years ago when I did this shit, right? But I specifically told them all to do that. So like, if you did that, if you did a passphrase that's not part of the bit, yes, passphrase is great, but that compensate
In the Matrix
it
again.
is,
Yeah.
the higher the chance.
All right, Mr. Huddle, you're in the Matrix. I think probably can't even hear me right now.
We could hear you.
Well, you can hear me. I'm saying Mr. Huddle. Anyways, I'll tell him to Mr. Huddle, if you can hear me, drop down. You're in the Matrix. Once you get to better internet, come back up. It's too hard to communicate right now. Or just stay up until you get better. Yeah. Come back up when you get better internet. I'll get to where you're at going to. So I mean, it's important to also. I mean, I want to maybe even talk about this a little bit because, I'm a data analyst by trade, and I'm just thinking about all the richness of this data that you can get, both as a hardware manufacturer yourself, as well as from a hacking perspective. But might be useful is being others to make their seeds. And because of this exploit, you literally know how long the internal clock of each Mark III was running prior to the seed being generated. Because once you find the seed phrase, you've basically, and that's part of the pseudo entropy going into it. So you can see there's going to be charts with binned times showing, Mark III users generated their seeds typically within 5-10 minutes. The highest one, it took them 2 hours or whatever. I mean, that's pretty rich and interesting information just to get. And I mean, I know it's fucked up to even look, and these are victims, but at the same time, people are going to look because the data's out there. So that's one thing you can start looking at. It's important to know that from a UX perspective, and it's a competitor, so it's not directly related to any one person or one development team, but I think it still shines a light on some of the user behavior. And then if you start getting passphrase information, right, you start cracking passphrases, you can start seeing what types of passphrases people use, what are most common, right? And that's really important information if you're a hacker trying to steal more Bitcoin. So that's going to be fully explored, right? I mean, this is going to have kind of really big knock-on effects, I think, not just with cold cars, but across the entire industry, because, I'm assuming that overall user behavior is pretty homogenous, even, between cold cars and others, just because humans tend to kind of behave in similar ways. So there might be some differences, but, knowing kind of even within this small subgroup of users what kind of passphrases people use, how long they are on average. Do they use BIP39 seeds and instead of other things? Do they add characters? Like, there's gonna be all sorts of fucking shit that people are gonna start exploring. And that's just on kind of the metadata. But like, there's also gonna be on-chain exploration, right? Like timings of things. How often do people deposit, spend? How long do they use a base seed phrase before they move up to a passphrase? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be crazy. Just the amount of data that's going to be leaked because of this and possibly used to conduct further exploits or just to have a better understanding of, how Bitcoin users in general behave. And then, of course, the privacy aspect of this. Every single Mark user has their own histories. And any Mark user that interfaced with like an exchange and then went into this thing from a government perspective, like those people will be identified and they'll have correlative maps of everyone they've interacted with on chain. And if they've participated in any coin joins, if there's any Bitcoin that hasn't been, announced in terms of taxes, like there might be implications there in the future, especially as governments start putting their clinkers on this. Like, imagine when the IRS starts getting their hands on like a Kimi K3 type capable model and they're just fucking grinding through everything. And like, they're able to determine things that, and anyways, I mean, dude, it's crazy. Like you start blowing out all of this data and you realize like this is going to fuck a lot more people than just the ones who lost their Bitcoin. So I don't know if anyone has any comments there now that I've sufficiently scared the audience, maybe. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, just trying to say it as I see it, right? Can people hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you're good.
I can hear you, Wicked. I'm just silent because I'm thinking about my Mark III usage personally, and thinking about my one-word
Yep.
passphrase from back then. You'd be able
Yep.
to know the passphrase because you're grinding through them all. You would be able to actually have a
Yep.
list of common passphrases. Like this chain
Exactly.
analysis would be able to say, okay, the average person used this many dice rolls. These are the top 1,000 common
Yep.
passphrases. All that kind of stuff would be now accessible to blockchain analysis
Anybody
firms
with
and
this
law
data set.
enforcement. Yeah, it's a pretty
Yep.
insane data set. I haven't even thought about that, so that's why I've been sitting here quietly as you've been
Yeah, it's
speaking.
fucked, bro. It's super fucked. Go ahead, no.
Hello. Thank you so much for doing this spaces, by the way. I've been wondering because I own a Cold Card Q and like disregarding all this scandal, I like the design, I like the functionality, I like the integration, how easy it is to use with Sparrow and other wallets and all this, right?
Me too. And actually, as a matter of fact, can I
Yeah.
just make a quick request, Zach? Can you please, for the love of God, make like a BlackBerry Foundation passport? I will buy that thing immediately. It needs a full keyboard though. Okay, anyways, go on now.
And I
Nokia
was wondering,
3310, I'll buy one. If you do Nokia brand, I'll buy 10, 15. Probably everybody in Finland will.
So
Like now that we know that, I mean, unfortunately, I was really looking forward to the Q2, and Cold Card is, in my opinion, completely fucking toast at this point. So we need another hardware wallet, maker to step up and fill in the tile button fucking BlackBerry. Anyways, okay, go on now.
So is this now just like dead? Can we not use this device, this hardware we have?
So I mean, well, okay. Like again, this is very nuanced. If you feel like you can't trust this thing just because like
No, I'm not superstitious like that. Like you can read the source code and the firmware. I haven't done an audit myself, but I'll like. I'm not superstitious
it's probably
in
not
that
a bad
sense.
idea to do that. Yeah, and so I think at this point there's been some pretty heavy audits. I think Portland even did like a line by line, execution audit that took like multiple hours to see if the seed phrase generation was happening exactly as intended. And he's confirmed that that's happening. It's been cross-correlated with like a couple of other devs as well. So the dice roll seed phrase. I mean, so the dice roll seed phrase, like from boot, right? No RNG entered seed, but just pure dice roll. Assuming you do 100 dice rolls, that's happening correctly, right? That's been confirmed. I've verified that myself in like my own like retarded way, where I just cross-check other devices. So that's working. I've also cross-checked BIP85 using, as a matter of fact, a foundation passport. So like they're both, if you enter in the same base seed phrase and then make BIP85 child seeds, they all match, at least, for the indexes that I've tested. I've kind of, tested a few different random ones and they all give you the same BIP85 child seeds. So I'm pretty confident that those are being generated correctly across both devices. Assuming that Foundation Passport isn't, colluding with Cold Card, which I've always thought would be a very ridiculous thing for those two companies to be doing. But that would be a crazy long game. Okay, we're not getting conspiratorial up here. And then what else have I checked? I haven't checked this, but I thought it was a great idea, and so I'll just keep repeating it because some people are starting to get really like, suspicious of all things related to trust with their hardware wallets, but like some people are afraid of the nonce attack where you sneak like a little bit of the private key in a signature, and then somehow that leaks your private key over time when you sign. I think one way that you can kind of check that with a cold card is, again, you load the same seed in another device like Foundation, and then you craft a transaction, sign it with both devices, and then check the hexes, and that would protect against. So there's a lot of things you can kind of verify as like a left curve or smooth brain, but then of course you can look at the code too.
Let's then assume that this was a genuine mistake and there is no conspiracy and all that. I still like I bought this device because I like it, right? So I'm just wondering, let's say they don't support it anymore, or like do you think someone else, or let's say some open source guys, can keep updating, or I don't know.
Maybe.
Like, it just
I
feels
don't
like
know
such a
if
loss, man. I don't know. It's a nice device, actually. I like
Didn't
it.
the new firmware like
course.
cause some issues? Like people are reporting their transactions are bricked with the new firmware update that they did, supposedly fixing the bug.
I've heard that it's bricking at different stages. So yeah, if you have one of these devices, I wouldn't update the firmware for multiple reasons, but
yeah, I did, and I just created like a new seed phrase in the way,
Can I add just two quick things? One is our CTO thinks that the Brookings reports might be if you, and I don't think I've seen anyone talk about this, but we were looking at it today and yesterday. Might be if you install like the wrong firmware, like the firmware for one of the devices on another device. Like if you install the Q on the Mark
that would make
IV.
sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense because it should check for that. Like on device, it should not try to install. But also, we're not sure if bricking is the right thing. We think maybe you could just do a power reset, unplug, replug, or if you have the Q, like remove all the batteries. So, and I did see a Coinkite also post that, I think, today. So it might not be, people might be thinking it's getting bricked, but you might be able to do a full power cycle. The other question about the firmware, I don't know if you guys saw Mark Carpel's, Magical Tux from the Mt. Gox days is working on a from scratch firmware rewrite for these devices now.
No, that sounds awesome. I guess.
It's
I don't know who that guy is, but assuming he's a good actor or a well-meaning
well,
actor.
I don't know. He's like famous from the Mt. Gox days. He was, I think, like the CEO. I'll try to, if I can find his tweet, I hope he hasn't deleted it. If I can find his tweet, I'll pin it to the
Yeah,
the
this is
thing.
also a very opportune moment for any scammer to do something like that, you know.
Yeah,
Like I just made a brand new firmware that fixes everything, you know.
What I'm really trying to say is that it's a shame if this just dead technology, or we don't like these are actually nice to hold and to use, you know, all of that. So
Yeah,
it
for
would be a
now. I
shame
mean,
to,
I agree. I think so. I'm hoping with my messaging to all hardware manufacturers, even though there's only one up here on stage, like I think there are a lot of power users who really like a tactile, full, you know, keyboard, not a touchscreen. You know, like they just want like a fucking BlackBerry, basically. So I think there's an opportunity there, and so in the meantime, personally, I'm gonna continue to use my Q as my main driver, most likely. You know, and MBK, if you're in the audience, you know, feel free to send me a Q too. They'll take it. But
Zach, by the way, is Foundation based in Europe or US?
So we're a US company. I think we're the only ones in the whole space that also manufacture in the US. But we have employees in Europe as well. And I just pinned Mark Karpel's tweet here. I think you guys can see it. He didn't actually tweet it from his main, like he replied to Grubel's a couple days or yesterday, it looks like. So it's just interesting news. I mean, he is a legit guy. I cannot speak to his credibility, but I thought this was really cool.
Was it in response to Grubel saying that he was affected?
No, Grubels was asking if Coinkite goes out of business, then he was kind of making a joke about if their current licensing for the code prevents someone from forking it and continuing it. I think it was kind of a joke. It was like half serious, half joke, and that's when Mark Karpels chimed in. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. Like, at this point, why wouldn't you just be like, you know, sorry, we fucked up. Let's just make this FOSS, even if we're not going to continue as a company. Like, just fucking open the doors.
I'm sure they will.
Is there anything?
I'm sure they
will.
I
hope they
will. Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
I hope
they?
do.
Right? Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Right.
It must be so insane, right? How there's just too much going on. But I'm
there's
sure
tons of things going on, right? And that's the other thing. I mean, you know, so like, I know we've had moments of conspiracy up here, but from what I've seen from employees still working for Coinkite, right, and then even like, you know, conversations with MBK I've had since this has gone down, like it's fucking, you know, madness, and it feels like they're doing their best, right, to like help out as much as possible. So, you know, from what I can tell, I mean, I agree with Mr. Hoddle. Like, it just seems like incompetence, right, and misfortune that it was such a kind of obscure bug, right? Nobody caught it. It was just, you know, it was like so dumb and whatever that it just, people couldn't catch it. And then now everyone's just trying to fucking like, you know, pick up the pieces and help out anybody that might still be affected but haven't moved their shit yet. So I don't know. Like I kind of, obviously the victims first and foremost, like I feel for them the most, but also the employees, I feel for them too. And man, like, you know, I know like everyone has their reasons for not liking certain aspects of MVK, and like he can come across as very retarded sometimes, and very, you know, he's got a big ego. I get it, but dude, his life just blew up. Like his life is fucked in a lot of ways, and I don't know if he'll be able to recover. I hope he will. I think he still has more to give to Bitcoin if he's ever able to regain any trust.
Do you know if he's made any statements since the blog post or anything?
I don't know. I haven't really been he's been retweeting things. So like, but I haven't been following if he's been posting his own things. Honestly, like I actually haven't been really looking at my timeline on Twitter very much at all. It's just things that people send me in DMs because I've just been on Spaces perpetually, so I just haven't had time. But anyways, it's like at the end of the day, first and foremost, we still want to focus on saving as much Bitcoin as possible, right? Like we don't want the fucking assholes in this space to steal it, right? Like property rights are important in Bitcoin, so we want to try to prevent theft as much as possible because theft weakens our system, I think. So, it's still like that's the primary focus. But then on top of that, I think unity and the forever march forward to harden the system itself and to, bridge the people working to make this a better system, I think will always make it stronger. So if people have more to give, then I hope that they're able to give more. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I hope that made sense. Okay. That's it. All right, let's bring up a lot of people here. So there's people waiting. I'm also driving, so sorry for Fox in there. What's up, Tone or Tomer?
Yeah.
One of you.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, Tone is up here too. We both have similar sounding names, so I'm not sure who you called on.
I called on both of you. What? Tone, but Tone, your mic is. Wait, no, Tone. Your mic is fucking nuked. It feels like you're speaking in a tin can. So when we figure that out, Tomer, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. It's a bit of a change of topic, and I don't know if it's been discussed because I haven't had a chance to listen that much. But one of the things I've noticed over the course of this has been a long weekend here in Canada, but so it's just over, is like there's a lot of people suffering from a lot of anxiety, even though they're technically safe. Like the number of people I know who rolled dice on a cold card or had a strong password or did both of those things, who still are anxious to get their hands on some other kind of device and migrate off of that device for peace of mind and are worried because they have their life savings on these things is very high. And uh, and there's stuff being said on a variety of spaces that I think is only causing more anxiety.
Yep, stoking the flames.
Yeah,
or fanning the flames rather.
Right, and so I'm not going to tell people up here what to say, but I think for the people listening who are feeling anxious, worried, panicked, whatever the term is, there's a rational approach here in terms of what you can do. There's lots of numerous paths, right? There is a path to ensure that you've got something that is secure by starting over. There's the path to verify that what you have already is secure, in which case, don't panic. You probably don't need to do anything. For some people, there's move your coins to an exchange or do something that's custodial that gives you peace of mind. Um, but take care of your mental health as well as take care of your stack, I guess, is the sentiment that I'm issuing here. And if you're someone who's feeling anxiety and you're stuck on Spaces all day, waiting for the next shoe to drop, waiting for the next big problem, worried about it, I wish there was something I could do to give you comfort, but I just be mindful of the anxiety you're going through. And that's a form of suffering that you're going through, and it's unhealthy, especially if it lasts long. So do what you can to self-regulate, meditate, breathe, go out and do something that is going to take your mind off of this. And that's really the main thing I wanted to say, just because I'm seeing a lot of friends suffer somewhat unnecessarily. But anyhow, that's it. If Tone's back, he can take the mic.
No, he's not, and I agree. I mean, I'm sure, as you know, like the past 4 or 5 days have been not only helping people move their things, kind of that be the primary focus, but also, like you said, quelling fears, right? So I'm sure if you've been listening, you've heard plenty of people come up and be like, I've got a cold card. I'm sure I rolled the dice 100 times. And then we're up here and we're just like, you're good. Breathe. If you don't trust it, you can move off eventually, but don't make any rash decisions. You're safe. It's like if you're sure you did the 100 dice, then you're good. But do whatever you got to do from here forward and do it in a sound state of mind, right? If you still feel nervous, then like there's a higher chance of fucking things up, right? Now, of course, if you're in the other situation where you are affected because you use the just the random generation from the cold card itself, then obviously there's a different situation. You have to kind of move quick, and it's important to still keep your head on your shoulders, but like there is no time to kind of wait, right? So first of all, you got to figure out which bucket you're in, and then regardless of the bucket you're in, you kind of have to breathe and make a smart decision. And either you're making a smart decision and you're kind of taking your time because you realize that you are safe, or hopefully you're making a smart decision and you're acting quickly because you're at risk, right? And by the way, if anyone is still confused as to whether or not they're at risk, you've been seeing all the people who've come up here on Spaces. I think many of our DMs are open. Mine are open. I try to get to them as quickly as possible, although there's times where I just have to take a break, so it might take a few hours to get through everything. But we'll try to help you to the best of our ability, and tell you kind of how we think you're affected, and if you need to be moving quickly or if you can kind of take your time. So I hope it's known that we're still, even though we're talking about kind of other aspects of this now, we're still here to help if you need help, and in any facet, really. Okay, so let me see if we can bring up anyone else here. Yeah, and I do. Maybe we explored the whole CTO being the same person thing enough. I don't know if there's really much else to say. I don't really want to go down the conspiratorial path here. I want to wait for more evidence. I want to see, how it plays out in terms of where Peter's at, if he's gonna make a statement or, be public about anything in regards to what's happened. To be honest, I'd never known of Peter before this, so Peter Gray I'm speaking about. So his handle Doc Hex, is that it? I guess I'm following him. That's funny, but I didn't even know who he was. You know what I did at one point, which was probably like the most fed thing to do that I've ever done, is I just went through a list. I actually asked ChatGPT, I was like, can you give me a list of every Bitcoin developer there is? And then their socials, and I followed all of them on Twitter. That probably was, I set off some alarm bells. Anyways, what's up, Feather?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, wanted to see, this could be totally way off, but is it possible, you know how Bolt's like shut down their service? My understanding was, that you can kind of obfuscate your transactions by going, kind of going out of the Lightning network on to like on chain. And so I'm wondering, do you think that, is there any way they shut down their service so that the person specifically couldn't like open a Lightning channel and then basically get back on chain and try to?
That was my first instinct, but I think if it is that in any regard, it's also probably defensive in terms of just not wanting to lose funds in case there's any exploits found elsewhere. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating here, to be honest. But there's probably multiple reasons why they shut it down. We did have well, Evan came up here the other day and talked about it a little bit because I think he has a little bit more direct understanding of those decisions. And if I'm being honest, I was busy at the time, so I couldn't really hear or digest everything he said. But I want to say both of those things were mentioned, and maybe some others. Cool. And quick question: as far as like a Sparrow alternative, like if you kind of create your multi-sig in Sparrow, say for whatever reason Sparrow just goes bust, do you know of an alternative like that where you can kind of reassemble your wallet?
So you can do it on Nunchuck. I believe you can do it on Blue Wallet. I've never tried it, but I would assume, and this is a big assumption, so please verify this, but I would assume you can do it on Electrum. I don't know if anyone has experience on that and can do a test to that idea.
I think you can probably also do it on Bitcoin Core.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So like if you want to do it on Bitcoin Core, like a real Cypherpunk, I'm sure an AI could assist you do that.
Bitcoin Core is not as hard as everyone makes it out to be, although sometimes it is.
Yeah. Although, I mean, so yeah, I'm sure it has its own, difficulties in use. But honestly, with the advent of AI and just how good it is, and I'm pretty sure, AI has digested every single piece of content around, like using Bitcoin Core and all the different, things you got to do to make things work. All different problems that people have had. So it has some pretty good context around these things and could probably teach you how to use it in different ways, just directly. So that might be pretty cool to learn how to do, honestly. Maybe that's my next step in this evolution of everything. Maybe JW was right all along and we all just should be using Bitcoin Core.
And sorry, last question. Okay, so if I was using a queue in a multi-sig setup, and it was 2 of 2, I'll be switching to 2 of 3. But if I was transacting with a queue with a multi-sig setup, is there any reason I should be concerned about that other key that wasn't the queue if it was generated apart from the queue, as far as just being like exposed in any way?
No. From everything we know, there's no other devices that have been affected in any catastrophic way. So, right now you've got some armor on, you took 1 bullet. Your armor's still good as far as we know, right? But you do want to move it because, in another catastrophic failure, right, 1 more bullet will kill you. So you want to move it. You want to basically get your HP back to 100 so that you can take 2 more bullets in the future. And by the way, like if your queue was just using the bear seed, then you took a bullet, right? If your queue was using dice rolls, then you did not take a bullet. If your queue, even with the bear seed, had dice rolls on top, sufficient number of dice rolls, like 50 plus, then the consensus is that you were also safe, although that path probably needs to be more heavily verified and vetted. And so I think, Portland might look into that next. Maybe someone else will. But at the moment, plenty of people have directed like Kimi K3 to try to exploit that particular path, and Kimi couldn't. So it seems as though the extra entropy from the dice did indeed generate a sufficiently random seed if you did it that way. So again, bear seed, like a random seed generated from the cold card, but with 50 plus dice rolls is sufficient, no bullet. And then, last but not least, random seed from the cold card, but with a very long passphrase, like a 12-bit 39-word passphrase or something like that would be also sufficient, where you'll probably never, that maybe that bullet is coming at you in slow motion and it'll reach you in a million years, but you'll be long dead before it hits you, so that's fine. So I think that's kind of the best way to think about it. So, yeah, you don't have to tell us if you've been compromised or not with that one key, but I would suggest you get a new suit of armor if you have at some point soon.
Yep. And privacy wise though, because I'll just tell you straight up, I did not have a passphrase and I did not use dice rolls on that queue. So privacy wise for the other, assuming that the queue does eventually go down, privacy wise for the other key that was in the 2 of 2 multisig,
the other key
basically
fine.
you wouldn't be concerned with any privacy related issues either.
No. So the two keys are completely separate, right? I mean, you could have a 2 of 2 multisig with two different people having their own keys. And when you sign this multisig, you don't get any information about, one key or the other from each other, right? You're just signing it. So they only see the signatures of the key itself. And privacy wise, it will be trivial at some point when they have the full set of these newer devices, the Mark 4, 5, and Q, right? Eventually we'll have that complete table fully ground through. And when they do, it'll be trivial to see any multisigs that were using, one or more of those keys and have since migrated, right? Because they'll see on chain the public key used in the migration, and then it'll just be a quick lookup to match it to the private key in their table. So you will, all your privacy in that multisig is nuked, or you can assume it will be in the future. So don't worry about don't worry about sweeping it with one transaction. Just fucking sweep it at this point, because it's already all correlated. It doesn't really matter, unless of course you care about having like different dollar bills in your wallet or whatever. Like some people want to have like a few millions, a few fives, a few tens, whatever.
Do we have
I mean,
Wicked?
it's all correlated, so it doesn't even matter in that case, to be honest. Go ahead, Tomo.
Is there some good analysis of how long it's expected? And I'm not asking this for people to drag their heels on it, but how long it might be expected before the 70-bit entropy is cracked?
So it seems to me, so with the so by the way, just to update our mental model here, a 70-bit entropy would, in theory, take something like an entire GPU farm to grind for 1 day to crack one key. It's pretty clear that the entropy is actually much further constrained than 70, because there has been more than, one key cracked a day, right? There's been quite a few at this point. The first of which was reported to have happened, I believe, Saturday morning, right? TC just told us about one that happened Saturday evening, along with a bunch of other ones that were swept. It was swept with. So I believe the search space for the higher models is actually much more constrained than the 70. I think the 70 is an upper bound, and maybe the lower bound is closer to 50. To which Kevin could maybe attest. But with a 50-bit lower bound, we're talking about these things being found much, much quicker, and without the need for like entire GPU farms, right? Now, how long it takes to grind through every single possible key in that space, in the more constrained space, probably, I don't know. Like, I mean, it really depends on how quickly.
Okay, no, my question was
looking,
like,
right?
is it going to happen within days or years?
Well, that's the
and
thing,
it sounds
right?
like it's days.
I would assume days, because I believe as the news spreads, and by this point, every black hat hacker has probably heard of it and already started to explore this space. And so it's not just one person traversing the whole bucket of water atoms. It's like a whole bunch of people, taking scoops out and checking. And some of those scoops have, a bit of overlap, but it's only a matter of time before the whole bucket is explored, right? So I do think, I do think it's probably within days that all base seeds of newer devices will be swept and explored. And then once those are completely explored, then you just start doing all the other things like combining seeds from multisigs. I'm probably going to be looking on chain first to see if any have any signatures like public keys and multisigs on chain that can be matched, and then you know kind of how to combine them. Especially if there's 3 matches, then you can rug the whole thing. You can reconstitute the entire multisig, rug the whole thing. But even if there's 2 matches, then at the very least, you can check the addresses that have already been spent from and see if there's any address reuse. And if there is, you can sweep those funds. And then you're just on the prowl for any future spends using those same public keys, and then you start an RBF4 and sweep those in flight, assuming they don't use Slipstream. So that will definitely be kind of ready to rock and roll, I'd imagine, within a few days for these hackers. Passphrases will be ground on top of those things. Maybe like small amounts of dice roll entropy, right? If someone like rolled a few dice on top or whatever, those will probably be ground. By the way, it always feels weird to say ground for some reason, like when I'm talking about this.
Grinded.
Grinded? Is there a better term for that?
I know it's not, you're using the correct word, but you're right that it doesn't sound, because it's also the word for what you touch when you
ground
when you
beef.
bend ground. Well, it is in the sense like ground beef, but it's not like touching the ground. And I think that's why it feels odd, but because what you're actually after is grinded, right? It's beef that's been grinded. Grind, they're grinding the passwords, they're grinding the passphrases. Once they're grinded, they're ground.
Yes.
What happens in situations where people had like say they roll 10 or 15 times, but they also put a passphrase on top of that? They should still be okay too, right?
It all is additive,
they're
but
even
it's
better. Yeah, it's all additive. You're right, Tommy.
It's just everything that's entropy gets concatenated and hashed, and so you're hashing from a much more entropic base. So
and if you had done these things on a properly made seed from the RGN, then it would also have been additive in the sense that you're concatenating, but you're concatenating at this point more than 256 bits of entropy going into the hash function. So you're not really getting any more entropy. Right?
Thank you, boys.
At that point, it's capped at 256.
Wicked, man. Thank you for hosting these spaces. Gotta go, but appreciate you, man.
Yep. Thanks for coming up. Kevin, what's up, dude? You got some commentary here?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's more on the question about multisig earlier. About like having only 2 out of 3 keys or something, and what's happening about the other key. When you are rotating to a new wallet, there is actually a privacy risk even for your other key that's not a cold card. And so you should use a different, what we call like an account number in Bitcoin, or a different derivation path, basically. So you can keep the same mnemonic. Of course, I'm not talking about the cold cards here, right? I'm talking about, I don't know, you have a ledger on your multisig as well. You can keep the same ledger. You can keep the same mnemonic. So if you already have it on Metal or whatever, you can keep that one. But when you put it into a new multisig, make sure you select a different account number on Sparrow or Liana or whatever. You have this option. And this is to make sure that none of the public keys associated, so you will have a different xpub, even though it's the same mnemonic. It's to make sure that none of the public keys are going to be revealed. And otherwise, what happens is that on the first, let's say on your compromised wallet, you did 100 transactions. Then on your new wallet, if you keep the same account number, the first 100 transactions will be visible on chain that it used the same key, that specific ledger, even if you had 2 different devices with it on the other one. Because every time you spend, you reveal all of the public keys, not the xpubs, all of the public keys on that. So you can keep the same key, you can keep the same mnemonic, but make sure you use a different account number. Otherwise, there is a privacy risk. Yes.
I will say real quick that I think most people right now are rotating into a new multisig and probably using the same mnemonic and the same account, and so they're not taking this privacy risk at heart. But I will also say it doesn't matter if you're just sweeping everything to the new account, because you've already you've already correlated everything in the old one and then moved it straight over to the new one with no coin joining or obfuscation in between. So this only matters if you're trying to obfuscate the rotation and you're taking intermediary steps and not just rotating to a brand new multisig. Because even if you're rotating to a brand new multisig and then you change the account number, I mean, the attack, well, not the attacker, but people who are on-chain sleuths won't necessarily know that you're using the same device, but they know that the same person just swept to a different multisig. So it's still correlated, right? They just don't know that you kept the same device in the new multisig. So anyways, I mean, there's some nuance there. But thanks for bringing that up. I hadn't thought about that. Cool. What's up, Ocean Lawyer?
Hey. Yeah, it just seems a little. I was wondering that same question, like just having the non-compromised wallet being or a private key being correlated with the compromised one. But okay, well, yeah. What I originally wanted to talk about was more of a question for Zach, although he responded to me in my DMs. Like, I was just wondering if hardware wallet vendors were going to be offering ways to verify that their TRNGs were actually functional, unlike cold cards. Because I kind of got inspiration from Portland, what he did with the dice rolling aspect. I'm like, well, if you can emulate that, you should be able to emulate like the actual the RNG that actually generates truly random seed phrases or mnemonics. So and it's, I mean, I did on my clinker. It wasn't using it wasn't using like a true ARM emulator, and like it was I was using like DeepSeek V4 locally to do it, and I didn't really trust it, so I took its result and put it into Gimme K3 on Venice, and it was saying like it was pointing out all these problems with that uh, with what DeepSeek was doing, but I don't know. I think it should be if as long as you can like run bytecode for bytecode is what the actual hardware device is doing on some other device that makes it more you could just crank out like 10,000, 100,000, a million seeds. Like you should be able to find collisions and detect this kind of thing.
If it's really poor input entropy.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the tragedies, is that literally anybody could have done this at any point in time on like consumer grade hardware, and they probably would have detected it.
Can
I mean, but it was such a smooth brain left curve approach of checking entropy that nobody thought was even worthwhile doing, that they just didn't do it. Right? It's like, that's like the ooga booga, like, I don't trust it, I'm just gonna fucking, just grind like a million to see, and then nobody ooga booga'd it, bro.
It's like for me. Oh, so let me just tell a short story. That
sure.
For me, I ended up actually doing the right thing, moving to dice roll multisig when I was teaching someone I care about very much how to use a cold card, and I just didn't feel that I could. Telling him that Bitcoin is all about don't trust, verify. And if the first step was trust this machine to generate your address, he would give me a cockeyed look and say, "What? what's wrong with you? Because I couldn't explain all the internal workings of the hardware. So we bought 100 dice and we went through the video of this. And it's like, say, if I was doing it for myself, I would have trusted it. And I would have found myself in the same situation, but it was having another, trying to prove to somebody else that we were doing something trustless required that we actually did something trustless.
Yeah, or trust
Sure.
minimized, I should say. You can't be fully trustless, but trust minimized.
And I want
Go
just
ahead,
to
Zach.
answer kind of the question from Ocean and from like a manufacturer or hardware wallet vendor point of view. It's actually kind of complicated, and there's like multiple there's multiple different ways to break up how you verify that the output of the random number generator is sufficiently random. So like one is to do testing on your own hardware before shipping to customers. So that's like an obvious answer, but it's also not that obvious, right? Because not everyone does it. And so like before you ship, you want to have some kind of internal maybe app or internal firmware feature on the device to be able to like generate a huge number of random numbers and then output those to say like if you have like a micro SD slot or something, right? Like a micro SD card, and then do some statistical analysis on that to make sure that it's like sufficiently random. Another thing is, which I don't think anyone has done, and we're looking at doing right now, is making that available as like an app to our users where you could like output that to a flash drive or SD card or whatever, and then like security researchers and such can look at that themselves. But there's also a question of like we were just having a debate because we're working on the dice roll feature for Passport Prime, and we were having a debate as to whether we should be checking or doing any statistical analysis in real time on hardware as the user is entering in dice rolls to stop them from entering like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like 50 times. And it's actually really hard because at first glance you're like, oh yeah, just don't let them enter the same number in, right? Like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But there can be like any combination of numbers, and there is some like analysis that we could do, but it gets very complicated very fast. And so we're trying to figure out the best way, to do that. But it's and then the other thing I would say is you have to account for edge cases where even if your like results before you ship to customers, even if that looks okay, what if there's a hardware failure on your board? What if you're using a specific part? What if there's a hardware failure that happens randomly to a customer in real time? And this was actually one of the vulnerabilities that or bugs in our passport code base that we tweeted about, I think yesterday, that Rob Hamilton reported to us, but like we had already found it Thursday night when we were running it on our own code base. There was this like very obscure hypothetical failure for the older passport models where if like one of the sources broke in real time, it would not stop the seed creation. It would just move forward and generate the seed from the other two sources, which was still more than sufficient in terms of entropy because like we had three sources. But Kimmy was scared and that's why it was reported to us because it thought that if one of the sources broke in real time that it would it thought if one of the sources broke in real time that it would completely invalidate the other two, which it was wrong about. But so like this gets very complicated because even if you can show in like the lab before you ship, you cannot necessarily verify that you have a customer has some obscure failure to something, and then there's a cascade, and then all of a sudden they end up with like an insecure seed.
Yeah. So two points you brought up. The problem with the internal grinding before you release a hardware wallet, or even making that easier for security teams to audit themselves, is it's kind of a temporal problem, right? You might grind up to like to be convinced that your product is shipping with at least 70 bits of entropy. Like you're going to grind for a certain amount of time, right? But the problem is maybe it's only giving you like 71, and you're not going to know until some point in the future where it's a lot cheaper to grind to 71, right? And the more you get above that, like let's say it's 80, well, now you're dealing with, well, we're not going to be able to do 80 cheap enough until 5 years from now. So it kind of like, I mean, it's important do it, but at the same time, it doesn't really solve the problem because compute gets cheaper over time. And the more buffer there is between what you feel comfortable grinding to like convince yourself there's enough entropy, and then where it might actually be if there is a bug, and all you're doing is the brute force like check. It actually takes longer to find, which is worse, right? The longer it takes to find, and then all of a sudden you find it because you've reached this new state of the world where renting a whole GPU farm costs fucking like 10 cents or whatever, right? Then it's trivial to grind up to 80, and all of a sudden everyone realizes like, holy shit, it's only 80, and there's all these clashes, blah blah blah, or collisions, and then the whole thing kind of happens all over again. So I don't know if the brute force approach it helps you it only really helps you in your current state of compute, like global compute, but it doesn't protect you against a future state if the entropy is just a little buffer up above of what you're willing to check now.
Well, I would say like the thing I'm more worried about personally is if you're only relying on like a single source of entropy that comes from let's say a single source that maybe cannot be fully trusted. And I'm speaking more from a vendor point of view, which is why I do think like the gold standard amongst hardware wallets is to combine multiple entropy sources. But I do think sufficient analysis can be done on an output from a hardware wallet, for example, us testing it, we're generating lots of random numbers before shipping to customers. But I think maybe where I would kind of add some nuance and kind of agree with you is that how do you guarantee that every customer, receives that exact same entropy guarantees? And my approach is like the only way you can guarantee that is by one, having like reproducible code so that you have guarantees about the code that's running, open source, multiple entropy sources, and obviously to say, making sure that folks have looked at that, code and making sure that the entropy sources are sufficiently combined. But I understand why, after all this, a lot of folks are like, you just don't trust anyone, right? And generate your own seed, and that makes sense here. But what I would say is that like the entire internet is built off of being able to get a good source of randomness for cryptography, right? Like the great examples like the Cloudflare lava lamps. If everyone realized, just to be clear, it's like they have like a camera pointing at like lava lamps, and that's how they're getting random numbers for their entropy, or at least that's what the story goes by. I don't know if that's what they still do today, but you can apparently walk into the Cloudflare headquarters and see all the lava lamps there. But it's
I think that might be their fallback now.
I hope so. But it's my point is just like there's two things going on. One is I don't want this incident to make everyone be afraid that you can't trust any random number generation, because like the entire modern digital society is built on that. But on the flip side, as a sovereign, as a user that values their sovereignty, and especially with Bitcoin, right? Like absolutely don't trust verify, and if you feel capable of generating your own randomness, do it, and it's very empowering. So I don't know if that's like a great answer, but I just want to kind of be transparent about how we're thinking about it.
Is that, I mean, I think I may have already asked you this before, but hearing you just kind of word it that way, is this a thought that you're now having kind of in a new way because of this, and one that you hadn't fully digested prior to this, and part of the reason why like you guys didn't have something like a dice roll in the foundation?
Well, we had, I've talked about this before, maybe not here, right, of course, but we've always had the last word of the bring in your own 11 or 23 words. But it's because over the last few years, like the stuff that I was exposed to was stories about people messing up dice rolls and that kind of thing. But but that's also
that was another thing I wanted to bring up, by the way.
And that's why I'm trying to point out that I'm still very torn about adding this feature, and we are adding it. We're actually maybe I'll post the video today. about on our simulator, but we are adding the dice roll feature. It's nice, it's cool, but we're arguing right now internally trying to decide what checks we do on it.
Yeah.
Cause like, I don't know how to do a check on this. You
Yeah.
can you can tell me
I
maybe.
have an
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. So first of all, so cold card, I believe what the more recent firmware is doing a check where like if any number appears more than 30% of the time, then it warns you. I think that's fair. I think another one you can do, so like obviously if someone's doing 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6, it looks like they perfectly have, you know, like evenness in their number presses, and so it's not going to trigger that check. But in the very beginning, you can just check like the first maybe 24 dice rolls or even less, 12 dice rolls, and just see if there's any obvious um, patterns. You know, like the obvious ones where it's like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 or 1 2 3 5 6 1 2 3 5 6, right? Like that type of thing, or even like 1 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3 4 4 4. I think there's, you know, without exploring, like without letting them type in 100 dice, because the combinatoric, like when you combine all the possibilities of checks after they've already input 100 dice rolls, then it blows out, right? It gets crazy. So I think you have to do a lot of those checks prior to the 100th input, and you know, maybe even after like 10 or 15 or 20 dice rolls, or 12 if you want to have like a nice, you know, whatever number that's, or 16, I don't know, maybe 16 makes sense. But you can do some of those checks even right at that point. And if you detect that they're doing a pattern, then you just flash a warning after the 16th dice roll and says, it looks like you just did, you know, like a pretty low entropy pattern. Are you sure you want to continue? You should really, you know, be rolling real dice and putting them in exactly as they land. Don't do any patterns if you know, unless you're doing this on purpose, right? Because there might be some people who also want to generate a low entropy one just for academic purposes, right? But the other thing is like, you're not making an advanced user like fucking academic purposes wallet. I think maybe that might have been kind of a cold card thing, because I had used a cold card to do that. Like I was like, I want to see the fucking 1 dice roll and see who's put things in and how often it gets swept. That's like academic. But if you're just trying to be a user wallet, like just fucking let them know, like, hey, that's not okay. And you can do that pretty early on. You don't have to wait until they put in all the dice rolls.
That's what we're working on right now, and we'll definitely be doing a lot of what you just said. I'll check with the team today too to see what the progress is, but there will be checks, there will be warnings. But just so you know, like from a user experience and legal perspective, and I can't really give I can't give exact examples. But like if you have a UX flow that lets someone create an insecure seed and they screw something up, and they lose money, like they will get a lawyer and they will send you a legal letter, and like this this does happen. And so like there's another thing from like the
Well, there must be precedent set from cold card then. So do we know that precedent?
I don't know. I can only speak to my own experience with having warnings during setup where you say like, you know, passport says like, are you sure you want to skip the, you know, the backup, right? Like you this is not a good idea. And then the person's like, yeah, skip. And then they get confused about their backup. And then
So don't let them skip.
well, exactly. But my point then is like, what about with the dice roll example? If you know,
Don't don't allow them to not roll more than like say 100 rolls. Like,
but
make them
but
roll
is it
100
our
rolls.
responsibility if they do some, you know, combo of numbers that we know is
That's low
yes, I'm
entropy.
just trying to point out, I'm not saying we can't do it. Like we are doing it.
Yeah, but at 100 rolls,
No. If it's a common, if so again, Mr. Huddle, if it's like 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then
no.
that's just
You would
repeated
obviously
100
look.
times.
You would definitely check for patterns. I mean, if someone's doing 1 1 2 2 1,
but that's complicated,
Hello?
which is what
Can
we're
y'all hear
talking
me?
about,
Can y'all
right?
hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello.
Yeah, Michael, what's
Okay,
up?
what y'all are talking about is sort of batshit crazy, and I kind of disagree with it. I want to go back to Zach's take, which is we have to also not make the conclusion of this that we can't trust random number generation. I think really what I would like the takeaway to be is you don't want shoddy code that doesn't have a bunch of eyes on it, that isn't in the graces. And Zach, thank you for correcting me publicly, open source or FOSS. So I think the idea of a person confirming some arbitrary pattern, and also that is the problem with randomness, is it's fucking random. It's hard to look for random patterns because random patterns are also random when they come up, and there can be coincidences. All I'm trying to say is
Some
this is the wrong
are
approach. We're
way
pushing this
more
too
obvious
hard
patterns than
in the
others.
wrong direction, in my
Listen,
opinion.
for someone like me, I honestly don't give a shit if the hardware wallet has dice capability or not today, because I know other ways of doing it. So as long as I could import a seed of my own into a device, that's all I care about. But now that this happened, if someone gets a hardware wallet and is not trusting the random number signature and they want to make their own entropy, it would be nice if there was like a calculator, just like that gives you the hash of what your either quarters or dice, whatever, just like a calculator. That's all.
Arguably, the cold
Or
card
how
looked like a
about
calculator. I don't know if
It
you know
did. It did. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, that form factor might
Hey,
be off the table for a little while.
real quick, I gotta drop soon, but Zach, I sent you a message. Hopefully we can touch base later today. Wicked, thanks, man. I'm gonna drop. See you.
I mean, I still think it's kind of an interesting idea. Can you guys hear me, by the way? I have bad internet. Okay. I still think it's kind of an interesting idea just to have one single device that just gives you the seed phrase and doesn't do the signing. And it's just like, and then because it's much simpler and lighter weight, both in terms of firmware and hardware, it's much easier to review. And then you just have like your, kick-ass RNG device that like doesn't do the signing. It just gives you the seed phrase, and then you can load that seed phrase in all the other ones. But you trust that one more because it's simpler and better reviewed and easier to review. I mean, I think that might not be a bad thing, right? As an option for those who are like, suspicious of devices that have a lot more complexity, wiring everything up correctly.
That's actually funny because that's called a dice. Well, a die or a bunch of dice.
Well,
you can do it on paper, right? Like they are these
no,
these
but
tables.
one with a true, like, like one of the chips that does the fucking entropy the way that it should, right? I don't know. Anyways, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I just meant that you can, you can find these tables online. You roll the dice that gives you numbers, and then this number gives you the corresponding seed word. So you can do this manually. The only thing you have to do then with basically a calculator or a device is the last word, the checksum, right? So there is always, of course, something to verify on the software, but technically speaking, there is no problem with rolling dice. The problem is a human again. If the human is starting to not roll the dice properly, then we're back to square one. It's fucked. But yeah, we do have like a lot of ways to generate entropy. The problem is the human reading it and putting it into the device that is going to be signing after.
But even for Monopoly dice, like say you have some Monopoly dice and number.
No, that's not the problem. The problem isn't that the dice is slightly weighted in one way. I mean, although that could be a problem if really bad. The main problem is that humans think they see patterns and then they don't enter those patterns because they think it's not random, and then they completely
think when they're
bias
rolling
their
isn't
rolls.
random.
Yeah, so like for example, if you rolled 10 ones in a row, you're gonna put them in because like you roll those, or, you understand, like you just fucking roll it and put it in. But the average person's gonna roll 10 ones in a row. I'm not gonna roll that. I'm not gonna put in that 10th one,
Yeah,
right?
but Wicked,
Like,
if he rolls
it might
over
even be
100
earlier than that.
times. Yeah, but if he
But
rolls
you're
over
misunderstanding
100
then. What
times,
that means is that
and he put in.
no. Listen, stop. Just one sec. You're not understanding this point. If you are exploring this entropy space and now you've ruled out all combinations of all 100 rolls that has any like number repeated 10 times in a row, you've now reduced your exploration space by a great amount, right? I mean, you're not looking at 2 to the 256, you're now looking at a way smaller subset, because you know that most humans aren't going to put in 10 ones in a row or 10 sixes in a row anywhere within those 100 dice rolls. So that's what we're trying to say. It's like it's the human bias that fucks it up, because humans don't like doing that. When they're trying to produce randomness, they want it to look random and they feel like, oh, it needs to be random.
Okay, but hear
right?
me out. Okay, I
And
hear what
so
you're saying, but hear me out. Say
like
I rolled.
that's the real
Say
concern. That's the right curve or gigabrain
all right.
concern. Okay,
So
you have to understand it from that side too.
say I rolled. I don't know. My first 15 rolls, the number 6 came out. The first 15 rolls. I'm like, damn, that last 6, I don't want that last 6. I'm going to change that to an 8. And then I roll another 30 times. Everything looks good. And then I was like, you know what? I don't like that side. I'm going to change that. If you do that over 100 times, that is still fucking random. You can't tell me that's not random. Like, how is that not
It's
random?
probably random enough. It's probably random enough,
Probably.
but it's
If
far
you rolled
less
100
random.
times and you got 7 6s and you wanted to change that, you were like, fuck that that last 7 or that last 6. I want it to be a 4. And then you roll another 30 times. And then you're like, that last 5, I'm going to change that to a 2. Like, how does that defeat? Like, I don't understand how that, like,
You're not understanding the entire
no,
like
I'm not.
reduction of the search space across all iterations where anybody. So here's the thing, like if you are optimizing this, and let's say you're a super powerful AGI and you know everything about human psychology and the way that we do things retardedly, okay? I mean, because this is what you have to prepare for if you are a retard. That super powerful AGI is going to say, well, by everything I know and by everything I know about psychology, the average human, right? And I'm not saying you're the average human, but the average human isn't going to put in more than 5 of the same number in a row when they are trying to make random dice rolls. If they get a 5th one, they're going to skip it, right? And then like try again until they get something other than the prior 4 that were the same. So now that you have this AGI that has determined this based on everything it knows about humans and their psychology, it has reduced the search space by like, 2 to the power of who knows what. I mean, I should probably do the math because that'd be interesting. But it has reduced the search space to like way, way, way smaller. Instead of it being an atom in the universe, it might be like an atom in a galaxy now, something like that, or maybe even smaller, like probably even way smaller, maybe an atom in a fucking solar system, right? And the thing is, like, the more people that are doing this random entropy generation with dice, the more possibility of collision for these, normies who would do this type of thing where they don't do 5 dice rolls in a row. Now, of course, there's going to be people who are lucky and then just by chance get dice rolls where there are no 5s in a row, but they're also in that subset. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
No,
So,
I get it.
like,
I get it. I just think if you roll, if you do 200
but
rolls,
it's the combinations. It's any rule that you discover, and then any rule that you discover, and you know that psychologically it won't be done by the average person. You can apply that to all possible outcomes, and then X those out of the searches that you're doing because in your mind they're not worth searching for because most people aren't going to put that in anyways. And now you're just looking for a subset of what the average human would do given normal psychological, like function, right? Trying to make a random dice roll and then like introducing their own bias. That's the problem. It's not what you end up getting in the end. As a dice roller, you might be lucky enough where you don't introduce your bias.
I don't have
But
a
for someone
bias.
that
I mean, like,
does, you're in a
I'm
much
just thinking,
smaller
like, I'm
subset.
trying to think if I, like, I don't remember how I did it the first time, but I definitely didn't roll all 100 times. And I remember rolling. And then I was like, I'll just put in my number myself, a couple numbers, just closing my eyes and just like, like one of those. And then just rolling. And then just again, like, I don't know what the fuck I just put down. Like, how is that, like,
Dude, you're still not getting it correctly. You're still thinking about it as if this robot is trying to perfectly, generate your number or guess your number. That's not what it is. What it is that your number is now not part of the whole universe of options. And so it is reducing the universe so that the search space is much
okay.
smaller. And if you can reduce the universe of search space down to the size of a galaxy or down to the size of a Milky Way or down to the size of a bucket in the case of the Mark V or down to the size of a water drop in the case of the Mark III, the further you can reduce the search space, the more likely the collisions and the easier it is to traverse the entire search space and find everything in the
Yeah, I
first
get
place.
it. Okay.
So you just don't know where the computation is going to be within, 10 years, 20 years. And right now, droplets of water can be searched in hours. Buckets of water can be searched in days. Solar systems can probably be searched in years. Galaxies, maybe by then, will be able to be searched in years as well. So, you really do not want to constrain the universe of possibilities when you are rolling your own entropy, right? Or generating your own entropy. You want to do things in the least biased way possible. And part of maybe what you need to do as a manufacturer is you need to tell your user, no matter what you roll, you put that fucking shit in. Doesn't matter if it's 6 ones in a row, right? 10 ones in a row. Fuck it. Like, put that shit in. You fucking rolled that, and maybe it was a super low chance that it would happen, but you did it. And by you not putting it in, you are actually fucking yourself by introducing that bias and constraining the search space. Does that make sense? But that's the thing you need to convey. And it's just that idea just doesn't come
Yeah, no,
across
I
very
get it.
easily to
I get
anybody.
it. I just like,
That's not an intuitive idea.
yeah. I don't know. I remember like this last time, like now I made sure to fucking roll like over 300 times. I was fucking rolling 300 times for all of these fucking seeds.
That's one way you can deal with all this. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Maybe as the manufacturer, to prevent this from happening, instead of forcing them to roll 100 times, you just force them to roll like way over so that you are
way over.
Yeah, you could do like 150 or 200, and then that way, even if they do introduce bias, now you've like sufficiently concatenated or
I don't want to say who it was.
Mixed it up.
I don't want to say who it was, but he's like, "Am I the only one in this room that rolled 1,000 times just to make sure there's no bias in place?"
Well, that's not even possible. I think you can only go up to 200.
Yeah. No, he didn't do it on the cold card. He generated his own.
Nice. Yeah. So, anyways, maybe that's
make him fucking roll 300 times.
Coming up with the dumbest. Yeah, the dumbest ideas. Like, you gotta roll 200 times, bro.
But if you want to get rid of that bias, if you want to get rid of that element, you have to do that. Like, you just have to roll that many more times, so you're sure there was no like bias in play. That's all. It's possible. I don't know. Yep. Just do it. It takes, bro. And honestly, to do another 100 rolls, another 200 rolls, it's gonna take you another 10 minutes. Like, it's not gonna take you that long.
You know what is smart? You know what is smart about the way that Cold Card implemented it? Unlike Seed Signer, or unlike maybe some other ones that have done this, Cold Card didn't show you your prior rolls, so you didn't get that bias if you were like looking back at your prior rolls, right? So that's actually probably good UX if you are trying to reduce biases. You don't show.
The only reason, if you want to check it, like, you're not going to be able to check it after.
Too bad. Okay. Sorry, my son almost fell. Yeah. Well, no, too bad. You got to write it down if you want to check it. But just in terms of punching it in, right? You don't get that bias because you can't see the past rolls. So unless you are memorizing it, which I guess none of us have that short term of memory. So. Anyways, okay. Well, there's all sorts of design spaces here we can explore.
I used to have fun doing it. I used to love doing it. I used to love showing people how to make a hardware.
If anyone needs to hire or have a consultant in terms of like all these design spaces of how you can fucking implement these things or whatever, like Mr. Huddle and Wicked, we come as a package. We'll come and give you a consultation on that, and we'll just fucking work through all the ideas.
Very cheap.
Very cheap. Extremely cheap.
I mean, honestly, like, I used to
$300
I used to have a lot of fun. Like, now, I didn't have fun the other day doing it because I just had, it was just a lot. But normally, it was fun. It's fun taking out some dice. Like, I showed my kid how to make a wallet using dice, and he just, like, his mind was blown, like, absolutely blown that could turn into a wallet. So, like, I don't know. I think the way you like teach people these things, and they get Bitcoin, right? Like, I think you understand Bitcoin when you generated your own seed, and then you get the wallet details to that seed, and you see how it works. Like, you kind of start getting that aha moment. And unless you actually get your hands dirty and do it, you don't get that aha moment. You just think the Bitcoin is on the hardware device. You literally think the Bitcoin is sitting in the hardware, right? Like, you don't, or in the computer. But when you do that, when you say, like, when you delete a key and then you restore it on another device, and you see that balance on another device, you're like, oh, like, you just you start grasping it more.
Yeah, it's not on the hardware wallet, right? Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
for sure.
Like, even the other day, they're like, I'm watching people, my Bitcoin is gone, and it was in the cold card, and now it's gone. I'm like, dude, like it's like after like hearing this so many times, like explaining it's not really on the cold card, man. Like it doesn't work that way. But when you actually do it, then you start, I think, grasping it much faster.
That's another reason why the multi-vendor single sig is such a beautiful idea for verification and also for understanding. You know about this idea, Mr. Hoddle?
Well, no.
The multi-vendor single sig.
What?
You know who Tau is. The multi-vendor single sig. You know who Tau is.
What the fuck is a multi-vendor single sig? Yeah, no, I know what he is.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. So he came up with this idea where you can verify things in like the left curve way by putting in the same seed phrase in different vendors, and then you like craft transactions, sign them, and then you check the transaction hex to see if all the signatures match, so that you know that none of them are doing anything funky with the way that they're signing transactions and not leaking any information. So if they all match, then you're pretty confident that they're doing things in kind of a standard way and it's matching between all three devices. So that's the multi-vendor single sig.
Oh my god.
But the other benefit of doing the multi-vendor single sig is that you learn that the Bitcoin's not on the
Yeah.
device, right? You learn that right out the start, right out the gate. And then now you already have three devices. So you've passed the hurdle of understanding and of kind of learning how to do a left curve verification. And now you're also probably ready, like it's not that much of a leap to just be like, okay, well, let's put these into a multisig now, right? And then you're really actually protected. So I actually think like for anyone who wants to learn how these things work and who wants to verify or who wants to get extra security and wants to take the time, starting with the multi-vendor single sig is actually pretty good. Like it will teach you a lot about recovery and signing and like, all these things. And then maybe the next step is, okay, put those things into a multisig and start experimenting with that as well, right? Okay, but anyways, obviously different strokes for different folks, so that's not gonna work for everyone. But I think it is like a pretty good idea for someone who is really willing to commit time to understand these things and wants to, and they want to learn how they can do these things without having to like through the code themselves. Multi-vendor single sig. Come to Wicked's fucking conf multi-vendor single sig tutorial.
You should definitely make tutorial like of how to
do a multi-vendor single sig verification.
No, not that.
I'm gonna do it, bro.
I mean, fine,
care.
you could do that, but no, there's other things like you could show people Tails. Tails is fun right now. Show how to generate. Oh, you did the coins, right? You did the dice. You did the coins. There's something else I wanted. Like I was telling you. Hold on, let me find it. I wrote it down.
Hey, while he's doing that, anybody know the? Oh, sorry. Go.
No. Go ahead. Mine's have nothing.
I was just gonna say, does anybody know another option, another hardware wallet that also does the like ability to sign transactions with the SD card as opposed to using like QR codes and stuff?
Foundation does.
Sweet.
Foundation Passport.
So bitaddress.org gives you, this is what I used to use back in the day, to get details to wallets, right? So you could basically get any hash and get the details to that hash, like so the public key and the private key. I think a lot of people should, like, that also helped me a lot. And that's also, you could use that completely offline, HTML file on a USB stick, internet off. And that helped a lot. That helped me and a lot of my friends to understand this shit. But this website's probably, I don't know, 15, 16 years old at this point. It's been there forever. But it really helped me learn like how this works.
Have you has anyone pointed Kimmy at Ian Coleman just to make sure?
No. but you should. Someone should. I want to tell Rob. Ian Coleman and bitaddress.org. Both of them. They're both kind of the same thing. Hold on.
You know who I told Rob to point it at? Predicts market. I was like, you know what? There's like a decent amount of Bitcoin in there right now for the 110 bet. That should probably be looked at. Maybe it's not a ton, but it's like 4 Bitcoin in there now. I'm up on 5, so it sucked pretty bad for all the anti-BIP 110ers who are betting against it. They got rugged. I think I'm one of them, but I'd be sad.
I honestly thought the odds would have gone down with this latest development. I just kind of thought people would have been like, okay, yeah, BIP 110 isn't going to happen.
Well, it seems like they have realized that because Chris Guida just pushed code to the proof of work change repo. So they're literally actively starting to update that code now, getting ready for a proof of work change. It seems like they've pretty much realized that they're going to have to do that at this point. They finally come around and realize that we were all right and that the miners aren't going to flip at the last minute, because that would be really dumb. Like, why would they do that? No, bro, they're going to do that because, game theory, bro, and it gives you an advantage. Like, if you're the first, what if the other ones do it before you? Oh my God. No, dude, that's not how it works. Like, you're not going to fucking shoot yourself in the face just because someone else might do it first. Anyways, I'm glad that, we're learning through evolution and many facets why dumb ideas die. And hopefully we won't have those same dumb ideas in the future.
I know it'll be interesting to see what some of these people the creators talk about.
He's on it. he's pointing at it right now. Hold on.
Nice. Dude, Rob is the man, bro. Rob is fucking honestly, Rob is probably going to end up being responsible. Rob and many others, of course, but Rob is kind of the one who I think is most publicly announcing his actions here. But he is going to end up being personally responsible for hardening many, many aspects of.
Hold on, I got 2 minutes. He's got 2 minutes. Do you have anything else? Quick. Is there anything else we could point out? I have him pointing out bitaddress.org and Ian Coleman. What else?
Has he done Sparrow?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on.
Sparrow wallet? Yeah, of course he has. It's had to. Electrum, Sparrow. Probably all of the other. I'm guessing you probably don't need to do the Trezor suite and the Bitbox wallet and the
No, they're doing that themselves. They're going to do that themselves.
Doing that on their own.
Yeah, no, we got to think of the smaller software ones.
The smaller ones, right?
Smaller software. Yeah. I don't know what else. What? Maybe like Aqua.
Mempool.space.
No, all the other small ones already got rugged.
I mean, they already got rugged. Really?
And got rugged. Well, no,
what else got rugged?
The paper wallet generation sites from back in the day,
but that all got fixed.
But if those had still been around today, then we would have pointed Kimmy at it.
Well, he is. People use bitaddress.org to make those paper wallets.
Wait, bitaddress?
Bitaddress.org was what that's the website that people use to make these paper wallets. They did it off. They thought they were safe because they generated it offline, right? They did everything. Yeah, and it got wrecked. It was their random number generator wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. But that was really early on. I mean, there wasn't that many people even using it. But yeah,
right. So again, just to crystallize this idea in everyone's mind, right? Whatever that site was doing was just constraining the search space, or the bucket or the hat of numbers that it was picking out of, right? And so the person who developed it obviously knew how constrained it was and was able to just grind through. Even though what you got was random in that smaller space, the developer just ground through all of those options until he found all the keys. So it's not that he knew your specific key. It's that the search space was constrained, and he was able to grind through everything until he just found everything. So
You don't have
I hope
anything
that
else?
that
You
makes
don't
sense
have
to people now.
any others?
Call sounds like. Yeah, I don't have any other low-hanging application layer ideas. I mean, maybe what were some of those web app Lightning wallets that were used for a little while?
Mempool.space, it would kind of be unnecessary, right? Because you're not really like, it's more of just like a.
It's not. I mean, you probably still want to check it, but it's not mission critical. And no one's going to lose any Bitcoin with that, I don't think. But yeah, I'm sure that. Well, I'm sure they're always checking it anyways. But yeah. Mr. Huddle, what are the
I'm telling him to
Lightning
check.
enabled wallets that are browser based?
Hold on, I'm telling him to check also the nodes that we connect to through Sparrow to broadcast. So like the Blockstream.info, Electrum.
How would you check
I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm just thinking of everything I can use.
I mean, you can't check those unless the server side code is open source for those.
What about like Start9 and Umbrel?
I don't give a shit about them. They can check themselves.
Well, you probably should check them
Yeah,
because there are a lot of people.
There are
using
a lot of
them,
people.
but,
Hold on.
I'm sure they already are, though. Hopefully, that was probably on the high priority list. To be honest, should have thought of that one. Yeah. Well, anyways, the point I was trying to get across earlier is like, there are a lot of people right now like hardening the fuck out of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is evolving; it's getting way stronger.
Yeah,
because we're taking this threat very seriously across all application layers, and we just want to like make sure that moving forward from here on out, things are fucking tightened up because things may have been getting a little sloppy, right?
I think that's the perfect way to put it. I'd almost actually say it's full circle to back like 2012, 13 when you didn't have hardware wallets, how psycho you were about your keys, entropy. Then we got lazier. Like at first we didn't trust the wallets. You'd use multiple wallet setup just because you didn't fucking trust them, whether Trezor, Ledger, blah, blah, blah. And then things were reviewed at DEF CON for too long. No flaws were found, got complacent, and pop, right? New technology comes along, savviness comes along, the board changes, and something that was assumed, never proven defunct, but assumed to be secure was a single gate pass to the kingdom, right? And that's a hacker's dream, really, what's happened here, if you're looking at it from the other side of the coin. This is exactly what they want, easy payday. And that's where most of them are. They're working people. They want money. They want value. So, again, as I stress, it's always incident response first here.
They're working people.
Yeah. Incident response first here. And then we can dissect
an interesting way of classifying hackers.
So that's what it is. But also entropy is back. And it's back to the beginning. Practice how to dribble again before we're going for the NBA playoffs. I think that's a good lesson for everybody. And I'm opening a store that sells lava lamps if anybody wants a lava lamp. Fuck Bitcoin miners right now. Lava lamp.
I'm gonna open a storefront. Open a storefront named Wicked Smart Bitcoin, and I'm only gonna sell lava lamps and dice inside.
Fuck, let's franchise this, Wicked. And
I remember my parents.
Expensive dice.
My parents. I had a lava lamp in my room. There was a lava lamp. I remember like in the hallway. This was when I was a kid. Like I have these like memories of lava lamps in my house. So they were the coolest thing.
Which one of your parents loved lava lamps?
Okay, what about
my mom
of a cat walking through? There's electro lamps.
Maybe
that
my dad actually.
The side, and they do all that electric on the side of the glass. So send a cat through like a setup of 100 of those, and we'll capture that entropy. And remember, these are just one entropy point. If we want to get back into actually proper setup, right? It's not like you just do one level.
You got to
of
have a lot of
thing.
cats.
It's what you introduce into your entropy, and you can do it all on an old offline Linux computer. You don't need any fancy shit. Go get a $50 computer.
You know what though? So no, wait, no, this is actually a really poor source of entropy because you know how we've already completely mapped the neural network of like a flea.
Okay,
right?
the cat
And so
situation's out.
it's not that much longer before we completely map the neural network of a cat, and then it's completely predictable how cats move.
What
So
about
it's actually
pigeons? Are
probably
those
not
the ones they
great
haven't been
for
able to
entropy.
figure out? Wasn't there like a whole science and like how pigeons move and games? I don't know, something like that.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time at this point.
So lava lamps are the only way to go. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you got to have pure, like, non-deterministic,
Like maybe lava would work, like a volcano. If
no
you went
life involved,
Hawaii or Vanuatu, and
or clouds.
Yeah.
Or if you have clouds, just watch the clouds.
All right. What about
probably good.
Like maybe when one of those like
no clouds in the sky.
Yeah. Get some chemtrails in there, cloud mix.
Bro, they're really going to
big airplanes.
They're really going to change the proof of work.
No, chemtrails are predictable.
This is really happening.
Very easy to predict and track. Huh?
They're really going to freaking change the hashing algorithm.
No, they are. Yeah, they're
why
gearing
is
up.
Chris? Well, my question is, why is Chris tagging all of them, including Datum, to rebase something? Isn't this Datum's thing? What's Chris doing?
I think Chris is also finally kind of waving the white flag and admitting that he's Dathan.
All right, that's what's happening here. Okay,
everyone
all
already
right, that makes
knows,
sense.
so it's just kind of like, all bets are off. We're doing the proof of work change. I'm Dathan, right? Like everyone fucking already knows. Gloves are off, bro. Here we go. We're doing it. Our community is strong. They're all willing to fork off and start this new shitcoin, and it's going to be magical and survive.
Oh, what's going on? We're having another split.
And not go to
Am I going to get more Bitcoin? That was sweet. That BSV split and all that. Like you had the Bitcoin.
You're not because nobody's actually falling for this shit.
Oh damn! There's another payday or slipping on the table.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it, and it's just another posturing. Like, oh, we're going to do it because they're getting nervous. And they know that the miners aren't going to signal in the end. So they're saying, okay, now we're doing it. We're going to do proof of work change. If you don't signal, you have one more week, miners. I'm warning you.
What am I supposed to signal?
And they're not and then the miners aren't going to do it. And then
dude, this is the first I've heard about it.
Yeah, what's Bitcoin 10?
Oh yeah, totally change it. Yeah, whole operation is going to go up in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to go patch into everything. I'm going to do whatever this fucker's telling me to do.
Right, because it's not like we have like bigger things to deal with at the moment.
Yeah, I've been selling a lot of
another part of the hilarious conspiracy. Can't believe Kimmy K3 was released to thwart BIP 110's success. It was in chaos.
The evil AI, the Terminator of Bitcoin.
All right. Well, anyways, hey Evan, someone asked about the was it bolts? Is it bolt swap?
Bolt swap, yeah. What about bolts?
That's what it is. Yeah. Well, someone asked again why we think that they closed up shop, and I admittedly didn't hear everything you said yesterday, Evan, because I was busy when you were talking about it.
I think he said it. There's just too many bugs that they found. They have no time of patching them as fast as they're being found. Something like that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so there's just loss of or risk of
I think this is going to happen to a lot of wallets that rely on like hot wallets and like
swapping. Well, a lot of providers in particular, right? Operators, yeah.
Swapping shit.
I'm surprised that this isn't affecting at all Spark or Arc. Does anyone know?
Hey guys, Evan here.
Hey Evan.
Hey, yeah. So guys, just the TLDR on the Bolt situation is it's not because they're worried about these hackers running their funds through their service. No, they already have controls to do that. It is not an exploit with LND, which a lot of people thought, because they closed basically half their channels, bolts, in an attempt to move capital around. What it is with bolts is that because of these frontier models, people have been finding exploits in the bolt code because it's all free and open source. And for them, last week was especially bad. They were playing like a cat and mouse game with exploiters that were able to find new exploits faster than they could patch them, and they got really overwhelmed. And it seems like they don't want to continue the services, so this has left a lot of wallets that are sort of pseudo LN wallets where you're not running an actual Lightning node on your phone, namely Aqua, Bolts. Even some of the Arc-based wallets have been affected that were relying on Bolts for their infrastructure, namely the Arcade wallet. Yeah, it's been pretty bad. So for more context, Zeus runs their own version, or we run our own version of a Bolt server. We allow users to do swaps between on-chain and Lightning and vice versa, so that you can, make an on-chain payment with your Lightning balance or vice versa without having to close out your channel balance. And
You just need to know how channels work with this sort of stuff. Like you got to fund these channels.
Yeah, you have to have channels if you're not using, like an LND hub remotely or using the Cashew feature. So yeah, there's definitely a learning curve to understanding inbound capacity and learning outbound capacity. That's what a lot of these new L2s are trying to solve, like the UX challenge in conveying that to a user.
Wait, when you first turn Zeus on, what's on default? Is it the remote like LND, like when you're using, or is it when you host the channels yourself?
So the app has evolved quite a lot. So it started as a remote node controller. 2023, we launched the LSP and we built in a full LND node in there. And then this past year, we added a lighter weight node based on LDK, and we added Cashew support. So when you're going through the onboarding, if you hit quick start, you're basically going to be given that LDK, that light node, and it's going to set you up with a Cashew wallet based on like a web of trust based on our Nostr followers. So that just means you can hit quick start, you can start accepting funds really quickly, and it's what we call a graduated wallet. That balance grows up to a significant amount. The wallet starts informing you about, okay, it's time to get out of the custodial Cashew setup. Either open a channel or do a swap. But yeah, now it's just like that node in the phone setup plus Cashew is the default. But there's like an onboarding screen, so it could say, hey, what's most important to you? Do you need control of your funds or do you want cheap payments? Do you have a remote node to connect to, or do you need us to spin one up for you in the phone? So there's a couple of things with our onboarding now.
I need to delete it and then start it from scratch because I haven't seen how onboarding works in Zeus in a while. I don't remember that at all. Yeah, it was. Well, there was no Cashew when I first.
Yeah. So it's relatively new, and we're also working on improving the user interface, making it even more streamlined for users. So it's like there's so many powerful features in Zeus, but it could also be overwhelming for people. So we've been doing some UX research. We're going to be working on optimizing it. Admittedly, now we have a bit of a wrench thrown into things now that we can't do these swaps, or we're probably not going to be running the Bolt swap server. But the way I'm looking at it is we'll largely be accelerating our timeline for getting splicing working. So this is going to mean without having to trust a coordinating server. That being said, Bolts is completely self-custodial, but it was facilitating these swaps. With splicing, you can extend a channel with an on-chain transaction. You could also pay out of a channel to an on-chain transaction. It's sort of magic. Doing it on the client side is really easy for us now that we have that LDK node as the default wallet, but it's going to require a lot of our infrastructure to change. So we're looking at changing our main LSP node to be running on LDK. We've also been doing a lot of crazy security efforts to make sure that we're more comfortable with running a hot wallet, and so that our customers can also feel comfortable running a hot wallet to the tunes of tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And yeah, we're pretty excited about those advances, and there's going to be a lot of changes coming. I'd say
There's
Q3,
300 people.
Q4.
There's 300 people listening. You should not have hundreds of $1 million on your phone. I don't care how secure it is.
No.
Don't do that.
Well, definitely not in the Zeus wallet, hot wallet.
And on any
Yeah,
wallet,
not yeah.
on any not even a watch only wallet. You do not want to show
No,
anyone
Mr.
thinking that you
Hartle,
got $100 million fucking dollars.
you gotta
Right,
evolve.
but
You gotta evolve your
You
mindset.
just
No,
let me
I'm
know
not
who's
evolving.
holding that.
This is the
hey,
evolution, dude. This is the
Not
evolution.
This
evolving.
is not
No
about the
way.
average person, Mr. Hoddle. This is about the institutions, the service operators. There's going to be a lot of procedures that you're going to want to take, but we still need these hot wallets running, and there's a lot of controls that we could put in
Yep.
place to help mitigate a lot of these risks. Okay.
I mean, listen. I know these exchanges, big
Oh,
fund is probably all cold, but exchanges have to have big.
sorry, my son just jumped off the swing.
Oh
Yeah,
shit! Pick 'em up. The exchanges
exchanges
have
and
been
large
dealing with big
institutions.
hot wallets for a very long time now. So yeah, I'm sure there's definitely secure ways of securing large amounts of money in a hot wallet. Just not for the
What
average
I'm
person.
saying, without getting into too much detail, the stuff Zeus has been working on has higher grade security than any exchange that we know of, and is actually even more secure than, I would argue, the $100 million async Phoenix node. So I think there's some really large strides being made, and we're really excited.
Phoenix have $100 million sitting in their node.
Yeah, well, they have an HSM solution, which is pretty
Holy
interesting, and I believe it's
fuck.
connected to a ledger. But we have a solution that takes it to another level further.
Bro, this entire network, let's just be honest, is just like pieced together with bubblegum and duct tape right now. We're just evolving it, dude. We're hardening it right now. We're just hardening it. We're hardening it. But I mean, to be honest, though, here's the thing. It's a really good thing that hyper-Bitcoinization didn't happen earlier.
Oh, thank God.
Because we really weren't ready.
Imagine
we
if there
really
was
weren't
like
ready,
millions of cold cards out there today. Oh my God.
Jeez.
Right. So we just weren't ready, right? But like right now, what we're doing is we're getting this bitch ready for the rest of the world to adopt.
Absolutely.
Like for real this time.
Yep. Right. We need to go through a hardening phase. We need to go through a maturity phase.
We've been going through this hardening phase for fucking as long as I remember. It hasn't stopped.
I know. Well,
it's
the
a
good thing,
constant evolution,
one of the saving graces here is, we're not saving graces, but one of the upsides here is that people are going to be taking their security posture a lot more seriously, and they're also going to be taking code review and analysis of all their dependencies much more seriously. It's just time for the entire industry to grow up. Institutional money's been getting set up over the last 2 years, and we need to make sure that this thing can handle the next giant wave of capital inflows. And it's pretty exciting to help be a tiny little part of that.
Hey, guys. So when it comes to ARC wallets, two of them,
We got all the wallet software developers are here right now. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. So I want to talk about ARC because it has three wallets: Arke, Noah, and Bark. No, actually, there is Bark, the ASP, and the other one is Arcade. And then you have 3 or 4 wallets that are built on top of these SDKs. So you have Noah, Cypherbox, Arke, and Arcade itself. Okay. So Arcade uses bolts, and that's why I don't think it's working right now. Misty also uses bolts. But any wallet that uses Bark is actually still working because they don't use bolts. The ASP is the bridge to Lightning. When it comes to Bark, Second.tech, they are the bridge to Lightning, which is nice to have that option. So as long as you're used to this refresh mechanism and the way that you do recovery, then I think there are some really interesting Arc wallets to use.
Bam.
Cortec, we are here.
Evan,
Go.
have you heard of this scenario?
Hear it.
So I think I already asked you, but anyways. So I have a seed from MK3 and I loaded to Zeus LND and then I have a channel open. Now if I close that channel back,
Right.
will I
Don't close
lose my
it.
sats?
Don't close that channel.
With a BIP85 child or just a bare
Just
seed?
bare seed, no passphrase.
Don't close
My
that channel.
Yeah,
protection,
no, they're
my
waiting. They're
protection is the
waiting for
channel that I open.
any balance to sweep it
So
immediately.
if I close it,
Don't close that
it'll be in
channel. Don't close that channel, dude. It's gone. Money's gone.
Okay, so let's talk here.
And
Let's
it's
think
done.
about this. So yeah, the other day, you were describing the scenario, and I recommended running it through Bolts or our swap service, and apparently those are not options anymore. So unfortunately,
Well, they could have been if you had listened to me.
yeah, you should have.
Because they were still open when I
You
said
should
so.
have. You should have done that when you had the chance. But if we think through the safest path for you, I think your best path would probably be to
How big's the channel?
Drain. Yeah, drain. Just get a new
Drain it.
node set
Swap
up.
from
Maybe
Drain
just
it.
use
ABC.
Just
that one.
drain. Yeah.
what if you force close it? It'll go to the sweep address, and then you manually sweep it.
No, don't do that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should just drain your wallet, dude.
Pay it out of
Yeah,
pay it
just
out of
drain it
Lightning.
into
Pay it out of Lightning
Just
if you
take
can.
lightning and just start draining it. Drain it all the way
Yeah,
down.
that's the safest, right?
There's no other way.
You either have to run another Lightning node open channel, or you just drain it into like a Spark wallet.
Buy a
Drain
bunch
it.
of Visa cards.
Fucking day.
Just drain it. It's gone. That wallet's gone.
Oh yeah,
Can I use?
buy a bunch of
Wicked,
Visa
what did we
cards.
say, man? Cortic's not going to go on Spark, buddy. Just let him set up the new self-custodial Lightning wallet. He'll be good.
Come on,
So
Cortic.
can I use
bro.
that?
No, just
Can I
deposit
use
it into Cash App.
the sats in the channel to splice it into another channel?
Well, if you're on LND, it doesn't support splicing, but you can use that for an LSP purchase, like a channel opening on Zeus, on Phoenix, on any other wallet, and you'll be safe. You'll be safe.
So the splicing is available on other implementations. Okay.
Yeah.
Could a sophisticated
Lightning
attacker
and it'll be
RBF
good.
a splice? Could a sophisticated attacker RBF a splice that's in the mempool?
There's some complexity in doing it, but yeah, in theory, yes.
I mean, I'm guessing that they won't know how to do that. So the sooner you do that, the better.
But if I'm in the
they're
channel,
probably
I'm
not
safe.
set up to do that yet.
If the funds in the channel, I'm a little bit safe. But
if they're in the channel, then you're safe unless they do the attack that Evan said, which is you ping your channel partner with the pub key and like fucking do the channel partner force closes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Evan, wasn't that
what
some
if
sort of attack?
What if my channel partner is BIP 110er?
Wait, what'd you say? If your channel partner is what?
Then you both lose. Then you both
if your
lose.
channel parties who?
It's the nuts and BIP 110
Cortic was
activated.
setting up channel, dude. Cortic was setting up channels with BIP 110ers to get ready to rug them in a week.
Okay, that's fucking funny. That's pretty funny.
So, I don't know.
the channel
I've gone back and forth on what that attack would look like in practice. I think people would end up on their funds with.
It'd be pretty tough.
Yeah,
it'd be pretty tough to pull off.
I don't think it's worth the effort.
Honesty. But it was a funny idea, though.
It is a hilarious idea for sure.
Just drain it. Just drain it. Drain the wallet.
Yeah, Cortic, spend out of it with Lightning ASAP. And I hope you find firm footing. And of course, man, if you need any consultation on the side, just shoot me a line. I'd be happy to help you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
At tech support.
$300 an hour.
Evan is a great tech support guy.
He is. We have a pretty good tech support team up here, I must say. Working around the clock. Speaking of tech support, how's it going, D++? Do you have any ideas around what we were just talking about? Or anything
Yeah,
else?
I just wanted to join the conversation. I mean, what an interesting prospect that you'd use the cold card entropy to open a lightning channel. And I mean, truth be told, so many of us believed that that entropy was the gold standard because of all the things that were said on social media and otherwise, just really kind of trusting that they were in fact mixing entropy from so many different secure, cryptographically secure random number sources. And, you know, we all kind of failed to verify, didn't we?
Now, another question is, everybody's talking about multi-sig.
Evan, sorry, Corti, 1 second. D++. Even if we try to verify, I don't think it would be possible, right? Like Ledger looked at this. There's plenty of people that were looking at this and they didn't find anything. So people did try to verify.
Yeah, I know they did. I know there were like eyes purportedly on the code, but it's just
no one caught it.
It's just unfortunate. Yeah, it is really
I
unfortunate.
know a
And
lot of people are saying, "Well, we trusted this guy, and like we trusted them, and we should have verified." You guys, you couldn't verify if you wanted to. Like, if your life depended on this, you would not be able to verify it. Don't beat yourself up over that.
Right, guys. Like, let's think about how many researchers got close to finding it but didn't get over the line.
Yeah,
The
smartest
fact
people
that
in the
it's a
world
one-line
doing this
thing
shit.
is so crazy. The fact that it's so difficult to verify entropy is so difficult. I mean, listen, if you look at the latest commit on the patch firmware, it doesn't add entropy tests. It just looks if the headers are in the binary. So, you know, it's so hard to catch. It's not even a real collision thing because you get a new wallet every time.
So Evan, I would actually beg to differ. I think that at the bare minimum, if you start getting like, you know, your sales, right? So Cold Card knew how many Mark IIIs were out there that they had sold to customers. Let's just assume it's like 1,000, even though we know it's more, just for the sake of math. You've sold 1,000 Cold Card Mark IIIs. You start getting reports, even if they're faked, reports of a collision. Not a bare minimum, you should probably at the very least grind up to the point where you can be pretty confident that no collisions for 1,000 Mark IIIs is even possible. And they would have caught this if they had done that, probably, right? I mean, and honestly, that would have taken like a few minutes of compute. They could have just gone for like an hour, and then they would have caught it like
But
for sure.
even if they catch it,
so I think like it's kind of it's such a crazy bug because literally anybody could have just pointed a computer at this shit and then fucking like, you know, grinded it out for an hour and then caught like a number of collisions and known that it was a reduced entropy space. And then the question is like, then it would be, once you know it's a reduced entropy space, then you have to actually understand like, why is it reduced and how can I actually reproduce it? But that's, you know, but once it's found and once it's known and confirmed, now you have a real fucking hunt for it. And you got everybody's eyes throughout the code. So I think the first thing is like, you just got to have a protocol in place as, you know, either a software or hardware wallet producer, where if the users start reporting these things, even if it's just one or two and it might be fake, like, you know your numbers. So just do like the basic statistics and just say, okay, well, we've sold 1,000 units. We have one report, it's probably fake. He's being inconsistent, but still, let's just grind it out for an hour and just make sure, you know? And I think that's maybe a protocol that people need to have. That's pretty simple and pretty low cost too, at least, you know, earlier on.
imagine like buying a cold card before this bug was discovered and just loading it up with fresh entropy, quote unquote, and you see a balance. You're just like, dope, I've got Bitcoins.
Would that even be possible by how the key got generated? Right, it's based on the UUID and the clocks, so I don't think that's possible.
There's some there's some overlap. And it is, I mean, it's feasible. It's feasible, but I think All right, one sec.
We got a little co-host chiming in.
Dude, he's walking around with the kid. I remember me being on
We
Spaces
do.
with my kid walking
We
around doing
do.
the same thing.
I'm just at the park, just being a crazy dad, like yelling in the mic.
Are
Listen,
And
there any other
it's all
parents?
about
Are
the
there,
kids
the
looking
children.
at
best
me
is
like
when
I'm
there
All
are
about
other
the
crazy.
parents
children.
are there looking at you like you're freaking crazy. When you're like cursing at someone, your kid's like
I
away from you. They're
honestly
like,
couldn't care less. I couldn't care any less right now. I really don't give a shit. But yeah, no, it is true.
D.
All right.
D.
Cordic, are you smoking a joint right now? Sounds like you're smoking a joint.
I'm not. I'm not talking about BIP 47 right now, but everybody's talking about multi-sig and all that stuff, multi-signature. But I wanted to ask you guys, Evan and D, and you guys know maybe more about the descriptor. How private is it, and how do you back it up? What do you do with it? Is it important to?
The output
Yeah,
descriptor.
the descriptor that for the multi-sig.
So the output descriptor, yeah, you can only reproduce it if you have all the signers. So if you had 3 Mark IIIs, then you could reproduce it, right? You just reconstitute the entire multisig. Doesn't matter the order, like any order of those 3 will reconstitute the exact same multisig with the same output descriptor. But if you only have 2, then you can't. The most you can do with 2 is rug address reuses and rug in-flight transactions. You can only do 4 of those. That's it with the 2. You can't reconstitute the whole wallet.
Cortic, are you asking about multisigs that have been affected by this cold card exploit, or just kind of in general?
Just in general.
Just in general. Yeah. So this is one of the reasons why multisig has a lot of foot guns and can actually be fragile. And a lot of people have said that, what are you doing if you're not using a multisig? And I use multisig, but I really do think that folks should be using a collaborative custodian, and part of that is because of this descriptor problem. Because if you don't have the descriptor, then you're not going to be able to spend if you don't have the total number of keys. And so a lot of people will say to me, well, just reconstitute it from all of 3 of your keys, obviously. And it's not obvious, because the whole point of having a threshold, which is to say signing with less than the total number of keys in the quorum, is that you have that redundancy such that you can experience a catastrophic loss. At least 1 in the case of 2 of 3, and at least 2 in the case of 3 of 5. And so I'm going to be writing some articles about this moving forward, but I really think that this is a problem that people kind of brush off, because another response that I get is, we'll just put it in a number of different locations on a number of different thumb drives. And my response to that is, okay, cool. So they're all going to fail. Like, USB sticks are not built to last more than a few years. They're just not. So you have like a time limit and you don't know what it is as to when this is going to expire. And they'll say, well, I'll just put it in the cloud. Well, the cloud is just, someone else's computer. So what I would say,
print the PDF.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that, Wicked, is like, what I would do is I would print it on paper.
Brainwave.
And for really like life-changing money, like generational wealth, I would put it on steel. So like, don't sleep on stamping those XPubs or that descriptor on steel. And obviously that's not easy if you're transcribing it by hand, although I do know people who have transcribed XPubs by hand on steel. But that seed hammer,
With like an etcher?
I've heard of people doing it. But I was kind of...
All right, guys,
terrible, dude.
I have
Etchers
a
are-
really important
etchers-
question regarding the descriptor. A lot of people probably have this question. So we know the seed content is sensitive, the passphrase is sensitive. Is the descriptor itself sensitive? Does it leak any information about the wallets?
It nukes your privacy.
Yeah,
it nukes your entire privacy. It's just like XPub, right? So it'll nuke your whole privacy backwards.
Literally, it's literally like losing your XPub. Same thing.
Right. So that's one of the things that I hear people say is, they're like, well, I don't want to keep my descriptor with my keys, because what if someone finds out and knows how much money I have? I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but like, what if you get pwned? Like, we all just overstate the risk of a wrench attack. And again, I'm not saying to be careless with it, but what I am saying is, if you don't have the redundancy in the backup of that descriptor, you're gonna get fucked. Maybe not in the next 5 years, but what happens in 20 years? Like, I certainly do not wish this upon anyone, but I've wondered in 20 years or even in 10 years, are we going to start getting calls from people saying, oh, I went to go spend Bitcoins at $1 million or $10 million. It's time for me to like buy a McMansion or what have you, or a Lambo, and they can't find that descriptor. They had mentally prepared for a single key
I
loss
agree.
because
I
that's the
agree.
whole
I agree
point.
with you.
That's the whole point of the
Yep.
threshold. So that said, there's a product called a seed hammer, I believe it's called. And some people are actually hooking this up to Raspberry Pi and they're stamping their seed phrases onto it, which I disagree with because you can freaking write that on paper or like stamp that yourself on steel without using a computer. But why not just print your fucking XPubs on there? Like, it's not that much harder to do that if you're already going through all the trouble of setting this up. So I'm a big proponent of actually putting that descriptor on steel.
Yeah, and actually it does the whole descriptor, plus it does it in a QR form so that it's, you know, you can just scan it. By the way, so Mr. Huddle, tell if I don't know if the seed hammer is open source, but tell Rob to point that bitch at the seed hammer too.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Tell Rob
Anyways,
to point the red team at the freaking Raspberry Pi
Is
Zero
there a
while we're
GitHub?
at it.
Is there a GitHub?
the
The
whole
whole code base, man.
I would imagine
Hold
so.
on.
Just tell them seed
Seed
hammer.
hammer?
Just tell them seed hammer. Yep.
And Raspberry Pi Zero.
Okay, wait. Okay, so one thing to note, and you should probably research this a little bit, D, or have your Clankard research it for you. There's a number of hardware wallets where when you set them up with a multisig, they'll automatically store the descriptor on the device. So it'd be nice to have like a table of ones that do that so that you're just aware of it as a user. Because that's, you know, also there's the backup in that sense as well.
And
not all of them do it automatically. I know like the cold card you had to literally upload it afterwards, and the foundation has like a last step in the setup where you scan in the descriptor. So like it's a step, and then after you scan it in, then it's scanned in. But any of the ones that plug in directly, I think they just do it
Is there a
automatically,
Seed
like the
Hammer
Ledger,
website
the Trezor.
or GitHub? Is there a
You should
GitHub?
still look it.
I need a GitHub.
Are you not able to
Oh,
find
I'm
it?
looking. I don't
Just
want to
search it.
hit the wrong one and give him the wrong fucking. Hold on.
I can look.
Well, just open it up and it'll be pretty obvious, I think.
I can look. And what I want to say to that, Wicked, is you don't want to use a hardware wallet that is not aware of the multi-sig configuration, because some of these wallets, even some of the more reputable ones that you've heard of, at least used to, not really check to see what it was signing in the case of multi-sig. And that's really dangerous because you're really trusting that those XPubs haven't been swapped out. And if they haven't, what can happen, and if they have, what can happen is your change address can get pwned. You might be sending the funds where you think it's going, but you can't do change address verification unless you have the full details of the multisig configuration. And that was one of the things that Cold Card did. At least I think it did. I didn't audit the code myself, but I always really appreciated the stress that they placed on change address verification for multisig. I'll have a look at the Seed Hammer project. I know it's not cheap.
I just did.
Like
I found it. I found it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it is expensive. That's my, you know, me as a poor motherfucker. I'm like, dude, I wish I could buy the bag of, you know, like seeds that are already printed out and they're nice. I wish I could buy the seed hammer.
How much is a seed hammer?
Wouldn't it be nice?
I think it's like 600
like
USD.
$400, $600.
Plus,
Yeah,
you need like a phone.
This thing
and a
looks
Raspberry
cool.
Pi.
This is the first time I've seen this.
Mr. Huddle's like, that's good, cheap enough for me,
Never,
bro.
no, I've never seen this before. I've never heard of this. This is awesome.
It's really cool, but again, I would not.
I don't know why I would need it, but this looks freaking cool.
Yeah, it's cool as hell, but like I said, I wouldn't put my seed phrase on there, and that's like
you're gonna need
no.
I
I think it's retarded. I think putting it on a Pi is fucking retarded.
Need it for your multisig, bro.
But that's kind of like the value proposition of this product was that you could like neatly stamp out your seed. Which, I mean, you could maybe do one of them.
I wouldn't do that.
Like I just wouldn't do it. I would do a minority. Like, okay, yeah, I'll print one of them on there if I'm using like a multi-sig with multiple seeds, but I wouldn't print them all on there. But really, what I want is my freaking.
At that point, you might as well stamp them.
Yeah, just do it
stamp them by hand. You've already done 2. Just do the 3rd one.
But I think all of this is pretty prohibitive for regular people. So for regular people, you want to use like Casa or Unchained, because one of the best things that these collaborative custodians do is they keep a copy of the descriptor. Now, you shouldn't trust them thinking that's the only copy that you're going to have, but at least you have some redundancy in that regard.
Yeah, good public service announcement there, D. Good job.
A question on
Good
the
job not telling everyone to go
descriptors.
out and buy a seed hammer.
Hey,
Wait, but
quick
then,
question on the
they
descriptors.
have the descriptor, and then they know all your privacy, and then you have to worry about one of those freaking employees that's getting paid like $30,000, $40,000 a year, selling your fucking information on the dark market. So there's still trade offs to this shit. Like I know it's hard, but there's trade offs to everything.
Yeah,
So
for
it's
sure. And that's a reason why a lot of people don't want to use some of these collaborative
That's the only
custodians
reason why
is
I don't.
they
Yeah.
Except for
don't
BitKey.
they don't want they don't want their
Except for
XPubs
BitKey.
in the hands of someone else. And I understand that. Now Jesse Posner actually created a pretty cool protocol where you actually use the chain code to derive some of this information. He calls it chain code delegation. And I think
Yep.
actually Block
BitKey.
uses it in the BitKey. So
Yeah.
you have a collaborative custodian that doesn't have like
Yeah.
all of your
It's
information. And I
cool. It's
really,
so cool, man. BitKey.
yeah, I think Casa and just real quick, Kasha and Unchained should really think about implementing something like that.
Yeah, they definitely should. And BitKey's freaking awesome for that. As soon as they allow you to bring your own key onto the device as an advanced option, I'm ready to jump in. They said they were going to do it, so I'm once that happens, once that's a go, and I'm not locked into the vendor. It's a good chance I'm going to be using that as my wallet.
Yeah, and I
Well,
think
now
I
that
think
they
they're
have
warming up
the
to it.
Coin
now
control,
that they have the screen on the
screen on
device.
the
Well, now that they
device,
have the
coin
screen on the
control.
device, you can do advanced features and export the key once they finally fucking let you, and you can back that
Yeah,
up.
I mean it'll be game
And
over.
it would be
That
nice
yeah,
if
that would be the gold
I mean
standard for me.
honestly I like the bit key enough that I would use it for one of the signers in a quorum, but I still wouldn't want to use the BitKey server.
Why?
Just because I don't
You
know.
could
Like
always leave. I mean, if you
I'd
could take
rather
the
just
keys
have three of
out,
my own
if you could take
devices.
the keys out, like you could always just.
Wait, can you
You're
use
not
a
locked
BitKey in a
in.
quorum?
But it'd be nice if I could take that BitKey and like use it with Sparrow Wallet or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah, that would be. Yeah, I
But
agree.
to be clear, you can't do that
Or if
today,
I can
right?
take
It's like you're locked into the 2 of 2 with
You're locked in
Block.
right now. You're locked in. The only way to
no, you're
do it is you
locked
could just
in.
like
Yeah,
move. You could send a transaction to another wallet, but that's about it. You're locked in.
yeah.
It's vendor lock in.
The BitKey does not. The BitKey does not interface with any other wallet
It's
right
like
now.
Apple, but some
You
people
can
are
do a
gonna like
walk
that,
only
man. Look at
wallet.
Apple. You got an Apple right now. Like you're an iPhone.
Yeah, but you can jailbreak an Apple. Like, I mean, if you really want to get around it, like,
I'm
there's
sure
ways
Bro,
to
eventually.
do it.
listen,
I'm
Wicked
So
sure
is an
the
someone
Apple. Why
will
BitKey
would you
figure
use an
something.
will.
Android? The man is literally an Apple.
I know. Bad
Yeah,
Apple.
it's kind of on the nose.
I mean, some people don't mind the vendor lock-in. For my money, I don't want to be locked into any vendor.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
BitKey is
not my thing.
probably a really good option for like a more novice user, considering everything else going on.
No, but Evan, if it gives you coin control and it allows you to export and import keys of your own, then I mean, it's for me too. What else do I need?
Can you generate your own keys and import them?
No, not yet.
Not yet. So
that's in the future. Yeah,
hopefully.
I don't know if they ever will let you do
I'm
that,
also
to be
skeptical
honest.
that they will.
Yeah, I think they're always going to require you, if you're using the hardware wallet, the rock, they're going to require that you do their way
that's fine. As
of
long as I could export it
random
out. As
number
long as I could take it with
generation.
me.
I agree. So they're going to allow you to export it as an expert, probably. I'd imagine.
I'm good with that. I have full confidence in their random number generator working on that cube.
So
so
one of the
funny.
things I had a long talk with the BitKey guys, and I think they are kind of warming up to the possibility for allowing us to use seed phrases. But another thing that we chatted about in Vegas was this descriptor problem. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, ever since the Clubhouse days. And people kind of know me as that crazy person who kind of yells about this particular issue because, again, I don't think it's impacted too many people yet. But I think over time, it could become a problem. I hope it doesn't, but I think it could. So for that reason, this does kind of reduce your anonymity set. So I think privacy wise, it's not my favorite. But with regard to multisig, I'm actually a big fan of 2 of 2. And the reason for that is it kind of solves a lot of the problems that a lot of us have. Meaning,
The output descriptor
the output
problem.
descriptor problem is solved. The passphrase problem is solved. Passphrases don't have checksums. They're
Why not just a bare multisig 2 of 3?
yeah, baby. Paid a multisig. Let's go. Let's go. P2MS.
Okay, hey, here's the thing. D++, that's what I've been. That's the reason I chose a 2 of 2, because I honestly didn't know how to use the descriptor. And so I was like, okay, I know I'm not going to lose these keys.
Yeah, I mean, like seriously, like with the passphrase, you have 2 pieces of information you need to keep safe, but there's a lot of footguns with passphrases. Thankfully, the folks who had them prevented themselves from getting wrecked in this Coinkite exploit. So I wouldn't say they're all bad. But we also saw Guy Swan recently post that he lost 75 Bitcoins due to a passphrase. So
Because hold on,
passphrases,
D++, because he didn't back it up.
because he didn't back it up.
And that's on the person. So instead of saying being scared of a passphrase, how about we say you should treat the passphrase the same way you treat your seed or your private key, because it's an extension of your private key.
Well, but here's the thing: a private key has a checksum, and if you input an incorrect private key into a wallet, it's going to tell you that there's a problem with it. And with passphrases, there's really no such thing.
You'll know there's a problem with it if you open it up and there's no money in it.
Yeah, but if you
just look at the numbers,
no,
a problem.
It has a hex value for the wallet after you add the passphrase.
They have
You
to,
can
yeah.
verify it.
Yeah, you can definitely
so
verify it.
there's a master fingerprint. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the master fingerprint. That's exactly right.
Yeah, so you can
Otherwise
cross,
known as the wallet ID.
You can cross-reference the master fingerprint. But what I'm trying to say is, if you input, let's say you write the passphrase down, and you stamp it on metal, and you did everything right, but you somehow input it weird when you typed it in, because these things are kind of hard to transcribe, especially on these little devices that don't have a keyboard. Maybe you thought you put spaces, but really you didn't, or whatever. Like there's just
you should definitely treat it like your private key. You should take it as serious as your life dependent on it, because it's all your money.
Yeah, but
so I personally believe adults, when you explain it to them like this, that you really need to take, just like we say, you got to have this backup of this private key, or else you lose all your money. This in the same way, I tell them you got to have a backup of your passphrase, because you will lose all your money. You obviously check the passphrase.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Like, yes, you need to treat it as preciously as you would treat a private key, but there's footguns that private keys don't have that passphrase have. And that's what I'm trying to get across. Now, I'm not saying they're wrong all of the time. I'm just saying people need to be aware of those footguns. And the 2 of 2 multisig solves a lot of these problems. There's no footguns that you get with passphrases. There's no footguns that you get with
what
descriptors.
footguns do you get with passphrase?
There's no checksum. There's no way that you can put in a passphrase and have the wallet tell you
Does
that it's
Bitcoin
incorrect.
Core have a checksum when it generates?
So D++, like I think the way that you get over that is when the first time you set it up, you write down the output, you write down the master fingerprint or the wallet ID.
You know right away.
And then like you shut it down, you open it back up again, you put it in again to make sure that it's put in the same way and that you fully understand how you put it in. And then if it's the same wallet ID master fingerprint, then it's like, okay, I put it in twice, maybe do it 3 times if you want to be really sure. And then like, okay, I've written it down correctly,
it's the right
I put it in
passphrase
correctly, and you can do that part initially. Then every time you put it in from then on, if the master fingerprint doesn't match, then you're not dealing with the same thing.
You can, but it's fragile, right? I mean, like there are footguns. I'm not saying that the way you described is wrong, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of footguns. So here's some other footguns with passphrases. If it's too long and you fuck it up, you cannot grind through all the possibilities and recover your funds. If it's too short, then it gives you a false sense of security. And humans, we're not good at gauging entropy, as we found. So it's hard to know if it's too long or too short. So there's a lot of considerations. And I think you're putting like kind of a large burden on the user to have them be like mindful of all this. Now, people like us, people like Wicked. Yeah, people like Wicked is, this is like beyond the nerdiest room, like kind of on the planet, because we think about this kind of stuff all the time. But I'm talking about folks that might not sit around every day and think about Bitcoin.
Right, but D++, I just had about 8 people that I moved funds from. Every one of them had a passphrase. Every one of them backed it up. Every one of them knew to make it at least some it was between 20 and 40 characters that they all had it. They knew not to make any like word phrases from songs or books or anything like titles. They knew all that. So like, I mean, when you explain it to them and they save it up, like they save it, they back it up in different locations. It saved their money. Like I think,
And they memorize it, by the way.
you tell them the other option. You could have a multi-sig or 2 of 2, or you could have it like this. Every one of them picked a passphrase, and I'm glad they did, because in this situation, it actually like paid off.
I'm glad they did too. I'm not saying it's all bad. I never said it's all bad. What I said is there's foot guns that I want people to be aware of. That's all that I'm saying.
Definitely tell them about the foot guns. You 100% let them know. As you're walking them through setting up the wallet. You tell them exactly all the trade-offs between having a passphrase and all that.
This
it's all about trade-offs.
This conversation like reminded me of like the entire maybe period of the last version I dropped of. I don't want to shell my project too much, but I thought about.
Well, has it been looked through by Kimmy? Yeah. That's the most important part.
I'm so sorry. Okay, but the whole entire point about
no. Bam. We could ask you an important question.
Because it's Blue Wallet, okay? Because I'm building on top of Blue Wallet, okay? And Blue Wallet has all of these 3 options. It has a multisig, it has a passphrase, and it has dice rolls. And so I was like, okay, how do I increase the security after this incident? How do I increase the security of the hot wallet, of the hot vault in Cypherpunk? Okay, so I thought, like, which one is it? Is it the multisig? And I was like, no way, it's the multisig because of the descriptor. Yes, because of the descriptor problem, and I'm trying to make like things easy. So there's no way I'm gonna do fucking multisig. And so I landed on just dice and passphrase. I think dice and passphrase, like if you want something easy, I think passphrase, especially if you can memorize it. Okay. Now, if you memorize it, then it's not random enough. I get
hold on. Bam. If you're gonna do a passphrase, you should definitely try to memorize it.
Exactly. Yes.
But you have to back it up. That's what I'm trying to say. You have to back it up. Like there has to be a second backup, third backup, and not in the same location as the seed. Like 2 separate locations, but you must have a backup to the passphrase. You should treat, like a lot of people think, yeah, but you're gonna forget it. Yes, but that's what the backup is for. Like that is what that backup is for. You got to treat that backup the same way you treat your seed backup. That's it. And if you explain it to them, adults, when they realize something is really, really important, they will figure it out. Like, I don't think people are that dumb where they can't create something that they can memorize that's long enough. But if you forget it, you could always check. Like, I don't think that's a tall task.
Mr. Hoddle, how does that prevent against the single point of failure of a single vendor if some other unknown, currently catastrophic situation happens? That's my biggest question.
It doesn't. That's not part of that. If that's your threat model, then you need a multi-vendor, multi-sig, 100%. I'm saying for the people.
No, but that's not my threat model. That is everybody's threat model. Because
no, that's not mine. I'm okay with it.
Because we don't know. You don't know whatever hardware.
Things, Mr. Hoddle.
Yeah, whatever hardware you're using right now, you have no idea what the threat model.
Yeah, but in that case, a multi-vendor. Hold on. Okay, let's draw. If there's how many large hardware wallet vendors are there? 2. Ledger and
Ledger, Trezor. I mean, Bitbox is pretty popular in Europe.
There's at least 8. I'm not recommending them all. But they're there.
Wait. Okay, let's take it back a notch here. Let's just calm down a little bit. I know that we all have very strong opinions on how the best way to do this stuff. I think we can have this conversation without talking over each other.
If you trust that the vendors don't collude in the future, like the big company, if you trust that Google doesn't collude with the other big internet companies, then okay. But some people, I'm not going to trust that, right? And then the conclusion goes to, well, then the only thing that you could trust at that point is Bitcoin Core, because there's more eyeballs on that than anything else probably in the world at this point. So at that point, you just have to trust an old laptop.
Full circle with JW.
An old laptop. I mean, like that's where you're going. That's basically where you go. Like, if you're going to go take down this route, if you're going to go down this rabbit hole, you can't trust hardware wallets at all. Then at that point,
Now,
they could
may I
all get
respond?
owned. They could all get owned in transmission to your house. All of them.
Yes. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it's out of my control. What you just suggested about them colluding, that is completely out of my control, of course. There's literally nothing I can do about that. But that is highly unlikely, and if they do, then they
Right.
do. Wait, let me
I
finish.
agree.
It's true that if they do, they do, and I'm fucked if I happen to have 2 or 3 of the ones that decided to collude, right? Um, but that, so what can I do that is in my control? And I'm just asking questions. I mean,
I'll
this is,
tell you. I'll tell
I'm
you.
here with.
You could download. You could get a computer. You could get an old laptop.
Let her
Hang
get her
on,
question out. Let
hang
her get
on.
her question out.
So to me, currently, I understand the challenges with multisig, or I'm learning them pretty rapidly. I've always known. Now I'm getting them clearer in my mind. But it does feel like something I can do that is within my control, understanding the challenges and the added complexity. But it's trade-offs, and I see the value in
100%.
making that
Yes,
trade-off.
I agree.
You clearly don't.
I think you should give everyone that option. I think everyone should have that option of multi-vendor, multi-sig. I think you should 100% tell them about that. But you should also tell them about what a passphrase can do, how it works, and let them make the decision to see with whatever they're more comfortable with. And yeah, give them the trade-off. What happens if you have 3 out of 5, like a 3 out of 5 multi-sig, and 2 of them get owned? You're still okay because the third one that you need didn't get owned. So like you could tell them that. But again, the conclusion comes that if you're going down that rabbit hole, the only secure way to transact with Bitcoin and hold Bitcoin is through an old laptop, not on the internet, and just sign all your transactions with Bitcoin Core. Like that is the end game for
JW
that.
style.
Take it back to how it was. I mean, that's how it originally, like that's how it used to be.
Dude, JW is so
That
happy
is,
right now.
yeah. They
He's
always
in the
like, this is
crowd
what
on
I've been fucking talking about.
anonymous, and he's just like, finally.
They're listening. No, but his whole thing is fucking CD-ROM and everything. Like, I think that's fucking stupid. But that's basically where you
You'll
go
get
to.
there. You'll get
Hardware
there
wallets in
eventually.
that world
So,
don't make sense. If all of a sudden you're starting to see like dark Skippy attacks, and like I don't know. I don't think any hardware wallet at that point is to be trusted. And then you really got to learn how to use a computer again to sign
you
Bitcoin.
know what I'm scared of in the future? Because I'm just trying to think like, 5D chess 10 moves ahead or something. What happens when the super AGI is able to like read the faint, EM signals around you, and they just are like, oh, they just signed. I know exactly what that key is now. One key compromised, right? That's what I'm worried about.
Then you got to keep rotating keys. I mean, listen, generating a private key is free, right? Some people used to say,
keep rotating keys. I like it. So every time you sign, you rotate keys.
Bro, I had a thing
This
back
is
in. I
fucking
didn't understand how
Frost,
Bitcoin
bro.
worked. I didn't
This
understand
is
how really Bitcoin.
Frost-enabled key rotation
Key
every time you
rotation.
sign.
You just get a new key. I mean, it's
Bro, we
free.
just solved it.
Private keys are
I
free to
can't
make.
wait till we get Frost. Oh man,
That's how you do it. But like
that's how we stay safe against AGI.
Well, one thing with Frost though is you can rotate keys, but you can't really like revoke old keys without having to start over.
That's true. So it's only so you are trusting
the
that
other
it's been
ones.
deleted and hasn't been. Oh wait a second, no. So you can rotate keys, but how does this work actually?
Got to think of something else.
They would have to collude. They would have to collude with other. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, D++.
You can make new ones, but you can't just like erase the past. So like, let's say that you had a 2 of 3 using Frost, and I gave like one of the keys to you and one of the keys to Evan. And then I was like, actually, just kidding. I don't want to use this combination anymore. So I make a new one, like a new set of keys, and it could be a different threshold. It could be anything, right? Because Frost is magic. You and Evan could still collude to spend. So there's that.
Can I jump in with a real quick question before you guys go deeper down this rabbit hole, because it's about passphrase and the fingerprint? Can I just ask D++, you said there's no way to confirm you've entered the correct passphrase, but there is the fingerprint. Does that not suffice?
It does, but I don't think a lot of people know what a master fingerprint
Gotta
is.
teach them, man. That's part of the course.
I mean, yeah, sure. But here's
Sorry,
the thing. Here's the thing. I'm
just
not
getting
going to be
home, so
absolute.
I
I'm not going
can't
to be
talk for a
absolute
few
about
minutes.
anything because I don't believe in speaking in absolutes. But what I will say is with a passphrase, you need two things to spend, and you can't lose either of them, right? You need a private key and you need a passphrase. With 2 of 2 multisig, you also need two things to spend, and you can't lose either of them. There are trade-offs, but it does eliminate some of the issues that we've talked about with regard to the single point of failure, trust in a single manufacturer, single piece of hardware and software. Like, there's trade-offs, right? And for that reason, although I've been bullish on 2 of 2 for many, many years now, I haven't really talked about it publicly. I'm going to start talking about it a little bit more.
But what about
Thank
3
you.
of 3? Because of what Mr. Huddle said about the two, if you get 2 people colluding, it seems way less likely that you could get 3 manufacturers colluding. So do you think a 3 of 3 would be even?
So for the 2 of 2, I don't like using 2 like Bitcoin manufacturers, if you will. You use one hardware wallet and you use one like phone, because it's unlikely that your phone is going to be pwned in the same way.
What if you lose your phone?
You have a backup.
Oh, okay, that's true. Backup. Those backups are great. Imagine if everyone just used backup. They all backed up their passphrases. It would be freaking the same thing. You just gotta have a backup. Gotta have backups.
Yeah, but it does. It goes back to the multi-vendor, single vendor issue thing.
I agree. If you think there's going to be transactions with like bad nonce, these hardware wallets are going to be signing with bad nonces, and it's going to expose your private key, then yeah, 100%. I think that's going to be known right away. If that transaction is going to be seen, people will know right away. It's not going to be hidden. You'll have plenty of time to move your funds, or use a different wallet, obviously, to move your funds. So, like, I don't know. I think for me personally, for my friends, not for me, because I do have a multi-sig wallet. I'm not going to say I don't. But for most people, every one of them wanted a strong entropy passphrase, something that they could remember and back up. And another feature here is that it was quick, right? They memorized their passphrase. They didn't have to go driving for that second key. I told them, boom, they did it. So that was also a great feature in
And
that moment.
you get a decoy wallet also.
That part's good. But how do you
Yeah,
ensure that a random passphrase has enough entropy? I was thinking about if one's going to use a passphrase, why not roll one with dice, like a 12,
There's plenty of software that could tell you. You just got to be random. You have to make it random. You can't have it like Wally's. It's not a coherent sentence. They're passphrases. That's what I told them. It cannot be a coherent sentence.
I know,
Like
but
you
how
can't.
can you? Sorry, how did you say you would check if you have sufficient randomness in your random passphrase? How would you check?
There's
Just
software
use
out there.
a password manager or something like it can generate.
It tells you.
It can
Yeah, it'll tell you
generate
the
3 to
entropy.
4 words.
But you don't want to
this
enter
is
your
another.
passphrase online.
Well, yeah, you don't want to do
No,
that, but you
why not?
wouldn't do it online though. Well,
You wouldn't do it on the internet. It
you
would be
wouldn't.
locally,
Well, I'll tell you
and
why, Bam. Because in the future, when AGI is searching through all of your search history from these years, because it's all being
you don't.
logged.
All right, Wiki. You don't even have to put in the real passphrase that you're checking. You could do just as many characters and check it in a different way, and just see if it comes out to that number that you're expecting.
The problem is that I think in this case there might be targeted attacks with the AGI, where it is doing a
but you
profile
have
on
your
you and it
seed
knows what
phrase,
kind of
but they
things
have
you
to
would say.
obtain
Yeah,
your
they
seed
also need
phrase
your key
first.
phrase.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying they
Yeah,
have
so it
one
doesn't
piece
matter
now.
if you put it online.
They
Like
have one piece now, and then they
it's
get
just a
the other
fucking
piece with the
like
EM
it's a
waves.
password. It's just a password.
But then at that point, everything is fucked. The whole world is fucked at that point. There's no point of even trying.
We're gonna beat it. We're gonna beat it. We're gonna have good AGIs who are trying to harden it.
So is there? Oh, sorry. Is there any reason, if you're 100% confident that you're not going to lose your seed phrase that you've stamped on steel plates and a multisig, and you're not going to lose any of them, and you know it, is there any reason to have the descriptor file for a normie?
For a 2 of 2, you mean?
2 of 2, or 3 of 3,
or
really
even,
anything.
or
If
actually,
you
as a
don't
matter
lose
of
your
fact,
keys.
2 of 3. I mean, even with a 2 of 3, if you don't lose your keys, you don't need it. Like even if you lose one, right, and you still have your wallet set up on your computer and your wallet set up on your phone, like the output descriptor is in those wallets as well. So you have to also understand it's not just stored in the hardware devices, but also in the wallets that you're using them with. So it's stored in a lot of places already. It's not completely redundant, but like I think another thing that people maybe don't understand when it's like back up your output descriptor and put it with every device or whatever, it's like it's already kind of there in the hardware, but then also it's on the software side too. So there's some redundancy already built in, which maybe users aren't aware of.
I think it really depends on your personal needs. So are you going to be using this wallet over the next couple of years, or do you want it to last decades?
I
If
mean,
you
in
want it
that
to
case,
last,
you don't even need a hardware wallet at that point.
I don't
Like,
think, wait, I think we should stop with this. You shouldn't expect your wallet to last decades. Like that's no,
no,
we need to
but
stop with this. Like this, you go into a
that's what
coma and
people.
wake up and it's like good to go. I think you need to actually, like we're so early, you need to be able to rotate
you'll
every
be
five to
able to
10
hold
years.
on, Wicked. You'll be able to open up a wallet.dat forever.
You will, and that's great. So that's if you're doing that way, fine. And the thing is, if you go into a coma, you wake up in 10 years, but it just so happens that 2 of your signers have been compromised, then you're rugged. So like that's besides the point. I
I'm
think
going back to Bitcoin Core. Fuck it. That's it. I'm done. Back to Bitcoin Core.
no. Well, no, because I think in those scenarios we get we get way hardened devices. Every single, you know, evolution phase we go through, we're going to get hardened, and the winners are going to come out ahead. And I think eventually we're going to get to this place where like we have these crazy kick-ass wallets where we're rotating keys, we're fucking doing all this crazy shit under the hood, and it's super hardened and super secure, super private. Like all this shit is just kind of happening, but it's going to take a really long time to get there. So in the meantime, you have to be kind of vigilant with your setup and be ready to pivot if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, be ready to pivot, right? But all things considered, if we don't have to pivot from elliptic curves, you really want to set it up for the long term. You still have to check your keys, you still have to do health checks. But what I'm trying to say is this descriptor is really fucking important. And I wish more people understood that.
But
Write that
is it
article.
important
I'll
if
retweet
you're
it.
not going to lose your steel plates? Is it important then?
Yeah, it's important. You need it for signing.
Okay, if there's no loss, sure, but like, why use a threshold? Like, it's just. Yes, it's important, even if you don't plan to lose anything, because fuck knows what could happen.
Yeah,
Right, right.
it's,
So what
it's
you're
not
saying
about. It's
is,
The
not about. I mean,
question
if
obviously,
is,
no one plans to lose anything, right? No
right,
one
so
gets
if
into
you
one of these
lose,
and is like, I don't care. I'm gonna lose that one. Fuck it.
right. So if you lose your descriptor, you're basically turning an N of M to an M of M. You're going to need every single key, and you lose all redundancy.
Yep.
See, I guess my thought is that I'm not okay. So my concern is less of wrench attack scenario or losing my keys. It's way more of kind of like what just happened. And so for me, I know that I can keep as many keys as I need safe. So whether it's 3, 2, 5, whatever it is, I know that I can keep them safe and I won't lose them. But I'm also not like super duper duper technical, and it probably wouldn't take me that long to figure out this descriptor thing. But it's like if it's one more thing to back up, I just want to, in my mind, it's like I'm protected as long as I have my seed phrases and I don't lose them. And that's just what I want to confirm.
And just for you to think on, I don't want you to respond to it because it could give away information about your setup, but like what happens if someone does find like your device and the backup and then takes it, and so now you did lose one of those things, right? I mean, or what happens if a tornado blows through like your entire house or whatever other place you're storing one of these things?
I wouldn't be worried about it
Or a
because
hurricane comes through. I don't know where you're living, but a hurricane comes through and your house just fucking gets swept away, right? So there is some risk still. I mean, nobody plans to ever lose any of their keys, but the redundancy of a
What?
multi-sig does
Wicked.
give you a lot of security in other ways.
What is the chance of you losing your key and not being able to memorize your passphrase and losing your passphrase?
Depends on. So one of the benefits of the passphrase is you can actually back up your key in many places. Your single key,
That's the trick
which is
for
what
me. That's what made it for
Mihaly's
me.
been saying too, right?
This is the one thing that like no one talks. It gives you such a fucking huge advantage when you know your passphrase. When you have confidence that your passphrase has near the entropy of your seed, and now you're able to back up that seed in more places because you're not as worried about that seed getting cracked. Like that
And you put
gives.
a dummy wallet on it, so you know
Yeah,
if it's
I
been
mean, I
compromised.
actually did. For one of my wallets, I did. For the one that's I'm playing like right now that I have still in an MK3 with a passphrase, there was no. I didn't put anything on the seed itself, but for most of them, yeah, there is money in the regular seed, and there's pass for multiple passphrases, and the fact that you're able to back it up in multiple places and not have to worry as much about prying eyes gives me like a big relief. And
Okay,
like
what would you choose? Dice, or if you had to choose between dice and passphrase,
I did
which
both.
one?
What do you mean?
No, you have to choose one.
No, it's both. Literally both. Why not? Like
Okay, both. It's fine. So both is
passphrase,
great.
definitely
Okay.
passphrase. Because as long as a random number generator works, you should be okay with that, right? As long as you get the entropy, then you just got to worry about the passphrase, the entropy of that passphrase, and then you practice it. You practice it just like you fucking practice your alphabets when you were a kid. You're gonna die knowing your alphabet. The chances of you not remembering the alphabet when you die are pretty slim. That's how you should treat
Sure
your
about that.
passphrase. The same thing. You think you're going to
Might
die
not be
not
as
knowing
slim.
the
It
ABCs?
might not be as slim as you think. I don't think my grandparents could have said their ABCs when they died. To be honest.
I mean, maybe if you have Alzheimer's or something, sure.
That
Yep.
happens more and more these days. I just want to make a quick comment to everybody listening because I think it's pretty obvious from this discussion, but just in case not, and in case you're here trying to like think that there's some smart people up here who can tell you the final and ultimate best answer, it doesn't exist. There's just a reminder that there's literally
Yeah, everyone has a different situation.
trade-offs all
Everyone,
the way up and
yeah.
down the stack in multiple different areas, depending if you have trusted family members, where you live, the environment, the hurricane factor, the travel factor. You know, I've heard people talk about separating your seas geographically by airplane
Yeah,
routes.
yeah. Some
That
people
always
may
seemed
not be able
crazy
to.
to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just so many things. So again, it's just honestly, that's one of the don't trust, verify. And DYOR, do your own research, is literally the truest truth in Bitcoin. And yes, the other tragic reality that for me, well, a tragic reality that I've realized before, but more than ever, obviously, the past few days, is the don't trust, verify is a little bit of a LARP because honestly, there's no way I can verify everything in Bitcoin. I just can't read the code. I can't read hardware, firmware. I can't check if a secure element is secure and all the rest of
Logged
it.
in.
Yeah, there's a million places that I am trusting in Bitcoin. So that's just kind of something to remember. And you can't trust anybody else's checking, as we just tragically found out. And so it's just, being aware of these factors when you're in this space. But I guess my main point with regards to security is there is no final bulletproof solution. You just got to really think about your situation. And then, well, I want to hear if you want to say something about that, and I just want to throw this question out for maybe after, is with regards to the output descriptor for the multi-sig, it does have a potential privacy implication if someone did find it. Am I correct? And can someone
Yeah,
speak into
Yep.
just like
that?
your Xpubs. Just like if somebody finds your Xpubs, they get your
They know
entire,
everything
they
going
know entire
backwards and
business.
forwards.
Yeah, they know everything. That wallet is owned. They can't
Which is more
spend.
high?
They can't take any money, but they'll see everything.
Which is more likely to happen? Suit coiners rolling dice or technical Bitcoiners wearing suits?
Suitcoin is
Ooh.
rolling dice.
I don't know. I wear a suit every once in a while. Go to a wedding or two here and there. Kind of not the
Does
same type of
Sailor
suit
even
though.
think? Does Sailor even think about any of this stuff?
Sailor even wear a suit? I bet Sailor's rolled the dice or two in his day.
He invented the orange tie.
True. Did he? I always thought he wore that black shirt with like the little white Bitcoin symbol. Wasn't that his thing?
He always did until he started talking to really serious people, and then I think he started wearing the orange tie out of respect.
Well, I got a question.
Here's the T-shirt.
Can a hardware wallet, as you're putting in the passphrase into the hardware wallet, can it tell you that, like, it should be able to tell you how much entropy you put in yourself, right?
What do you mean?
Like, as you're typing in the passphrase, it's telling you how much entropy is in that passphrase that you're typing in.
Like it has like a little bar that just like like a password bar. Where
passphrase. I thought you meant the seed for a second. Yeah, I mean,
no,
passphrase. Yeah.
That's actually not a bad UX
Where's
idea.
Where's Zach? Where's Zach? Zach, we need Zach. Quick. Zach.
No, you can know the
Zach, where are you?
You can definitely do that. I mean, it's just like any.
Why not? Like, why wouldn't a fucking hardware wallet just have that?
Well, here's the other reason why, Mr. Huddle, because along with that UX, even though you're getting stronger passphrases, now you also have to like have a bunch of UX around saying, well, no, you have to have a bunch of UX around saying, this is really important to remember. Make sure you have backups. If you forget it,
exactly exactly how you treat a seed. They're already doing it for a seed.
Wait a second. It's one thing. So I think you have a problem where you mix up setting people up with solutions, hand-holding them yourself, and then thinking it translates directly to them reading the same exact instructions as you would have worded it on a device. It's completely different. Like when you have Mr. Hoddle right next to you saying all these things and you're listening and you're taking notes, you digest it, okay? We'll just assume you do. When you're getting all the same notes in a pop-up on a device, you don't digest it. You just click next. So that's the problem. How do you actually force a user to read something?
You put a tab.
You
put a little tab. You say, this is for advanced users. And you click
Passphrases are only for advanced users.
Why not? Fuck it. I mean, if that's what people are scared of, they're going to fuck it up. Make it for advanced users. Okay. I guess in order to save to memorize a passphrase these days and being able to back it up, you need to be an advanced user. So put it in an advanced user tab and let me have it. I want that for myself.
No, it's not an advanced option. It's just an option.
I know, man. I know. I'm just saying I want it. Like, I don't care. But I want that. Like, I would like that feature for myself when I have a hardware wallet.
I would actually say that sufficiently long high entropy passphrases are an advanced feature. I would actually argue that.
Whatever. I don't care. Put them wherever you want it. But as long as you put it in there. Like, I want it in a hardware wallet where when you type it, it tells you the exact entropy that you're getting in that passphrase.
Why not just roll your passphrase? I don't like. Sorry.
No.
You're rolling the seed phrase.
That's not
why
the point.
not just roll your passphrase? Assuming you like dice, like I do.
I think he's just saying I want to set
we all know that Casa. We all know that Casa has a passphrase with only the numbers 1 through 6. We get it, Casa. Okay, I'm just kidding. So the hard thing about like estimating the entropy of a passphrase is you can't, right? I mean, what if you're a person who literally like tweets out every day your passphrase? Well, I mean, then the entropy your cold card, or let's not use cold card as an example, the entropy your Trezor gives you is not the entropy. It doesn't matter.
Come on, son.
Nah, bro, you don't understand. Like, people are super.
All right. Well, then I want a device that fucking just does it for me without a hardware wallet. Like, forget about the hardware wallet. And a standalone device that is a random number generator and that reads you when you like the entropy, like when you type it in, it gives you the entropy that you type in. Those are the only two.
Use a wallet that creates 12 volts and take the first 4 volts.
Ben, why don't you do this? You could fucking do this. You do wallets. Evan, you could do this too. Just put that in. Like, just
what am I doing now to add to my plate of chaos to add to this week?
Just
give it to the clanker. Just tell the clanker to do this.
What are you calling passphrases?
The clanker would be like
additional passphrases for the wallet.
The entropy of the passphrase.
Okay, so let me give you guys a little update. Passphrase for Zeus is going to come sooner than later. both for the LDK node and people on the old embedded LND wallet. The entropy is going to be a little longer. I think there's so many ways to fuck it up. We're going to spend time researching it. But at the same time, it's super interesting challenge. I mean, actually, there's a lot of foot guns, right? But there's a lot of opportunities because of the form factor of the smartphone. Right? You can take pictures. You can interact with the touchscreen. There's a lot of ways.
Hey, Mr. Otto. Yeah. Let Evan get his piece out here.
Yeah. Right. So there's all these input methods you can use, like pictures, swiping, like scribbling on the screen. You could definitely have a dice roll interface. You can definitely have a coin flip interface. The problem really that you have to be very careful about is trying to catch all the situations in which a user might fuck up. I think Zach talked about that, only just dealing with the dice rolls alone. Now think about all the foot guns you could have with using an image. What if it's a commonly used image that's all over the internet? That's not good enough for entropy. What if there's something with how you capture the scratching from the smartphone screen? Like that's another foot gun. So we want to do it, but we want to make sure we do it right. So something later in the year we'd be looking at. But again, we've got some ambitious plans. We got to break everything off one bite at a time.
I think, Evan, you have to cross-check with whether or not the image has been uploaded as an inscription or a JPEG on chain. Like that has to be a check no matter what you do.
Oh boy.
Wicked, can I there's something very related. It might be the best opportunity to ever raise this problem. I only have 10 minutes before I have this other call for work, but D++ will appreciate this, I hope. Okay. So let's say someone used their cold card to generate, for instance, a Nostr npub key. Now, I would say it's quite beautiful that some of these cold card people could go and get their money back, right? Because principally, what Bitcoin allows you to do is maintain ownership over a given UTXO while rolling your keys, right? So that's great. How fucked would it be if this cold card thing had happened and Bitcoin was engineered differently, where your UTXO and ownership of it, your money, your value, was inextricably linked to only one address, one public key that you could never, ever change. And you were absolutely fucked. Like there was no out. You're just fucked. 100% fucked. People would say that's a really retarded system. Like I don't want to use that system. It's extremely retarded, right? So there's two things in the world that really have a lot of value, I think, and one of them has a lot of value now, digital money. The other one will probably have a lot more value as time goes on, right? I don't think we're going to get less digital unless we all start living in caves again. And that's digital identity, right? So your identity will start.
Ooga booga.
Your identity will
there
start
it is.
being.
So Daniel's world-dominating idea.
Well,
this is the moment.
Well, this highlights it really well, right? Like, if a system of digital identity is fine, if all you use it for is toy bullshit, like you're just shit posting and like, oh, I fucking lost my identity, whatever, bro. Like, that's fine. But like, if you're actually using it for something important, like you happen to be a business or an individual who's like,
or an influencer.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Anyone who has anything tied to it that you really don't want to lose, because for some people, their identity is actually worth more than any, even modest sum of money, right? Like they're like literally an influencer probably makes more money on their identity than they do having cash any one time. And so imagine we all, as Bitcoiners, got sucked into this sort of NVK cult of personality and said, oh, let's all do the cold card, and kind of ignored principal technical problems with what was going down. But let's imagine we are still doing that. And we're doing it with this thing called Nostr and this other guy named Fiat Joff. And let's imagine in Nostr, you generated your seed or your key from a seed that didn't have enough entropy, like through a problem like this, or you had exposure of some of your words, whatever, just pick your reason why it's not good. And you've been using it for 6 years. Everyone in your contact list knows it's you. People have things pointed at your MPub, all these things. And you're like, oh man, I found out that it's compromised. I'm going to race to, oh wait, there's no way I can recover this. I just have to burn it to the ground. That's it. So what I want to do is just use this to highlight something I've been desperately trying to get people to understand for a long time, which is we need to have a system of digital identifiers that are decentralized and self-sovereign that is every bit as self-sovereign and protected as Bitcoin. And somehow it's just like impossible for people to understand. But I hope this situation and that explanation of how they're inextricably really the same problem, like maybe drives it home, potentially.
Hey, Daniel,
That's
doesn't every
funny.
CTO at Amazon, at Microsoft, at Google, don't they get this problem?
No, they're just centralized entities. So they're like, we have a great thing. Like, we're
Yeah, they
Google.
can
We're going
just
to be around
reset
for
it
100
there.
years. Yeah.
At a theoretical level, they would get it.
Oh,
Right?
of course. They just don't care. Yeah, absolutely.
So this
You know
is
when it matters a lot more, Daniel, is when you have that identifier directly getting paid because you have like many payments going to it, and it is, you know, it's like
Excellent. Yes.
in the Nostr example, like you have, for example, your L and URL that you've attached to it, and now you have a bunch of things getting paid to it. And now imagine if it gets compromised, it's probably going to get swapped out with something else. And now you have to go to all of the different people and all the different
Yep.
systems you've been
Exactly.
pointing to it. And
Yep.
that's a headache, right? That's a
People should
massive
should
problem.
understand. People should understand these, especially these domain-based identifiers, like these, anything that's a URL that's like your name as a subdomain or your name is slash, some domain slash your name, right? All those are comically and implicitly pwned by the domain owner, because really what we're talking about is someone's using a friendly string to look up, say, just like Wicked said, like a payment address or something important that they believe is tied to you, right? That's the point. You're tying things at the other end to you. And so what's really terrifying, I guess, is that what you're doing is saying, I trust this domain owner who could, on a request by request basis to that URL, change those details to whatever the fuck they want. Literally, for one request, they could change it to like their address, and someone pays that. So it's
But it gets even worse, Daniel, because of ICANN and government pressure. Like, if they want, they could just confiscate any domain name on the DNS system within their grasp.
Absolutely. And so here's my pitch. I've been working on this stupid white paper for a while that's, I think, better than the stuff we've done in the past, is you can actually, there is a technical system we could do on Bitcoin as a layer 2. It's based on ZK proofs where every domain owner could act as a little mini registrar, just as they do today with these friendly domain addresses that point at, addresses and other things for cryptocurrency and whatever, and do it in a secure way. In a secure way where they cannot provably switch the shit on the other end that they should be resolving, like your addresses, and it's tamper evident. So like if they were to fuck with that, you would immediately know by just going to Bitcoin and kind of going to the latest block and getting these published ZK proofs and doing a quick calculation and being like, nope, you're fucking lying. And so that's like 1,000,000 times better, right, than just literally being pwned minute to minute. And then secondarily, what's really cool is right now there's a problem where if you give someone your address, right, and I love these Bitcoin companies, but a lot are startups and they tend to go out of business. Guess what happens when the domain goes out of business? You're fucked. You're just fucked in different ways. It's just lots of different ways to be fucked, really, is what this identity sphere is all at currently. And so we want to.
Some people like that.
They love getting fucked, apparently, I think. And so we want to change that too. So what this technical system allows for is your actual underlying identifier is not the friendly alias. It's a portable, more long-lasting self-sovereign identifier that you could go to like another domain and say, oh, now I want that to be my alias. You could have multiple at a time. And the domains cannot lie about the underlying identifier that a particular alias is provably associated with at any given time. And furthermore, you can actually prevent them from reassigning it without, basically in terms of lockup, like some logic you could set. Maybe you pay for like, I'm paying for this to be mine for 10,000 blocks or whatever, right? It's all block relative. And they literally cannot, even though it's off-chain, the domain resolution is off-chain, they can't fuck with it. And it is yours. And it's tamper evident. We should move to a system like that. I've been trying to advocate for this for a long time.
Would that be something where we obviously know if we're separating money and state, the state is not going to be happy about that. But would the state be necessarily an adversary in the sort of decentralized identifier you're talking about?
I think this is good for everybody, no?
Well,
Yeah, I don't
maybe
think
what
the
you're
state
asking is how
necessarily.
would the state attack it?
Well, I think they would attack it by shutting down domains, but your underlying identifier is actually not the alias. So you're treating the DNS layer as a much more secure alias thing with tamper evident proof and a lot of security. And if they shut down, they can play whack-a-mole on domains, and I don't doubt the UK probably would. It looks like they're going that way. They're like, oh, this domain said a naughty word or something, so we're going to like ban that here. There are vectors, but it's much better than anything we have. And the fact that addresses are resolvable like that, and this is very scalable, I mean, this would take up to do literally everyone's domains on planet Earth would require maybe on the order of like a dozen Bitcoin transactions a block, a dozen. And that's like everyone's fucking shit on planet Earth, right? So like, I think, and the data would end up being like, well, the data would be like between like 1 and 4K. So yes, the 110 people would lose their mind because God forbid we use.
It doesn't matter. They're forking off in a week.
Apparently. Yeah, God forbid we use the only reliable time chain record in existence, Bitcoin, to like anchor the second most important thing, digital identity, that we will have in this world. So but I think it's a good trade.
No, that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I've never disagreed that Nostr is pretty fragile, and I think a great example of that is, I know many of you guys know and probably have a soft spot in your heart for our good friend Super Testnet. He was an early adopter of Nostr. He made one of the first clients. His client had a bit of a different user interface. It didn't look like a Twitter feed like most Nostr clients. It looked like an AOL chat room. It was called Enigma. And of course, I was using Enigma. That was like my first Nostr client. And everything was done in the browser. That's like what he's known for. He's a programmer that doesn't like to use server-side code. And due to cross-script vulnerabilities, people's private keys got pwned. And I knew that my key may have been pwned, but I had no way of rotating it. And I didn't really want to rotate it because I grinded it myself. I wrote my own software to mine it, if you will. And I kind of like that key. So yeah, I don't disagree with you, Daniel. That all said, I thought you were initially going somewhere different with this rant. Like, I mean, obviously you're going to use this as an opportunity to talk about DIDs, but initially I thought what we were going to maybe discover, which I hadn't considered, was the fact that if you were a victim of this cold card attack and you needed to law enforcement to prove that you were the owner of those private keys, if you use them to generate a Nostr npub that has some history to it before the attack, you could possibly lay claim to those coins without having to use KYC, which has been the other potential
crazy angle.
alternative.
You could literally prove it by private key. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Decentralized provenance. Yeah.
Wait a second. But anybody could have. But anyone can claim that though. So like, I could come up and say, see, like when I grind the key, I'd go up and say, see, I have the key and I made those posts.
Well,
right?
yeah, that's the problem with unless
you're not grinding.
Those conversations.
You're not grinding. I'm saying if you used the cold card.
I know, but I would say that I had that account. Like nothing can. How do you prove that you're the original owner of the Nostr account?
Because you have the original seed phrase and you use like a particular
derivation. How do you know it's the original one?
But how do you know it's the original one? Yeah.
So okay, like there's a number of seed phrases.
I have the seed.
There's a number of seed phrases that we know were a part of this attack, right? Mm-hmm. We can all agree upon that. And if you use that seed phrase to derive a child key
in some convoluted way.
Well, I don't know how you do it. Anyway, any derivation.
If you do it in a trivial way, then the attacker could also do it in the trivial way.
The attacker could do it, but the attacker wouldn't have the rich history of you shitposting for 5 years.
They would memorize it. And they would just claim that they did it.
I mean, if it's really, could actually recreate it
unless you open timestamped the history. You could recreate it.
You can recreate the history.
What did you say in 2021?
Like you could D++, you're right that it probably is hard to recreate because you'd have to get a domain or you'd point them at a relay that was like malicious also, and you signed a bunch of messages with a couple colluding people and backdate it and whatever. But I'm just saying, like, you could timestamp. It'd be better if you timestamped your Nostr messages with timestamps. Then you could really be like, fucking A, like you know what I mean? Like there's much better provenance.
Wait, but even if you
there's better.
No, you're right, Wicked.
There's much better provenance, but I'm just talking about.
If the attacker has the key, they can just claim that they're the one who timestamped it, and then who do you like? Let's say.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it comes back to owning the cold card and having the original cold card. Who's
what it comes
UID. Yeah, the UID from the cold card is really what that is.
So, but the UIDs weren't entirely unique. as far as
You guys, it's all about humans at the end of the day. So like at
yeah.
the end of the day, you can have the Nostr thing, and the only way you can prove it is you say no. I mean that like D plus plus is D plus plus, but we know who D plus plus is because we're humans and we have the social circle, and that's not
Yeah.
D plus plus, the fucker who's pretending to be her, but they all have the same seed phrase. They're all saying
A
that it's the
NIM would
same
have a lot
social
harder
account.
time doing that, though, right? Like if you're a
No,
NIM,
not really. I mean, because social
I hear your
circles
voice.
run strong. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can start to branch out and actually get like some. I mean, you could build systems around fucking. Um, what's the thing that Ethereum got hacked again? DAOs. Like, you fucking have DAOs of social circles to like attest to who is D plus plus.
Would you guys,
Now we're getting real shit coiny, bro.
if I put an
But
implementation
I
of this
mean,
together, would you think
I mean,
people would?
a DAO could attest to who is who, and then you could actually start to return some of
I'll
these
use it,
funds to the rightful
Daniel.
owners.
I'll give it a go, Daniel.
You would?
I'll give it a
Okay,
Yeah,
spin.
I'm just
there we
saying,
go.
dude. Like some of these shitcoiners were onto some good ideas that could have been used in this attack to actually return funds if we had DIDs and DAOs.
I honestly don't think,
DIDs
no
and
matter the
DAOs.
technology, I think once law gets involved, I think there's just things have to go by the book, and
Right.
I don't think technology
Well,
really.
but maybe the law never got involved because you had a white hat hacker, and the white hat hacker is you know is
He
in
had a way
tune
to give
with.
everybody their funds
Well, no,
back
no. Listen, the white
right
hat
away.
hacker. Well, listen, the white hat hacker is aware. Like, let's just say this happens in the future, and we have the DIDs and the DAOs. The white hat hacker is aware of the DID and the DAO, and then is able to like set up the recovery directly to people affected using DAOs and DIDs, and then
Maybe.
no government involvement. I'm telling you, bro. Like, we are in the early innings of this shit, dude. We have no idea how this shit's going to evolve, and there's ways we can build these things that none of us can even imagine. We're fucking 16 years into this project. I mean, it goes much earlier than that, of course, but Bitcoin is only 16, 17 years old. And when we're out like 20, 30, 40 years, Daniel's vision might come through. We're going to build all sorts of systems around that. And we're going to have systems in place where we can do actual decentralized shit in ways that makes a lot of sense. You can take out fucking governments and lawyers and law enforcement.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I don't
mean,
know, man. I'm
why?
starting to get like a vision of this that sounds very shitcoiny, but like
It's
right
not.
now
It's
in
not
this
shitcoiny.
very
Like the
circumstance,
statement is very simple. Why would
it
we
would be
use?
very useful.
Why would we use ICANN and CAs who are all beholden to governments who can just take things down at will, when the whole reason that system was created the way it was is because there was nothing like a Bitcoin. There was no linear event log to
Yeah.
log the state changes of who owns what quote unquote domain, which is just an identifier. Like if we had that back then, 50 years ago, we wouldn't have, almost 50 years ago, we wouldn't have done that. We would have done it a better way, but we just didn't
Listen,
have the ability. So,
listen, I'm thinking this. So just hear me out. This attack happens. We already have all of our identities associated with our wallets loosely. I'm not saying like directly. So whatever. Anyways, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, let's say that we're in the future and this type of attack happens. A bunch of people get rugged. Some of the coins get recovered, or white hat hackers get some of the coins. Now you have your social circles kind of related to your wallets, and as a attestation to ownership, you use a DAO, which is graphed upon like some of the key people you've interacted with socially using your identity. And you can get some quorum of attestation from them saying, no, this is the real person, like in real life, right? So this person has to go out, and like me, I would reach out to Mr. Huddle, D++, Daniel, Evan, and I'd say, hey, you need to attest to this because I got rugged, and like, I need my money back. And you guys would be like, okay, good shit. Like, I know this is who you are. You're telling us, you want your money back to this address. And all the attackers are also reaching out to us too, but they're fucking attackers. We know who they are. We're not going to attest to them. We'll attest to Wicked, right? Now, the problem is you guys have never met me in person. So, and my voice is out there. So I would have to fucking meet you in person probably and actually talk to you. And you'd be like, okay, that's actually Wicked. So, anyways, I think at the end of the day, like these things have to be resolved in real life. There's no way about it. So either you depend on lawyers and governments, and people take cuts and you don't get everything out, and you have to, unfortunately or fortunately, you have to kind of spread out recovered funds across victims. Now, of course, if your particular funds were recovered, it would be nice if you got all of them back. And if your funds aren't recovered, then it's nice that they kind of get spread out, right? But in this brave new world, you get what is stolen from you back if it's recovered, or if it had been white hat hacker or whatever, right? You get it back if you can get your social circle to attest, instead of fucking lawyers and like governments getting involved and doing all sorts of crazy shit, KYC. Like you know, I'm just trying to say, like, this problem could be actually solved, decentralized, if we had these systems in place already. But they're not in place because this technology is very new and we haven't had enough time to build them out. But I think we probably will eventually. So sit tight. And don't fucking shit on every new idea. Like, we need to experiment in this
These
place.
ideas don't need tokens. It's not the ideas that you shit on. All those ideas, none of them that you mentioned needed tokens.
They don't need tokens, correct. I mean, any of these ideas with
I
tokens,
don't
I'm not
think
a
the
big
ideas
fan
are the
of.
bad idea. It's the tokens that are the bad idea.
Yeah.
But
I don't like the
it's one of
token
those
part
things
of the
where
idea.
it just hasn't been profitable, right? Like Daniel was working with even Dorsey, and Dorsey
Right.
pulled the plug because they couldn't see a road. I had a friend of mine working on identity at Microsoft. Same thing. They can never see a
Yeah.
path to profitability.
Now there's a path, bro. Like the technology exists now. The puzzle pieces are there. It's just a matter of getting the motivation to build it. And it will be, you know, like it could be very expensive and complex to build. But once built, now we have a system that removes parties like fucking lawyers and these vultures who take
No,
from
it's definitely a
victims.
beautiful vision, and honestly, there's probably a whole bunch of Bitcoin hardcore Bitcoiners, particularly cold card users, who see the use case a hell of a lot better right now.
Dude, I hope so, man. And honestly, like, I don't know. I fucking hate like tokens and shit coins. We don't need that shit. We don't even need fiat, right? All we need is Bitcoin as a money. But these other things, like, don't be so quick to shit on them. And even the things that are more experimental and retarded, like inscriptions, like that technology could be used in this case just differently.
Yeah, I'm not
So
a technologist.
you have to understand that we're exploring every
Look
way
at
to kind of.
Slipstream. Look what happened with Slipstream just now, man. It was getting shit on in the very beginning,
Exactly.
and now it's saving people's lives.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to understand, like, this is all an exploration of a technology very early in its existence. We're all trying to make the world a better place, at least hopefully most of us up here. And you kind of have to let people explore and stop being a little fucking scaredy cat bitch. Like, just fucking sit back and watch it all play out. It's going to be okay. We're going to survive TikTok next block. We're going to harden this thing as much as possible and like carry it to the end. But also, we don't know every way that's going to be used. And it could, if we build out these systems, it could actually be used to help a lot of people in ways we could never imagine.
Hey, when I've got all this brain power up here, were the BRC20 is that that's pretty critical for inscriptions, right?
That's
I
one
don't know.
version.
No,
Correct.
that's
BRC20 is
one
retarded.
version of it.
Yeah, I think most
That's
people,
the shittiest version of it.
yeah,
Okay.
most people don't use that anymore because it's
So
incredibly inefficient and retarded.
this dude that's sitting in Austria, Hubertus, he's doing this bit credit thing, and he thinks he's figured out the thing to make Bitcoin work.
Is he building on BRC20?
I
Because
think
if
he
he
is.
What do
is,
you
Yes.
mean? Hold on. What do you mean make Bitcoin work? What the fuck are
Well,
you
he
talking?
feels like the reason, if you take a look at these places where it hasn't, like you've had Cyprus and Palace.
Oh, you mean like people adopting it and like using it?
Yeah, he's saying
Oh, I
that
thought
he
like
thinks
he
he's got
fucking
the
Bitcoin
answer.
was broken and he's had this fucking. I'm like, dude, who are you talking to? He's talking to a scammer. He's trying to fix something that's not broken. But all
No,
right,
he's saying
well,
like
he
anyways,
got a
Gregory, what are you
way
trying to
to
say?
get adoption. I got it. Okay.
Wait, what are you trying to say, Gregory? So, what is his
oh,
idea?
just like he I think he's leveraging BRC20, but he's an
I hope
insane
not.
person, and he thinks he's got this bit credit thing that's going to like it would have saved the people.
I know the guy you're talking about. I haven't heard
Yeah,
his pitch for
yeah,
BRC20. By the way, I think there is a
yeah.
BRC20 2.0, which is like better, but I haven't researched it. Anyways, BRC20 is fucking retarded. It was like the most left curve, smooth brain way of implementing this and super destructive to the UTXO set and probably should have never happened in the first place.
And then you have stamps. That's probably
And
even
stamps are actively
100x
destructive, but
that.
also, but at the same time, so again, not to shit on things, maybe we don't know when it will be important to put things in the UTXO set that can't be pruned. Like maybe that will be important in the future. And right now it's being used by like retarded trolls and it makes us upset because it blows out the UTXO set or it's permanent. And so we're like, but like you just don't know. Like maybe that will be important in the future. So just fucking take a breath, dude.
Yeah, I guess
These systems
because
are
I mean,
engineered in ways, listen, these systems are engineered in ways by people way smarter than you to last forever. Okay. You're going to be able to run it on your fucking MacBook Air until like 2030, and then you'll get a new MacBook Air, and then you'll be able to run it to like 2050. So just like chill the fuck out, dude. It'll be fine. You know, you're maybe if you're like a Raspberry Pi node dude, you can go protest that it's broken. But like, you know, I'm sorry, you're a Raspberry Pi node dude. You know, like it's a harsh thing to say. Also, my son is calling my name. I gotta
Raspberry
respond.
Pis aren't good for light. They're not good for lighting anyway, so you need something else.
Yeah, just fuck the Raspberry Pis. You got to get yourself a good node if you want to be a node runner in the first place. You have to understand that not everyone has to be a node runner. Like we have a lot of bad narratives. You know, we have a lot of bad narratives, and then we have a lot of like bad knee jerk reactions to people who say that they're bad narratives, right? Like I say, not everyone has to be a node runner, and now it's going to be like a million posts, like you know, fucking bad, not never need bad node runner. What about the African farmers? You know, it's like shut the fuck up, dude. Just shut up.
It's exaggerated narratives.
Just shut up. Like Bitcoin is going to be is it's already engineered in a way where anybody motivated enough or well capitalized, like even just a tiny bit, right? Like a normal person in a first world country will be able to run a node. Okay. And I'm sorry if not everybody in the world, all 8 billion people will be able to run a node. I hope they will eventually. But like right now, that's not really the important part. We want to keep it decentralized enough to survive, but we also want to like make sure that this protocol gets to a point where it's important to everybody. And that doesn't necessarily mean everybody needs to run a node. It just needs to be important to everybody in some way. And that way
It's
might not necessarily be money. I mean, some people might actually value decentralized identity more than money in the way that Daniel was talking about. Maybe I have a profile that earns me more money than I save. And so now my ID is more important than my savings. People live their lives like that, and you have to accept that. Not everyone's going to be a saver, but those people could benefit from Bitcoin if you allow it to evolve in that way. Now you've broadened the scope of the users of Bitcoin, you've broadened the scope of what secures the network, and we all benefit. I mean, dude, like, I think we need to start thinking larger of these types of things and start thinking about how we can unify the entire world around Bitcoin, the protocol. Bitcoin, the money, I think, is very important and front and center, obviously. And even those who rely on its identity will also rely on the monetary component, obviously. The whole point of that is that it is economically incentivized with the money underlying it, underpinning it. But there's a lot of aspects to Bitcoin that can make it very useful to a lot of people in different ways. And you have to accept that and realize it strengthens the network when you have more people invested and reliant on it. All right, I'm just going off, bro. I'm so sorry.
that's
Leave,
good.
leave
That's
it for
good.
Saturday, man.
Yeah, no, you got you've
You're
earned
cooking.
your soapbox, Wicked,
You're
for sure.
cooking.
Evan, I did since I see you here, I am playing around with Zeus too, and I don't know if you have a second to comment on your roadmap or whatever. Is that kind of like jumping in bed with you? Is that something you'd recommend? You know, if you know what I mean, in a manner of speaking.
Gregory. I wouldn't sleep with you, but Zeus is the only product that I can recommend right now. and we've done some thorough.
Like a true CEO, I love it. Love the confidence.
Thank
Of
you,
course,
Gregory.
SDK was a hell of
I
a
thank you for being
confidence
a good
man
sport
too.
about my joke too. But no, seriously, I wouldn't.
If you choose anything else, you're a shitcoiner. Too soon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
On a more serious note, you were curious about the roadmap.
Yeah, I mean, I am starting to use your product and starting to kick the tires and stuff, and then obviously you think about recommending to friends and family.
Yeah. So I think Zeus is a great bet. For people who have consternations about the last few days, we've been going through a couple of security audits from multiple parties. We have not found anything of high severity. We've definitely found some small stuff, some medium stuff that'll be patched up. But rest assured, we have a high degree of confidence that the seed generation in Zeus works, or you can come and import your own seed generated elsewhere into the wallet. So I want to just say that first and foremost. But for people who don't know what Zeus is a very powerful Lightning wallet that can be used by anyone from a hardcore Cypherpunk node runner that's running their own LND, Core Lightning, remote node, to someone just getting started off who wants to just have that aha moment with Lightning, see what it's all about, start with a Cashew, eCash wallet, or jump right into Lightning self-custody with a lightweight node on your phone. Looking forward, we're looking at a couple things. We're looking at splicing now because of the Bolts news. It's going to really make it much easier to make on-chain payments from your Lightning balance and vice versa, which is super exciting in terms of the user experience.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how does that work? So I basically, instead of having an on-chain balance to spend from on-chain, I could have it all in Lightning, and then from that Lightning wallet, I could spend to wherever I want, on-chain or Lightning.
Exactly. You could have a unified balance, or you could break it up.
That's it.
And
thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to try to get us there by end of the year, but we're also doing some UX research to make the interface much more simple and simplify the onboarding. We've built an incredibly powerful wallet in the space that we're really proud that we've gotten to this point, but we understand that there's a lot we can do in terms of the interface and the onboarding to make it even more welcoming to new users. So a lot of irons in the fire. A lot of changes are going to be happening, especially with our infrastructure. We're going to be hardening a lot of stuff, but it's all very exciting. A lot of things to look forward to. Obviously, we're a little disappointed that we had to pause our Bolt server, but we need to be mindful of the enterprise and our funds. And if the actual authors of Bolt's not willing to run the instance, it would be unwise of us to do it. That being said, everything that we've engineered basically keeps the funds in the user's hands. It's a self-custodial wallet. Loops, swaps, never put user funds at risk.
You got to tell them how to back up. Like, how does the backups work with everything?
Oh, this is a fantastic question. So there was some complexity with the LND backups because of the database size, but now with the new default wallet, all you have to do is back up your 12-word seed phrase, and you restore your funds on every layer. So one 12-word entry into Zeus is going to back up your Lightning channels intact, all your on-chain funds, and all your eCash funds with the mint in place.
What are the dependencies on that? Like, how is it? Okay, let's just war game it out. How could that break?
How could it break?
Obviously on chain, or without the seed being leaked and being hacked. But are there dependencies for the other layers that could break down?
Yeah, fantastic question. So, let's start with the Lightning data, and we'll go down the stack from there. At least from how we displayed it in Zeus. So Lightning is the king. We put it up top. The channel state is encrypted and sent to blobs to the Zeus backup server. It's called VSS, version system signer. And every time there's like any balance moved across your channel, an encrypted blob gets sent to our server. We don't know who's putting it up. It's all encrypted. The IDs can't be correlated. But That way, the next time you pop that seed into a fresh device, let's say you lost your phone, you're moving devices, we can restore your entire channel state. Now, in the next release of Zeus, you're going to be able to specify a custom backup server. So if you don't want to rely on Zeus, there are many other alternatives. I believe the fine folks at Square, Spiral run their own server, and I believe a couple other wallet operators do.
And is that standardized? So you could just go between each one?
Yep,
pick one?
Free open source software. We're working to make it more resilient. As you know, we've been some of the heaviest users of it. We're in their ear and we're trying to push things in the right direction. We've made some
multiple. We have backups on multiple.
That's the plan. So we're working on a multi backup server system that's largely driven by the redundancies I want to create for some of our corporate customers, but we want to bring that ability to our our wallet customers too. So that's super exciting. Migrating across the instances has some challenges, but I want to get that into. So that's Lightning in a nutshell. So you just need your seed phrase. The backup server has everything encrypted. That's it.
Seed phrase and a server.
That's it. That's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be.
That's how it should be. And unfortunately, we didn't have that for a while because of LND's database is so much bigger. There was no formalized way to do it, but the LDK team has done such a great job making this formalized, making it FOSS, letting anyone run their own instance. It's really
how
a much
smaller is it per user, and does it grow linearly with their use?
Yeah, basically it'll grow linearly, but
so we need
relatively.
We need LN symmetry basically, right, to fix that.
Yeah, I mean it's debated. Taj will tell you it's not really needed, but I think you want to lean on the safe side and keep that history. So we'll see. We'll see how that shakes out. Yeah, the UX is way improved. It's the database size is like 100 times smaller than the LND database from our records. So for us to store those records on our server, it's not a big cost for our company to hold. So we're going to be running that instance for a long time, hopefully. So let's continue going down the stack. Of course, the on-chain wallet is just a BIP39 seed. Zeus uses Explora servers for fetching the chain data. So this is pretty standard. It's just like Electrum. It's just a different flavor of it. So you got to be mindful of the privacy repercussions there. In terms of privacy, the LND node, the neutrino block filtering is definitely more private, but it can definitely be less reliable. And if you're in somewhere with like high latency internet, it's almost unusable. So in terms of UX, it's better, but we also give users the option to point to their own Explorer server if they want to get that added privacy on the lightweight LDK node. But returning back to the format, BIP39, you could pop this into basically any wallet, Sparrow. BIP39 is the industry standard. There's no need to convert it like you'd have to do with the LND seed, which is a different format called AEZ. And then lastly, Cashew eCash.
Yeah, eCash.
Right. So the seed mirrors that of the LDK seed, so there's no extra derivation or anything to go on there. The challenge, though, in restoring your funds with Cashew is knowing which mints are holding your funds. So what we did is we implemented this Nostr spec that uploads the encrypted list of all your mints to Nostr across multiple relays. It can't be correlated to a user basically at all. And when you restore from seed, it goes and checks all the Nostr relays and fetches that data down. So when you pop that seed in during recovery, you should instantly see your Lightning, your on-chain, your eCash balance, and all the mints that you've previously used pop up without having to break a sweat.
Does this assume that your eCash or that you're popping this into the same device? Because isn't the eCash living on like locally on the device? How does the eCash recover?
It's all derived from. You can all derive it from the seed. So if you have the same seed, the recovery pass, the keys, the proofs that you roll are all generated from the same seed, and you can restore all the keys deterministically. So not only can you pop it into Zeus and get the same funds back, but you can also pop it into other cashew wallets that are using the BIP39 spec. And furthermore, the mint recovery method using Nostr is also used by other wallets, including the cashew.me web wallet. So that means you could pop your Zeus seed into that wallet and get your cashew funds back with the mints restored from the Nostr event.
That makes
So there's
sense.
a lot of compatibility.
Do you know how the BIP39 spec works for eCash mints? Like, how does that work? I'm assuming that they do some
That
sort of,
is
you
like, well, the derivation specifics, I don't, but the general idea is that by generating the value that you use down one derivation path and then the blinding factor down another, you can deterministically recreate the notes. And as long as the mint tracks everything that it's signed before, like not just everything in the spent table, but everything it's ever signed, it can know like it's totally safe to re-sign anything because anything that's spent is in the spent table.
And then I know there's been there was talk originally with Cashew of like doing forced rotations. Is part of the reason why they'd want to do that just so that they can wipe the prior signing so that the data doesn't build up over time?
Yeah, if they have any like pushed migration stuff they've set up that I don't know about, that's 100% what it's for. Because until like there's no way to completely clear out a past epoch in the spent table unless you have a way to force like migration like that without just burning whatever hasn't been moved yet.
That's true. That's a good point. I have to talk to Calais about that then. Okay, cool. Anyways, awesome. Thanks, Evan. That's
Thank you so
clarified a
much
lot
for
of
just
questions
letting
in
me
my
rip
mind.
on Zeus for a good while there. But yeah, we're constantly working on the wallet. We really care about user experience and user security of your funds, as well as your privacy too. So check it out. And you don't really need to spend money on a channel to get started with it anymore. You can just get started on Cashew eCash. And as that balance grows, we're going to give you the educational resources to upgrade to Lightning on Chain. We previously had that swap functionality feature. Hopefully that gets replaced by splicing soon.
If I wanted to just go into Lightning but not have to open up any channels, is there a way where you could just copy a Lightning address and just send on-chain Bitcoin to it, and then you just convert it into Lightning in the back end somehow, and then I just do that?
That'd be splicing, pretty much, right?
That would be that would be splicing.
That would be splicing. Yeah.
All right, so I'm basically waiting for that.
I mean, it wouldn't be splicing.
Bolt doesn't work
You still have to
anymore.
open the channel. You still have to open the channel. You can't splice if you don't have a channel. So
You'd
always have to open
splice
the
into
channel
having
initially.
a channel, Mr. Holly.
Right. But doesn't it even make sense to say you splice into having a channel? Because if you don't have a channel, you're just opening a channel.
Yeah, but you'd have a dynamic construction and have the ability to splice out. So you're right. I mean, the only other alternative that Mr. Hodl would have today is that, again, this is now disabled because of the Bolt situation, but you'd potentially be able to do a swap from on-chain into a Cashew wallet. But that has a different security and trust model.
Dude, he could just send me some money and I'll swap it for him.
Yeah.
Shinobi swaps.
Just do a trusted friend swap.
It's like, rest assured, Bitcoin community, we got Shinobi swaps. Don't worry about bolts.
I mean, going back to the whole idea before. I mean, this is all just about social trees, right? Social circles. Okay. Anyways, Evan, when you open a Lightning channel or when you splice anything, what is the amount of time, or not amount of time, but amount of blocks it takes before you can spend those funds? Is there a certain amount of confirmations needed for either of those things before you can start paying Lightning invoices?
So typically for a regular channel open, it's 3 to 6 confirmations depending on the counterparty. It's literally just a setting in most Lightning node software. But with splices, I think that's also variable. We're just getting our hands dirty now. I would hope
Yeah.
that we could do it in one confirmation, but I think it's going to vary depending on the peer as well. So
Right.
hopefully I could give you guys a little bit better insight on all the splicing stuff once we're
What
really
makes a
knee deep into it.
splice? So in your mind, what makes a splice less risky than a channel open? Because if you're waiting 3 to 6, why would you only wait 1 with a splice? It seems like it's the same risk profile to me.
Yeah, I think so too. But if you've already established a channel with your counterparty, depending on how well you know them, you might be tolerable to a lower confirmation. But
And you think that's something you can automate on a user's behalf?
yeah, absolutely.
You know, you guys are kind of joking about, hey, send me funds on chain, I'll send it to you on Lightning. Like, y'all joke, but does anyone remember what a ghetto submarine swap is? Like,
yeah,
something
if you
that
know, you
never
know.
should have been invented.
If you know, you know.
I haven't heard of that before, but I can imagine.
Is
what
that
it
a
is.
Slipnet thing?
It's a
Yeah,
thing.
it's Clubnet.
It was a
I
thing.
don't think
It was a thing on Clubhouse. I remember Brecky from Swan. I never met the guy. Obviously, we're on Clubhouse all day, every day, but like never met him in real life. He sent me 10 million sats just to ban us, just to like get him a balanced channel. Like all he wanted to do is just balance a channel. That was his only goal. And so I have this 10 million sats from this guy I've never met, and I'm trying to do a loop in or a loop out. I forget which way. And I've never had a ton of luck with loop. Like I've never had a ton of luck getting like a large amount through loop, at least not back then. And so I'm trying to freaking like loop these funds back to him, and it keeps failing. And I keep messaging him like, oh, whoops, that didn't work. And I was just kind of like, bro, why did you
Sounds
send me
very
10
ghetto.
million sats? Like I obviously got him back to him as fast as I could, but I would have been sweating if I was
Not
him.
on Lightning or on chain.
I have
Did you end up having to
so
go
he sent
back
them
on
to
chain for
me,
him?
I think on Lightning.
Oh, okay.
And then I
That
sent
way.
it back to him on chain. You have no idea. This is the type of stuff that we did for fun. Like, I don't know why, just to feel something, but
10 million sats is a lot, especially if your outbound
10
quality
million is a
isn't
lot.
crazy.
It was
Yeah,
a lot.
so
And this was
it's definitely
before.
gotten better, but
Yeah,
I
this was.
definitely have a lot of stories of that. I mean, even today, like I don't really like doing that much through loop on a decent node. I'd probably break that off a few times.
Yeah, it was really hard to get any type of liquidity through. This was before dual funded channels. Of course, Core Lightning was the first. And then we discovered BOSS, the Balance of Satoshi command line tool. And you could kind of emulate a dual funded channel by passing a PSBT back and forth. And like that was so cool. And then we were doing that. And that was like crack. Like opening a channel with someone, not having to do a ghetto submarine swap and actually passing back and forth this PSBT through BOSS. Like, man, we thought we were it.
All right, I have a question.
That's
I have a
awesome software.
question. So we figured out the multi-nut payment, right? Callie figured that out. Why haven't we done like the multi-route payment in Lightning? Or is that not a thing
We
yet?
have.
No, that is a thing. that's
Okay,
on by default, baby.
So is that the reason why payments don't fail as much? Is because you just get a little bit through in different paths?
Exactly.
Oh, shit.
Multi-path payments. Yeah, they're
Hell yeah,
standard
bro.
now, man.
Glad we figured that out.
Yeah.
I've been out of the loop
No,
in
no, no.
Lightning for
Okay,
a
you're
while.
talking about something else because are you talking about multi-destination, multi-path payment, or
No.
a
Well,
single destination?
multi-destination would be cool too. In which case, you would have you'd be building on that
Sorry,
technology.
multi-source. I mean multi-source, single destination, or is it?
Yeah, multi-source, single destination. Although both options is cool too. I mean, if you want to pay a bunch of people on the same single transaction, then that's cool. But like, I'm more thinking like, you need
like
a big
multi-nut.
Yeah, like multi-nut, right?
Yeah, multi-nut has been done. Yeah, I think, and it can be replicated through like regular HTLCs like that custodians use, but I don't know why nobody's using it.
Evan, when is all this going to be done? Like when can I just save 12 words and not worry about anything else?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. He just
I
explained
got to
how it's
reopen the
already there.
wallet. I got to reinstall the shit. All right.
Yeah, let us know if you have feedback. Like I said, we're doing UX research. So V14 is fire.
You're not trusting, but you are depending on Evan's server or any other server that you add in the future when that's enabled.
Right.
So if Evan's server goes down for whatever reason, then the backup wouldn't work until it comes back online, right?
That's for Lightning and Cashew.
That's for
What about?
Lightning and Cashew
Cashew's
doesn't rely
Nostr
on your
events.
server. Yeah. So Cashew relies on Nostr and the mints
All right, so that would still
themselves
work.
looking at
So it's just
Nostr.
Lightning.
Yep.
On chain,
Yeah,
I could
that's pretty
still
dope.
will be fine. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that's what I want. Yep.
And then in the future, when you have multiple servers you can save to and connect to. Now, do you think, Evan, like these servers will just do it for free? Like I'll be able to connect to yours and Cash Apps and like other people's and just like have backups on their servers without really paying them anything to do that for me?
Yeah, I think it's just like a public utility, like just it's just
That's
like
nice.
less of a headache for the operators, really, like a public good.
Right.
You could
Cool.
potentially charge for it in the future, but I think the file size per user right now is so tiny. It makes a lot of sense for us to just offer it for free.
Right. And there's nothing to, I mean, like, in theory, I guess you could track IPs and maybe sell data or whatever in the future, but like,
but we can't
like
correlate that.
No one's doing that now.
We can't correlate that to any user ID. You know, everything is derived. So it's not like we could say, oh, this node pub key signed in at this time at this IP address. It's like, no, it's like we don't know who you are.
But you know, if I were to request a recovery, you would know my IP with that request.
But you don't know for what wallet. You could definitely, if you're thinking adversarially, if you're thinking about adversarially, you could probably correlate events from certain users making payments, but you know, just using the LSP too. But you know, it's really hairy now, given the number of users we have. Like it's really you'd have to spend some serious time trying to do correlation like that.
Okay, so the more
and if
users,
you're
the
using
better.
a different party, like maybe you'll want your backup server to be run by someone that is not your LSP, then you sort of mitigate that risk, unless you worry about the LSP and the backup server colluding.
True.
So yeah, if you want to get really tinfoil hat, like you go down that route, but it's still very difficult.
And you run your own server.
You could run your own server, which is the beauty with basically everything in Zeus. You could run any bit of the infrastructure you want if you're crazy enough.
I like this. I like this a lot. Cool. All right. I think we fixed everything. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, there's no more work to do. Everyone can just.
Oh, actually, no. There's more work to do, Evan.
You checked your random number generator?
That's yeah, of course, buddy. That's the first thing we did this week. Are you kidding me?
9.
Evan, I was going to ask you one more thing. So, in terms of the work to do, you guys were using the bolts swap feature.
Yeah,
presumably like implemented on your own, right?
Yeah, well, you know, listen, we didn't implement it all our own. Their reference code is amazing. We pointed users to our server by default, but you could point it to Bolts or any of these other swap providers. There's about 4 or 5 ones that have been active.
There is no more Bolts. Guys, Bolts is done.
There's no more Bolts. Probably done.
Stop. Relax. So like that code is there. I mean, we have ideas of what's compromised or needs to be fixed. So would there be any plan to try to like fix that yourselves and then keep it going for your own company, and then anyone else wants to use it once it's fixed?
I think if we did something, we'd probably do our own implementation of swaps by scratch. But for what we're trying to do, I don't think it's worth the headache. I think there's other sources of revenue that make more sense for Zeus, and I think there's better user experiences to be found in things like splicing. Maybe you get a little bit better privacy doing a swap where like you don't have to move funds out of your channel. So there's definitely perks to the Bolt swap system. So if we could, we'd definitely continue running with it. But the future seems very uncertain around that, and we're going to start moving ahead as if it's not going to be a possibility. So we're already
thinking benefit. There's 2 more benefits I can think of. So one, immediate funds, which is a huge benefit when you're talking about anything to do with Lightning, in my opinion. And then 2 would be interoperability between other layers who've also implemented these things. So easily being able to swap funds into like any of these other layers that you might be using.
Indeed, and that's part of the problem with the Bolt setup. It's like they're so ambitious. I mean, listen, they did a lot of things the right way, but there's so many things they tap into and so many things that they've added. Like, listen, if I were to try and do this, I would strip so much stuff down, but even then it's really difficult to make it secure.
It's got to be its own standalone company doing this
Yeah,
specializing,
and
right?
we probably wouldn't want to keep it as an open source thing, like even source viewable thing. It's just so hard to run a service where all of the server code is open. Listen, don't get me wrong. I believe in free open source and being able to audit everything. But right now, it's just not feasible for us to do that. Like the client code, everything with the Lightning node and everything that touches the user's hands directly in their devices, that has to be free and open source. But I don't see us making any services free open source, the servers for them, the backend code.
So I've got a
really quick, D, like I want to make like a broader point. Evan kind of just glossed past. Like, yes, open code is great, but when it's running on someone else's device, like you can publish all the source code in the world you want, and then you can just turn around and run something completely different. And there's no way for someone else to verify that or not.
Well,
so like when it's very different when it comes to like what's running on your machine that you can actually verify, and someone else's server that there's not really any way to just verify that the same way with your own machine.
Well,
you know what
there's
I mean?
some nuance to that, right? Like this is not really the same.
Attestation is an option, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, enclaves. But those have their own other mitigating factors, like how they're constructed is really a whole black box in itself, and that's all proprietary, even though you can potentially verify the code running in that and recreate it bit for bit. So yeah, don't even get me started down that path. But I was just saying the fact that attackers have this code and can load it into an advanced frontier model like a Kimi K3 and start poking for bugs. It's going to be very difficult for people running these services with hot wallets that also have source viewable code. You really have to have a crazy security budget and probably a dedicated security team at that level. And yeah, it's only going to get more difficult, at least in the short term, where the attackers just have the edge.
Does that mean that basically open source is dead in that part, like on the back end? Because why would anyone have open source now? If you could just be viewed by LLMs, I would close it up. No?
You either close it up fully or you open it up fully. don't half-ass it, okay?
It's hard, man.
I think open
I
source
don't
is
have all
dead.
the answers, but
I think
we know
open
how we're
source is
leaning.
dead.
I mean, the problem is that, to be honest, like they are moving very fast, and our engineers are very slow and careful because they care about security so much. And this is the kind of culture we have, like move slow, don't break anything. But it's like you gotta move fast now. You gotta move fast, man. Like because they're coming at you, they're coming at everyone, and I'm shaking. Like, is it going to be me next or like whoever? I don't know. Like, so it's like we are in this like I guess entrepreneurial journey, all of us right now. Like all of your assumptions have to be changed.
So I've got a question for you, Evan, and I apologize if this has already kind of been beaten like a dead horse. But do we know what happened with bolts?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to answer this. Yeah, it's come up a few times, but in a nutshell, it's not that they are worried about cold card funds moving through it. They already have such mechanisms. It's not something with Lightning. A lot of people saw them closing all their channels or half their channels the other day, and they thought there was a Lightning Network bug causing some people to say stupid things and get people worked up. No known issues with any of the Lightning implementations that are major right now. I'm sure some low and medium severity stuff is going around though. It is solely an issue, technical issue with the Bolt backend. And as an operator of a fork of their software, they very professionally kept me apprised of all security issues. Last week was bad. Last week there was a lot of patches. You can see them all on the public GitHub. It was a game of cat and mouse, and it's tiring. It's tiring when you have to go into situations like that. It's tiring when you have a small team. It's tiring when your company is losing funds because of it. Zeus's Bolt instance is much smaller. It's not a big Lightning node. We just basically have enough for our users to do their transactions. Bolt is powering basically half the ecosystem. And they were losing a lot of money because these attackers were able to use these frontier LLMs to basically find exploits faster than they could patch them. And they've now had to make a very, very difficult decision. But when you get punched in the mouth enough times and it's affecting your own pockets, I can really empathize with them. It's really tough.
Absolutely. And, that's been my understanding as well, kind of everything you described. I guess I could go look at the patches and kind of see what the exploits were, but can you kind of...
They've been very forthcoming about it.
Yeah.
Check out their Twitter posts. That's what it really is.
Okay.
From what I can ascertain, right? And, I'm not trying to give any other inside info, just saying my insights. They've been very forthcoming, and you don't really have to dig deep to really... That's what's happening. It's like AI is actually getting this crazy, and that's why it's nuts to run a hot wallet server with the all the code open. It's very difficult. I mean, listen, this shouldn't put people off from running Lightning nodes, for example, although they're going to be attacked in some ways too. You're always going to want to stay on the latest versions of software. Things are going to be coming out. But all the interactions that Bolts makes, there's just so much room to poke and prod at, sockets, message passing. It's really hard, and for the size of their team and what they accomplished is actually amazing, especially to be done in a free open source way, in a way that's self-custodial, at which service provider can't really rug the user at any given point. They should be applauded for it. And, just to see basically half the ecosystem rely on them just goes to show how good their setup was. But it was also a misstep because that Bolts became a single point of failure. And now we see wallets like Aqua and Bolt Bitcoin and the Arcade wallet, can't send or receive Lightning payments. Sorry, guys. And when Lightning is the de facto payment rails of Bitcoin, then that becomes a really big problem. And I really, my heart goes out to all the teams that are scrambling and affected by it. It's really tough, especially the users.
Yeah. They probably didn't have as many attack surfaces, but do you think Voltage spinning down their kind of pleb node offering has anything to do with some of these concerns, or just unrelated?
I can't speak for them at all, really. But my perception as an outsider is to say that it's purely commercial. It is really hard to do consumer-based ventures in Bitcoin, and it looks like they were focusing more on B2B stuff. So I think it's largely that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I thought. Thanks. Oh, my only feature request, Evan, for you, I'm sure this is exactly what you want to be doing right now, is to let me put my emojis into the parser in Zeus, please.
The Lightning address, I know what issue you're talking about exactly.
I actually tried going into the code to see if I could figure out how to do it, and the way that you do those regular expressions, I don't want to say it's cursed, but man, is it complicated.
Okay, D, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, D. Listen, when you first opened the issue, there was no way I was going to figure out the regex by hand. But I'm pretty sure that some of these frontier models are going to hack it out in 3 seconds. So as long as you add tests to it,
I tried a couple years ago when I first chatted with you about it. For anyone listening, when you go into Zeus, there's just kind of like one input field, and you can put in a number of different things. So that could be a Lightning address, it could be an on-chain address, it could be a Bolt 11 invoice, and you have this like really complicated regular expression under the hood that figures out, okay, what the hell is the user trying to do? And some of my Lightning addresses weren't being parsed due to having like weird characters in them, like emojis.
It was the lightning bolt emoji,
which is really,
domain name.
really cute. Yeah, like a lightning emoji as my Lightning address, which I thought was kind of cute. And so I actually went in and tried to do the regex myself, and it was just so long. Like the string is just really, really, really long, and I couldn't really crack it. I only spent like 5 minutes, but it was a lot.
Yeah, I think
Evan, if you're taking feature requests, I have one. One unhackable wallet, please. Okay, thanks.
Make no mistakes.
Make no mistakes. Allow Shinobi to send a picture of himself in the dark.
I got one.
Scan social media and the blockchain for it.
Wait, I got another one. What about allowing me to sign a transaction? Yeah. What about me just allowing me to sign a transaction? Like, I don't need the keys on the device.
Oh my God, Mr. Hot. Okay, so listen. You can do this today and add an external account, is what we call it, accounts under the tools menu, and upload or rather pair an XPub to your wallet, but it only works with the LND wallets today. That does mean all the remote LND stuff and the embedded LND on the node, and you can do PSBT signing back and forth. So Zeus was actually a great way to interface with your cold card or similar devices like the seed signer, anything with a camera and QR code, except for some quirks with the backend. I'll tell you this much, Mr. Hotto, we're going to be working on making that UX possible with the new LDK node, hopefully by year's end. I just love that flow. And the really cool thing you might not have thought about, Mr. Hotto, is you could actually use the external wallet to open up your Lightning channels directly. And then you could also close out your Lightning channels back to your hardware wallet, which is really, really fucking cool.
That is clever. I didn't think of that.
And you can do that. I'd say it's a little bit better with a remote LND node, but it's possible today. And hopefully we get it working really nicely with the new wallet too. So it's awesome for the nerds like us. It is the fucking best.
Evan, are you, in terms of signing, well, not just you, but other people, is anyone fucking around with like passkeys now that the PRF stuff is cross-browser, like robustly cross-browser? Like, do you know what I mean?
To be honest, Daniel, I'm not really well acquainted with any of the passkey stuff. I'm definitely open to being sold on them, but I think most users have sort of just been confused by passkeys when interacting with them on the web. Yeah, my knowledge to how they work even is really basically zero. Are passkeys something you're excited about?
Daniel, I was your mortal enemy until literally like the last 6 months. I finally broke and started using passkeys for things.
There you go.
I started using passkeys for one of the accounts that I normally don't use, like one of the accounts that I don't use. That's so I never remember the passphrase for that one, because that one is like, it's a stupid account. If it gets compromised, whatever. I just started using a passkey for that one. It's just easier.
What's your feeling against it? Your two feelings against it. I'm curious.
You're okay. At first, Evan. So Evan actually understands what the fuck it is. It's
yes,
literally.
Please. I'm going to tell you guys when I don't know something. I'll let you guys know I don't know something. I don't know anything about passkeys.
It's literally just key pairs generated on device. It's either usually mandating on device TPM use or like a password manager or something. Like I got one on a YubiKey. But you just register those as the login and authentication. I just don't like it. And the one thing that like held me back is like my autistic, like entropically secure passwords are in my head. And as long as my head doesn't get caved in, I can just use those to log into whatever the fuck I have.
Easy. It
But
makes things so convenient.
the idea of having to do the key rotations if you only have passkeys, if you don't like have a password or like other shit to fall back on, it's literally like a multisig. Like you have to ensure that you rotate
So it sounds
over if
like
you come down.
it's sort of similar to like signing in with your Lightning node or something. It sort of has
okay.
the properties of like a 2FA with a password.
Well, okay. So the way you're supposed to do it is it's either supposed to be backed by a password, like it was intended for centralized sign off. So instead of using a password, you could use an email as a fallback, right? If someone, I deleted my passkey, right? What a passkey really is a website that says, I want to move to this stronger form of authentication. So in addition to your password, or maybe instead of the password, I'm going to use this native API that ships across all browsers and all operating systems to create a key that's just for my website and this user that is in the TPM. And so when the user goes on there, instead of entering a password, it would say like use your passkey, and it's the key that's strictly bound to that domain. And you would, do your biometric, and it signs an assertion that says I'm this user. And what they do typically is they map to their GUID on the back end, like a centralized website or app. The GUID that stands for the user in the system, they map that to the public key of the passkey. That's
What about doing backups in a social graph with a DAO?
You're like, so one thing, there's two types of passkeys. There's one where they're per device, like they're bound to the device, they don't roam, they're like locked in the TPM and inextractable. Or you can create a passkey, and this is the choice of the domain as they want to do it, where you would generate a passkey on one device, and then just the way your passwords are synced, the passkey is encrypted and synced across all of your devices, so that when you go on your other device, you try to log in, even if it doesn't remember either your password there, your passkey is present, and you can log in by doing your biometric and using that key to sign. The reason I brought it up is because in shitcoin land, that key, which is a SecP256 R1 key, not a K1 like Bitcoin, has been used for a long time because smart contracts are expressive enough that they could actually put the validation for those R1 curves into a smart contract that could actually validate them, the signatures. So they were using passkeys as a means to actually send funds. So you could have these software wallets effectively that the person had used their biometric to sign something on the client, and then that was actually a viable transaction, for instance, out on Ethereum. But there's this thing called PRF, which is just a pseudorandom function. And it was missing browser support for a long time, so no one used it. But it allows you to actually put in deterministic input and get out, a secret material that's pseudo-random. So you could get the same thing back every time. So basically, if someone does a biometric to unlock the passkey, instead of using it for direct signing, you could output a seed that could effectively be a SecP private key, which gives people the ability to have basically a I would say it's not as good as hardware secured stuff, but a key that's instantly synced across all their devices that could be used for petty cache signing that is a SecP key. And they could be frost. So you could have, let's say you had a server that was like a node or whatever, and you kind of trust it. You're semi-trust it. And you can have a shard of the frost stuff, and I'll have one from my end that's based on the SecP key that's generated from the passkey, and you'll do an authorization and a signing with the SecP thing, and then it sends it to the server, combines them with Frost, and then you got your signature to go execute something. So without involving a separate wallet app, you could ship as a domain, like a web page, basically a thing that just acts as your signer, at least for petty cache. So I know that's a big long-winded thing, but I think it makes it kind of interesting for petty cache stuff to have a roamed key that you can have across every device. You know what I mean? It's does that make sense? How else would you do that, right? I don't know, unless you had a specific app or piece of hardware.
All right, that shorter explanation, Evan, you're welcome for it.
Thank you. Daniel, super interesting. I'm actually going to take a closer look. I thought it was largely, I thought it was sort of snake oil, but it's actually quite interesting now that you broke it down.
Yeah, it's supported on all OS. I mean, it's a native piece of Android, iOS, everything now. It's like a web standard. So definitely, I mean, it's misusing it the way I described it, but you could do that.
I love it.
Won me over, and like half of my concerns with it are alleviated by just having like password 2FA fallback or like having it on a YubiKey. See, this is how they're gonna get us, Evan. It's all gonna just coalesce onto your phone, and then they're gonna be like, "Why don't we put that in your hand?
Why don't we chip you?" All right, guys. Before we get down that rabbit hole, I really want to.
I'm half delirious right now. I'm gonna be quiet for a bit.
It's okay, Shinobi. We're all a little bit crazy. For me, it's fun that if I don't at least crack a joke or two, I'm going to lose my fucking mind after the last few days. So we're all coping in our own ways. But before we take the discussion anywhere else, really want to highlight the new pin post I added to the space. Cold Card posted a long note on Twitter about the ongoing investigation. I think the most interesting section is probably labeled "Where This Bug Lived." To me, it seems like they're really deflecting there, but I'll open it up to the group and would love to hear your guys' thoughts.
I'm going to read it real quick.
Yeah, this just dropped about an hour ago. Yeah, let's take a look.
I wouldn't call it deflecting, but I would call it trying to shine the spotlight more somewhere else, for sure. But like that, I think that's like the really difficult thing to like have discussion around right now is like the bug itself is unquestionably like Coinkite's fault. Like their development practices, choices, like ultimately created that. But at the same time, like it seems very undeniable at this point, it was found and exploited because of these frontier models. And it is beyond question at this point that these models are starting to find bugs and a lot of other shit, like even far beyond the Bitcoin space. So, like, that is important to understand and talk about. But you're right that it shouldn't just be used to like fully deflect the focus or blame from Coinkite. You know what I mean?
So I had an idea earlier, and I think it should be maybe an industry standard moving forward, or something that hardware providers or even wallet providers should consider. When there are users saying their funds inexplicably, you know what I'm trying to say, were rugged at any point in time, you investigate what device they were using, and a lot of times they'll just tell you, and you kind of just know, like you have sales data, you know how many you've sold, and you can just quickly run the math and determine how many seeds you would have to grind in order to reproduce that number of devices you've sold that would result in a collision, right? Like a collision that happens between two users. The problem here, and that would maybe cover your ass from like, okay, clearly we're not like using a fucking totally borked, reduced entropy space. The problem is, of course, if it's an attacker doing it, then they could be really smart and just be picking them off one by one. And and even with a high entropy space, you wouldn't necessarily grind enough, right? So it wouldn't protect against that, but at least you'd protect against, a catastrophic failure like the one we just witnessed, where the entropy space was like extremely low. You probably could have grinded for like a few minutes and detected it, or an hour at most, and detected it for a very low cost. Brushing off these reports, even if they have contradictions, probably isn't that smart in the long run. Like, you can just do these things for very cheap, on a relative basis. Maybe you even want to do it prior to releasing devices. And again, there's caveats. It's not going to catch everything, and compute changes over time, right? There's different. It's always getting cheaper, but I don't know. Like, I think like this hindsight's 2020, but it is a fact that there were reports of people suspecting collisions, which triggered audits, undoubtedly. But nobody thought to just say, there's only 1,000 devices out there. Like, what's the likelihood of a collision given that number of devices? And should we just grind for like an hour to see if it's true? And instead, they just did code audits instead, and they missed it, right? Maybe that's a complete left curver idea. So you can dismiss it if you don't think it's good. What else was I going to say? I don't know. I'll start with that. I'm going to keep reading, though. I didn't finish it yet because I'm a slow reader.
The fuck is this? The fuck is this?
You're talking about the post?
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, it's pretty tone deaf so far. Like,
So
I'll keep reading.
So listen, I think they're probably dealing with this crazy tension of, taking accountability and versus the legal risk that they're incurring. So I bet, you have to think that their lawyers are advising them on each and every one of the statements they make, and they're definitely erring towards covering their own ass right now. And it's really hard to say that you would have the wherewithal to be forthcoming and take responsibility, just because of the scale of what we're talking about. Like, their lives are potentially ruined with this $100 million plus loss. So don't want to defend them, but yeah, it's definitely tone deaf at the
Like
very least.
I put myself in like I can't imagine if I wake up one day and my Bitcoin are just gone. Like I literally can't imagine that. Like,
Dude, the first
this is
thing
the
a
fucking weather.
lawyer is going to do in this situation is look you in the eye and tell you, shut the fuck up. That's it. That's the first thing they're going to tell you.
I'd rather them just shut the fuck up than release this.
Yeah, honestly, this is
Like,
worse
what
than
is
not saying
this?
anything.
Well, the
Just don't say
second thing the
anything.
lawyer is going to tell you is you need to release a post that's tone deaf.
Yeah.
They're going to say that you got to show that you're at least trying to do something and address stuff. And that's why
There's
they've been
nothing you
going
could
and
do.
doing all these acts.
There's nothing they could do right now. This is completely out of their hands now. There's nothing they could do. What, send new fucking devices to customers? Are you kidding me?
No, it's over. It's cooked.
Wait, I didn't get to that part. Is that what they said for real?
No, that's what they've been doing. That's what they're
Really? They're sending new devices to people?
what is it? Brady said that. Brady said that they sent him the freaking device.
Bro, it's just
Had he
anything to
just
look like they tried to
stop,
do something in court.
stop. Had Brady just ordered something right before this happened?
Okay, yeah. I mean, well, first of all, they don't have the addresses of everybody. They have the emails of everybody apparently, but they don't have home addresses and shipping addresses. So that's not true, Mr. Paul. You're spreading.
Didn't they write in the
fake news.
email saying that if we're dealing with
They
customers
had
like
a
shipping?
small amount of stuff that had already been shipped that they warned people about. So if it's literally already paid
It
for
was
and
already
shipped
things
off,
that were
like,
in,
yeah, they're going to replace it. It's vulnerable.
that makes sense.
That makes sense.
I wouldn't want anything replaced by them at this point. Fuck that. I'd stay clear.
Anyways, I thought you had me thinking that, like, at the bottom they were like, if you've been affected, we'll give you one free
No,
cold card
nothing like that.
Q2.
No.
That would be okay.
I'm just curious about what the liability looks like. I mean, I think this probably qualifies for gross negligence, so it will probably void any disclaimers they have. But I don't think it will. I mean, it'd be a hard call to whether it would supersede their designations around alternate dispute resolution, like arbitration versus taking on class action. Those things usually survive, even in cases of like gross negligence. And I don't think they really can probably go after them personally.
But even gross
Yeah,
negligence isn't so crystal clear because you have so many audits of like professionals and other, like
I think when you get the reports though, and you kind of tell people to fuck off after they tell you that they didn't do
that's
anything
the part,
wrong.
right? That's the part that I was getting at is they didn't actually explore the entire. I mean, they did the audits afterwards. They did the code audits, but there is like extremely hindsight 2020 low hanging fruit that you could have just done the probabilities and been like, we've sold 1,000 units. We're getting reports of collisions in 2022, 2023, 2024, whatever. Like you've gotten a few over
Well,
the
even
years.
the pure code change, though, the pure code change itself is just such an unconscionable thing to zero out the RNGs. Like, it's just like the one area of code you would like. They are acting, whoever that developer was acting an agency of the company,
Well,
right?
so to circle back to the original conversation, if we are assuming it was a CTO, then like, what does that tell you? Because
Well, exactly. It's more than even just a rank and file employee. You're saying you're the most technically responsible individual, and you failed to understand the line of code you were changing with the most fundamental part of your entire system. It's like you're acting an agency of the company, so like it's just negligent. It's gross
how does
negligence.
it work? How does it work ethically for companies like this when there's blame on specific developers that are claimed to be anonymous? Do they dox them in this case, do you think?
You mean like if I'm a
If they
court and
can?
like a court in terms of operating in discovery? I mean, in discovery, they're going to, if there was truly someone who was an employee of the company would have to dox them. They'd be
Oh, but what about for like
community people.
right, like projects that can be contributed to openly?
I mean, they're going to, yeah. I mean, they would allow discovery, so discovery, the process of discovery,
getting called in, bro.
the company would be forced. The company would be forced to disclose every single piece of information that it had on that contributor, right? And then you'd probably subpoena GitHub or whatever to then further extend that, and you can crawl farther and farther out, depending on how far it goes, to try and uncover, to uncover the
Do you
John
think
Doe.
all of these things are going to be done publicly and open so that we can all follow along as it's happening?
I don't think the case discovery is going to be published probably until it goes through the court process.
Until it goes through the court process.
Yeah, I would imagine.
How do Canadian courts work? I'm assuming it's going to be.
I don't know. See, that's a big question. I know
Canada.
it would be gagged if it was. Discovery isn't public if it's the United States courts, but I don't know. Whatever they do, they probably. Who knows? It's Canada.
What about all the ref links? What about the people that had all those ref links?
I had a ref link, but I'm happy to say my ref link gave 10% off to the users and I got no kickback. So I didn't do the 5.5 the way that a lot of other people did. I think Tone also did the 10% to the users, no kickback. So there could be some, argument that we weren't shilling it for monetary incentive. We just actually believed.
What? You just gave.
We
So
liked
you didn't
it.
get anything
We liked
back?
it, and yeah, I didn't get a kickback. I just gave the full because they said, "Do you want 5% back, and we'll give your followers 5%
I'm so glad
off."
you didn't even offer me that.
Or you want to give 10% off, and I was like, yeah, give them all 10%. So that was a great. I mean, because
Yeah, I think that's a
I
good
still
move.
got numbers of like how many people used it. A lot of people used it, and so I would have potentially been implicated. And I think Tone also did the same thing, and he would have been implicated.
Damn, what about like Marty?
Stefan Lavera, Marty,
Stefan.
BTC Sessions,
Oh my
all of them are going to be implicated and dragged into this most likely.
Oh my god, this fucking sucks.
It's going to be fucked up for them. And I mean, honestly, maybe me too, but if I have to get a lawyer and I think
what do you mean? Like you think they're gonna? No, I mean they're not gonna come after you for like ref links.
I think they're going to come for influencers. I do. I think you should be ready.
They'll name you. Look, They could name you in the suit, but that'll get tossed. Yeah, you'll probably have to get removed. But the fact that they'd ever be able to prevail on the basic act of like, oh, I'm a user of this thing and I like it, and I'm going to give people a link that like gives a percentage off. There's just no
Right, but for the
plausible
ones who
connection.
got a kickback, in that case, if there's not appropriate disclosures that they're sponsors or something like that, that might be a problem for them. So
I'm so fucking happy.
I think like there are people who it's very clear they're sponsors, right? Like for example, I think
They said it.
Stefan
On
Livera
their
has like
commercials.
he's on good standing ground with his defense if he has to mount it, because he's very clearly said like my sponsor today is Coinkite, right? But like there are, especially the ones who are making like tutorials, wallet tutorials, right? You aren't saying they're sponsors, but you're still getting kickbacks when you're providing ref links, assuming that you opted into the kickback thing. And so they might be implicated for like not properly disclosing that they're generating revenue from providing these links to these things. Now, I'm sure you could make some arguments that might protect you, but if you made money off of these ref links without saying like this is sponsored by this particular company, you might get implicated in this. And honestly, people are fucking devastated. They're gonna go after anybody they can to try to get money back. So you better be
Oh, I
prepared.
don't doubt it. They'll usually name everyone you possibly can think of. That's for
Yeah.
sure. That makes sense.
D++, did you have ref links?
No, I never
Good.
had a ref link.
Yeah, I've had ref links for other products where I think technically I got kickbacks, but I didn't even shill them. Like the only one I shilled was Cold Card.
Dude, I have shilled
and I didn't get any
exactly.
kickbacks. So like I fucking just, dude, I think I dodged a bullet on this one. But like if it had been, for example, like even Foundation or Foundation or Jade, like I think both of those I have ref links that give me like store credit or some shit. And I think I might have gotten, pulled along for the ride and the implication. I don't know. Anyways, it's like it's super weird, man. And there's all sorts of fucking webs of like
Just don't
things that they
do
can
that shit,
pull
man.
that.
Like I have
Yeah, I'm gonna
shilled
say just why are you still doing
things
that?
for
Just how
money.
much money
I
are you
mean,
actually
you
making
do
off
it.
of it?
Dude, I have
You
shilled
do it
2
because you're
things
trying to
for
build.
money in my entire time in this space, and they were
Listen,
both for $1. I shilled
you
Fully
guys,
Noted, and I shilled
you.
Mercury Layer, because at
I'm
fucking
bringing up
Miami
Portland.
one year, I was just like, I'll shill anything for
You
$1
guys,
if you can
I don't think you guys
physically find me in the next hour.
Shinobi, I don't think you understand. So okay, it's one thing if you're like just a nobody shilling something with a ref link that no one's going to use, you're going to get a few bucks or whatever. But like if you are BTC sessions, or
No, I
even in my
understand
case,
that.
if I had gotten a kickback from
I'm
all the
trying to
cold card
poorly make
people
a
that use
point
my
because
link,
I've barely slept that like maybe you just shouldn't do that kind of shit as a public figure in the space. And it's not like
maybe, but at the
it's
same
not
time,
some moral thing
I
or
care about
anything. It's
saving
just
people
easier.
money, and if I can give them a 10% kickback, then it's like here you go, 10%, right? 10% off. So, anyways, I mean, maybe I won't do that anymore. But when I was, it's like you come up, I'm all about saving money. I'm all about not spending Bitcoin if you don't have to. Like here's a ref link. You can save money. I'm not getting a kickback. Like I believe in this product, so it's not like I'm just shilling it because like I have a ref link and I want to build some sort of status or I want to make money off of it. It's literally just I believe this is a dope ass product. Here's an additional 10% off. I think you should use it anyways, but might as well save some money too. Was my thinking on it. And moving forward, I think I'm gonna probably contact every company that's set up ref links and tell them to shut them down. I don't want them anymore. But like, it's gonna get messy, dude.
Yeah, but in reality, man, like there's not that hard of a basis for anything there unless, like you said, like you
You made
did
a lot of
not
money off of it.
disclose
Yeah,
like
I
the
didn't
relationship.
disclose.
Like if you are
BTC
making a
Sessions was
clearly
actually
disclosed,
sponsored by
yeah,
Coinkite, so
he
he might actually be
disclosed it.
good.
Like he
All
was
right, cool
very
shit.
open about that. But unless you are
Yeah.
like not disclosing that relationship, like dude, there's no fucking liability because you advertised something that had a problem. Like that,
Right.
like that's not how, unless you were aware of it or you hid something like that financial relationship. Like there's no glaring liability that I'm aware of or that I know any precedent for. You know what I mean?
Sleep better at night. Not taking money from anybody in the space. Tell you that.
True.
I feel like I don't know if anyone else was like this, but I just never used cold cards because I thought it was just a janky piece of shit that had less features. I just was like, why is
don't even get me started.
I always looked at the other
What
apps
has
like
more
I got
features
Ledger.
It had
aside from
all the autistic
putting
features. That is why I used it. That is why I
No,
am
but it didn't
still
have.
currently using it.
Yeah, I'm
But
still
the
using it,
companion
bro.
app, there's no like Ledger's
Yes,
companion
I
app
don't
was
want a
actually pretty
companion app.
gorgeous.
That is like, dude, that is the thing that is like, I personally don't know what the fuck to do at this point because to me, it is non-negotiable that a device be able to function with anything that uses PSBT. I do not want a companion app. I do not
I get you.
want
Ledger
No,
does
I.
function across other
That's
platforms.
why I eventually went to
use Bitcoin now.
Foundation.
Ledgers
Well,
do
that's what.
function across platforms, though, so it's not like you're vendor locked. It's just that
No,
it
but
has a
it
nice
has
UX
dependency.
out the
That
box.
wallet has to support the Ledger API. It has to know how to interface with that
That's
hardware
true.
and talk
Yeah,
to it.
and also
Well,
booting it
that's
up, you have to plug it in and like connect it to Ledger Live initially.
No, but
So
my
you're
point is
right.
with something like the cold card, I can fucking hit my head,
Yeah,
go into
bro.
a coma, and wake up 10 years from now, and that wallet will work with any fucking thing that spits out a PSBT. Like, is Ledger still going to be here in 10 years? Are wallets still going to support that code?
to be fair, that's why I ended up on Foundation. I feel like they have the best balance of
Foundation's
this,
pretty
which
good.
is like optionality.
I will say one thing, and then Portland will go to you. I do think it's incredibly important for wallets to work out the box. Oh, your mic's
Still the
hot,
other
Mr.
stuff.
Huddle. Your mic's hot, Mr. Huddle. I think it is important for wallets to work out of the box and be able to give you seeds without having to fucking plug them into computers. Like I hate that flow when you have to plug in, like even the Bitbox, you have to plug it in to like get it set up, right? Or the Ledger, you got to plug it in. Trezor, you got to plug it in. I love being able to just fucking like in my, like I won't say what room, some room in some building. I can just go there and without a computer and just fucking generate seeds with dice. You know what I'm saying? Like that's nice. I mean, obviously it's a computer, but no internet connected computer.
What is this room you can't speak of? That was the most interesting part of your statement. Was there like a secret room that's going to give something away?
It's got a Faraday cage in the
Faraday
basement.
cage room in the basement, bro.
Like if you describe this room too much, like we're going to be able to find your house or something. Like the topology of it.
Very thinly layered dad joke about the bathroom in here.
Yeah, man. My
Yo, guys, I gotta head out.
bathtub.
Great chatting with you all. I'll see you guys around. Cheers.
Yeah, then thanks for coming out.
Wicked, can I go now?
Yeah, go ahead, Portland.
Okay, so basically, I just had another space somebody state that me and Rob Hamilton were associated with any white hat effort of taking up funds. That is completely untrue, and apparently something that happened in this space came across as that. Like, I just want to state very clearly, I disavow it. Rob disavows
you guys
it.
are not involved.
We're not getting anywhere near that
Dude,
stuff.
I can tell you exactly
That's why
what
we told him to
incident
shut the
that
fuck up when he
probably
came up here and
was.
said that.
Dude, a
I know what it was.
completely separate person, not connected to you guys, not connected to Anchor Watch, anything like that, was on stage, and he said on stage that he was sweeping coins that he was monitoring because he didn't know what else to do.
And then we told him to
We
shut
told
the
him
fuck
to
up as
shut
soon as
up
he
and
says
talk to a
Okay,
lawyer.
cool.
That's it.
Thank you.
That's
I appreciate that. Like, we are trying to help Bitcoin and like Bitcoiners like find vulnerabilities in different software suites and responsibly disclose it. There is, that activity completely disavow. Thank you.
I was there for that event. Like that was literally a completely separate person, and the only like relation Rob had to that was telling the guy to shut up and talk to a lawyer. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I still think none of them should have done that. I think it was a
Oh, your mic's
mistake. I mean,
open.
it was yeah, Mr. Hall, your mic's open. I'll mute it. I think it was fog of war. Everyone was scrambling. We didn't really know what was going on.
Yep.
So I understand why some people did it. They thought that they were doing good, but in hindsight, I think it was probably a pretty reckless thing to do, both for users because you may have swept funds that could have been recovered, right? Like they might have gotten it before the attackers, but also because just personally, you're putting yourself in a lot of legal harm. It's not a smart thing to do.
And also, as like a side note, oh, I forgot. Sorry, I apologize. I got distracted.
No worries. Thanks for letting us know that, Portland.
Oh yeah, no, I apologize.
Is Anchor Watch gonna get a lawyer for all of us together?
No, I don't think there's any need for that. But I was going to state that, like, anytime that I say, because I will say it, like, keep your device if you have been rugged, because it may be able to be used as a proof of like, hey, I potentially own this address. I'm literally saying from this perspective of like, legally they catch like these attackers, right? And then you could use that. I'm not saying from like, oh, you're going to go to the white hats and they're going to give you your money back. I'm just saying that is a way. And out of an abundance of caution, I don't think there's any reason to destroy the device. That is very clear.
Yeah. So I've got a question on that, Portland. Like, we know that there were some signatures unique to the devices, like a UID, but many devices share the same UID, right?
It's 1 in 65,535 that will share the same UID. So there could be some overlap, but I would believe that if you have any proof of purchase like KYC, et cetera, to go in combination with that, you would have basically a sure shot at a proof of like, I use this device, it was hacked, I purchased them from here, I can prove that my UID matches this specific seed that would have been generated.
One of the benefits, I mean, the KYC aspect will get you the coins you bought through an exchange, but if you did have no KYC coins that were stolen, you definitely want the device because there is a path to claiming you owned it if you're able to prove with that device that you had a no KYC balance.
Absolutely, 100%.
So what you're saying is they're theoretically, but unlikely, could have been 65,000 devices that shared the same UID. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying like
around 1 in 65.
535.
Oh, sorry,
so basically, like for every 65,000 of these devices that were compromised, you will have one collision or like
collision.
Yeah,
right.
Which,
There's 65,000 possibilities, and there may be. I mean, I don't think the math quite works out that way, Portland, because you'll have collisions before 65,000 most likely.
Yeah, correct. But on average, you should be right around there.
So there shouldn't be. Well, assuming that is it random?
I'm simplifying a little bit, but it should be pretty sufficient, I think.
Sufficiently random that there shouldn't be much overlap.
They couldn't have sold more than 100, in 6 digits. I mean, right?
It matters more. So wait, what determines the UID?
Just the stamping.
Is it 2 U's, by the way? Is it 2 U's? UUID?
Single UID. Or single U.
Okay, UID.
Yeah, UID. And that is determined by its position on a wafer. And
right.
Yeah, I think there's like something like 30,000 total of these like positions, but sometimes there's offsets. Like I've seen a range of roughly 2 to the 16th.
And then when Coinkite ordered wafers, did they order like when they get
the chips are random in the position on the wafer because the dies, some of them make it and some of them don't, or they get binned into other products.
But typically, you buy like an entire wafer.
You just buy a
randomized between wafers as well.
You buy a reel, and a reel contains chips that are like kind, and so basically, like when you have a wafer and you make this wafer and you create the chips,
right?
Some of them will be good, and some of them will be like bad. So some of the chips will end up like falling through into a lower tier, and they won't be sold as a part of that reel. And so you end up with like probably a pretty decent random distribution inside of that.
Okay. Interesting. Are there any, I mean, this is getting way in the weeds. I know it's kind of not even related, but orthogonal to what we're talking about, but like, is there anything in terms of the position that makes a chip better or worse typically?
This is correct. Yeah. Chips towards the center are usually better than the edges of a wafer.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
And
Okay.
because you have a circle that they're made on, right? I don't know if the XY coordinate starts if you like draw a square around the circle and you pick the bottom left. If you lose that entire range, that I do not know.
I would like to see, can someone at some point when we get all this data, like do a heat map of where on the wafer all the
That would be
cold card
amazing.
ones are, please?
Yeah, 100%. That would be amazing.
How many
very
cold cards were
interesting.
sold total? Like it
A
couldn't
couple thousand, few thousand, 10,000.
in
I've heard,
total.
well, hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of
in
thousands.
total
Okay.
across all devices. But Mark IIIs, I
Or
don't know. Mark
well, any
IIIs, few
vulnerable ones.
thousand, tens of
Yeah,
thousands.
the
Can't be
UID
that many, right?
is the same, roughly the
I'm
same
guessing,
chip
by
across
the
them
way.
all. So like it's, yeah.
So
Do you think? Well, you know what? We'll find out soon enough.
So it
won't
would
we?
still only be a handful of people that you would even expect this to be the case for. The collisions.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
how many UTXOs have been swept so far? Wicked.
Well, we don't know. We don't know because no one has published the underlying set of all of exposed keys. We need the full, like someone who is, just doing this for research purposes and also is comfortable enough having this data set on their computer. Because you might give it's like if you are found with this data set on your computer, it could implicate you. So you have to be careful here. But we need some good guys analyzing this data. And it would be very interesting to analyze. And I just, I'm not trying to reproduce the data set because I'm not going to have that on my computer at the moment. But at some point, I would love to analyze it if someone wants to open up like an API or something to it. Anyways, we'll leave it at that. I could start making these like pretty interesting, analyses and visualizations to show you where on the wafer Mark IIIs typically get their chips and these types of ideas. It'd be pretty interesting to understand. I'd also like to know like how quickly after the device is booted up do people make their seeds? So you can like make a binned chart of how quickly people make their seeds after they click through their device. Different distributions of like how the behaviors of people when they deposit. Do people deposit and spend? Do they deposit weekly, monthly? I mean, these are the things that will be analyzed, by the way. So, just be aware. People analyzing things probably aren't going to publish them because it's going to be like governments and on-chain analytics companies. But it's also kind of important for the public to know that they're being analyzed. So I kind of don't have a problem publishing it because I'd rather have everyone know that everyone knows this. Like, I'd rather have everyone know that governments know this than like just have governments have the data and nobody knows. Right. So anyways, I'd love to analyze this if anyone wants to figure out how to get me that data without implicating me. I'll leave it at that though.
I mean, dude, like one, like any white hat out there, if they're not just like tossing data as they sweep, is going to have all the XPub data. So that is something that's trivially shareable without you ever possessing public keys. And then honestly, like just do the work and don't steal anything if there's anything still there, and you can just get the XPubs yourself. Like at least the core set is not that much
But
work.
you'll need the seed. Well, you'll need the input entropy to do the other.
Yeah, but you can just pull us. Or yeah, you're right to do the pass.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, I guess you could get the, if you grind it, you get the seeds, and then you just like save the metadata that you get out of it, like chip position and all these other things that I was talking about. You just have to think about what you want to save, and then just make sure you delete the keys afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still kind of implicated if like they know that you had the keys at one point. So I'm probably still not going to risk it until it's pretty clear that they've all been swept.
Dude, like literally just to do it offline. Like don't bother verifying like what's a loaded key. Just grind it and do it offline.
You could probably even do that with a Bitcoin node that's offline.
Yeah, actually, you could
Yeah.
just stop it,
Yeah.
freeze it, and then yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. Good to know. I want all data to be public if it's already known in private channels. I'm just, I think at this point, unless
I
it's
mean,
like very
here's the
sensitive, confidential data, then no. But like if it's being explored by governments and hackers and on-chain analytics companies, then I think everyone deserves to see it.
Yeah, this is very valuable for privacy researchers and people working on privacy tools. Like that is a silver lining of this. This will give a good amount of data to actually like ground truth benchmark heuristic accuracies against. And like especially given like how common it is for like cold cards integration in both like privacy wallets. Like they had sweep 2 integration in Samurai, and Wasabi had direct cold card integration. So there is a good chance that a lot of those users are on either side of like those mixers. So like, this sucks. It's going to wreck these individual people's privacy, but this is going to be a lot of good ground truth data to just look at, like how well did privacy techniques work? Like how accurate are certain chain analysis or chain analytics companies' heuristics in reality versus like the perception of things. So like we are going to get something to improve a really important set of tools out of this.
Well, it's going to be worked on by both directions. So you're going to have the chain and analytics companies trying to use this data to perfect their heuristics in whatever ways they can, and they're going to have privacy advocates using it to try and obfuscate things more in other ways. But it is an important data set to use in both regards. Good guys, bad guys, right? Everyone's going to use anything they can. And the good guys and the bad guys can be flipped depending on your mindset as it goes in life. I think it was funny. Who characterized the hackers as just workers or whatever? Was it? It was Lona, or what's his name again? That was an interesting characterization. It made me think of like a hacker just like clocking into his office, just working to try to put bread on the table, just stealing people's money. Just another day. Anyways, terrible thought.
Have you done calls with those? I mean, it sounds like I've done a couple of them with the Google support hackers, or not hackers, but they're more social engineers, where they'll call us Google support and you kind of just fucking humor them for a little while and get them to, and they're like that. They're just like, well, I got to get up and like do something every day to make some money. And I was like, well, I don't know if you have to do this though. I mean, this is kind of bad. And they're just so matter of fact about it, and they talk to you for a while, like way longer.
It's because they make a lot of money though, right? Like if they're good at it, if they're very trustworthy and they're able to like get people's guards down, and like they have a good call center voice and they can convince you that whatever, and then they can get good paydays, bro. They make like easy 6 figures high.
Oh yeah, no, they make
6 figures if they're really good at
$millions.
it.
They'll talk to you about it too, but they'll just talk to you about it like it's very matter of fact. Like, oh, well, someone's going to do it, so it might as well be me. And it's like a lot of them are young too. Like the one dude I talked to was like a teenager. Well, he claimed to be anyway. But he sounded like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think those younger ones tend to be guys who they're being like kind of taken advantage of for, again, like being a little charismatic, having good voices, like good tech skills, and letting people's guards down, right? I mean, you know what it sounds like. It sounds like a young tech dude who works at Google. And you're like, oh yeah, this guy must work at Google, right?
Or
so it tricks a lot of
or a
people.
middle-aged dude who makes hardware wallets. You just never know.
You know what's crazy about this is like Bitcoin is pumping and it really doesn't care.
Well, I mean, because I think the market is not dumb enough to I haven't seen any articles written that said like Bitcoin was hacked. So given it was technically, I mean, I hate to minimize it, but that's such a small amount in comparison to like.
But this would
say
have
we're
caused
sneezing.
Bitcoin to collapse in the past, though. Like how how long ago would it have been where this would have
been the thing
caused
that would.
panic? Yeah.
I mean, like
Different
back
times. In 2000, this happened in 2014, 2015. It would have been Bitcoin got hacked all over the
look,
news.
Ethereum. It'd been the equivalent of the DAO, right? I mean,
Yeah.
You think even so? You think back then it would have done it, but what about like as recently as like 2018, 19, 20? Was it already too far gone at
I
that
think by
point?
then, I think by then already people knew the difference between like companies and getting hacked and Bitcoin getting hacked.
Okay.
You already had the CNBC guys doing Bitcoin and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Right.
I mean, no institutions are selling on.
For those who just lost. And imagine you're in this situation, you just lost 10% of your Bitcoin because you were partially rugged, but were able to get the rest out. And you had enough fiat on the side to like buy that 10% back. You probably just smash bought. Imagine.
Well,
like
you're not going to get any institutions that are dropping anything because of this. They're in fact, if you're an institution or I bet you're probably looking at this and be like, "Fuck, man, people are going to start buying my shit more now." You know what I mean? Like, this is
probably. They're just hoovering
This
up
is
more
definitely
coins
a
at this
bigger
point.
kick in the nuts because these people, they took the risk of keeping their funds cold, thinking that's the safe thing to do, not keeping it on an exchange, and this happens. Like that's like the biggest kick in the nuts you could have.
Every cold card comes with a hot wallet.
So fucked up. Like when you have money on an exchange, people told you that you could get rugged. Like you're taking that risk, but when you're putting it into cold storage and you're still getting rugged, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one to swallow. That ain't good.
It's definitely a Peter
Not a hot
Schiff.
wallet.
As Peter, does anyone have a clip of Peter Schiff making fun of us yet? Because I'm sure that's out there.
No, even he hasn't heard about it yet.
Well, he's old though. It'll get to him eventually when the passenger pigeon arrives at his doorstep or something.
Pulling the little piece of paper off the leg. Oh my god.
So again, thank God there wasn't millions of these cold cards sold, because then we'd have a big problem.
Well, dude,
because most
thank
people
God for
that are
Cammy.
holding in self custody haven't been rugged. Like they're feeling fine right now, right? They're feeling okay. So it's a very small portion of people that self custody Bitcoin that are really feeling this pain. But the fact that it still happened to one of us that's holding keys completely offline fucking sucks, right? Like that sucks.
I do think it's
really
astounding
sucks.
at how many people gargled MVK and how little product is sold. That is sort of like.
I get it. I didn't get it. I never took a dime from him. I never got sponsored, never did anything. But I used the cold card. And I used it for a very specific reason, because I got it for the very reason I didn't get the MK1 and I didn't have the MK2 per se. I got the MK3 because of the dice rolling, right? Like that's why I ended up getting it. So that's what I told my friends and family to get. But it wasn't not because I told them all to roll dices, but even if they didn't roll those dices, they shouldn't have been rugged, right? People that didn't roll dice, people that didn't have a passphrase, people that didn't go through those steps shouldn't have gotten rugged the way they got rugged. Like this is the worst possible scenario.
Yeah.
Like it's the worst. There's nothing worse. Like if you told me a scenario worse than this, I'd honestly be shocked. I wouldn't. Like this is as bad as it could get.
Well,
The only thing worse
happen.
would have been if there was more of these cold cards in the wild. That's the only thing that could have been worse.
This is it was I think it was inevitable that this happens eventually, but I always suspected it would have happened really intentionally and maliciously. Like I don't know that it isn't intentional malicious here, but like it seems like the entropy thing is obviously like the ultimate backdoor. So I just figured one of these vendors was going to slip something in, you know what I mean, to rug people eventually. I just didn't realize it would be out of complete retardation.
I have a question. So the way in which they added additional entropy for the newer devices had to do with the fact they had 2 secure elements. But
yeah,
what was it that was reducing the additional entropy of the second secure element so that it was still fairly smallly constrained, like, like it was still constrained by quite a bit?
I know I saw something about that online, but I couldn't articulate it. I didn't really read about it.
Nobi, do you know the answer to that? Like, why was it that the newer devices with 2 secure elements still had a really constrained entropy space? Nobody's not here or rugged. That's okay.
Dealing with group chat shit. What's up?
The question was, why did the newer devices that had 2 secure elements still have a super constrained space of input entropy?
They
Portland probably knows.
they took the the entropy from the secure element and cut a bunch of it off, so they didn't actually like
Why?
incorporate
How would they
all
do
of it.
that? How would they do that?
I don't know.
It was very likely because it was easier to read it into a value type, like a 32-bit, versus trying to deal with like having 128 bits or piping it across a like a vector.
So it was a fucking int32, bro. They fucking worked it with an int32.
Uint.
What is this shit, bro? Uint? Is that what it is over there?
Unsigned integer. It means it does not carry a negative or positive sign.
I mean, anytime,
right? So it's even smaller.
Anytime you're dealing with a 32-bit processor, you're only ever really moving 32 bits at a time into the registers.
At a time.
So, like, I can correct me if I'm wrong. So, like, let's say that I am using true random number generation. I'm still going to have to query that device more than once to get the full 32 bytes, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Even on those STMs, you like query it. Like, for example, 128 bits will be 4 times, right? You get 4 of them and you got to pipe them into like a vector or some sort of RAM storage to kind of contain that.
So
do you guys
they
remember
didn't want to
after
just fucking query it 4 different times? Like, they just were like, let's just do it once. That's good enough.
They assumed they were using like, if they were using the TRNG as they were supposed to, they wouldn't even need to query it in the first place. They could have just used the true random number generator.
But also, like, if they're already setting up this backup and they know if it fails, it does it worse, then I guess okay. So there is no intent, right? Is the idea here that it was just like they didn't even think it was going to fail, and so the failure wasn't even designed with intent?
There was no intent to fall back to that software random number generator. It was a build. Sorry.
Who built it? Wait, sorry. Who built the
It's
fallback?
like micro Python behavior that they were trying to disable, and like it
failed.
Fucked up.
Do you guys remember
Python behavior?
Do you guys remember after Luke got pwned? Like, this is actually what I thought happened to him.
The Talos 2 computer.
Yeah, like, so I actually thought that this was how he got his funds drained, but it ended up not being the case, and it was kind of a crazy coincidence because Luke was using some, like, kind of strange architecture. It was PowerPC, and it was very old. And there was actually a CVE in the compiler itself. So you could have, as far as I know, in Portland, you probably know better than me, but you could have had all the code correct, but the compiler... The compiler itself was reducing the total random number generation from 32 bytes, which is like more
to 32 bits
than more bits than God, to 32 bits. That's only 4.3 billion, I believe. So you could have like searched through that space incredibly quickly. And then it turns out that wasn't how he got pwned. And I thought, what are the chances?
Do you actually know for certain the method which he got pwned from?
I don't think it was that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've never got a conclusive answer as to like, okay, I know it wasn't that, but what was it really? Okay. Appreciate it.
Wait,
Man,
you
I
haven't seen those
forgot that
FBI,
Luke.
those internal FBI reports, Portland?
I forgot that Luke ran Talos. Like he used to like feel that all the time back in the day as like, what the fuck are you running anything else for? Like, why are you trusting those architectures? That is insane. There was a compiler vulnerability or error there. Don't try to out autism. Like, just don't do it.
I just did my first responsible disclosure. Feels good, man.
You send a nice little PDF with it?
An email.
An email, huh? Rob's been
Yep.
formatting them in really nice PDFs. Is he showing you them?
No, but I was inspired. Well, he hasn't shown me all of them. I've seen one. That's what inspired me to write my little cold card write up as a PDF. So it looks good.
How bad is the disclosure, Portland?
I can't disclose.
Yeah, that's
Well,
kind
we
of
don't know what it's
that's
for,
kind
right?
of need to know for the next month or two.
Wait a second. If we don't know what it's for, and you just tell us if it's like, you know, yellow, orange, or red, is that bad to do?
It's like an orange.
As long as
Is
there's
it
no
Bitcoin
reds.
orange?
I don't think
Yes,
anybody will
Bitcoin.
lose money over it.
Okay,
Do you
good.
have any fuchsia ones?
No,
How about
I don't have any.
rainbow?
We should
I
use the
feel like
mempool.
we're
Do you know what we should do? We should use the mempool.space fee colors. So you start at like green and it goes to that bright magenta
like
as you like
purple,
increase
magenta, right?
at 2,000 sats of eByte.
I wonder how many reds Rob's found. Only
Man, BitDevs this week is going to be fun.
Yeah.
If you're in the Bay Area,
Or-
it's happening in Stanford on Thursday.
that'll be
I have a feeling.
probably way more crowded than
I have a
usual.
feeling I know what we're going to talk about.
Good point.
What do you guys think you're going to talk about?
Oh, I don't know.
I got an idea what would be a good topic.
What day is it on?
Really?
I'm just kidding. Sorry.
What day is it on?
Thursday.
Thursday.
At Stanford.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Wicked, what's going on with the chain of custody and the Git commits and the GPG signatures?
So we had I always forget his name. Who's the is it Zach? What's the Foundation Passport guy?
Zach.
What's his name again? Yeah, Zach. So we had Zach up here, and he was saying that he had a bunch of his team look at that, and so I mean, what's being said is true in terms of the BGP signatures, but he was also saying that it's pretty standard practice for smaller teams to, like for the CTO to basically use his signatures and kind of like commit code to the main repo, and that there might be like
Okay. Yeah.
Private repos in the back where like the developers are committing to their own. But then he also pointed out that like there's some oddities with the pseudonym and his profile. So it's in his, I mean, it seemed like he was saying in his opinion, like it's pretty likely it's the same person. And there was a few things he
that's what I've
mentioned.
come to the conclusion of. I didn't know if there's any additional evidence of that, but
right. And so, yeah. So I mean, it seems like Peter probably committed all that code under the pseudonym. Maybe. But who knows what sort of intent or implication that has as a result. I mean, I guess we just gotta wait and see.
he literally could have just
wait.
used his own library just for the sake of like, oh, this is very useful to me. I've already been working on it. And I'll just integrate it into our product stack. Like, I'm not. Yeah, the intent is not clear.
Right, that's the part that's odd to me. And like this anonymous dev who may have been Peter. Like, didn't commit much aside from this library and the bug in the code, right?
That is also a truth. Yep, correct.
Like that's strange to me, to be honest. That's like weird.
What do you
Anyways,
mean
we
may
can
have
get
been
real
Peter?
conspiratorial, but like, oh, what was that?
What do you mean may have been Peter?
Oh, there's some pretty strong evidence that Peter Gray had a pseudonym that he was also committing code with. Basically, there was like two developers that were committing to the master branch, the publicly viewable code, and it was Peter and this
Doc
pseudonym,
Hex.
and it was Doc Hex and forget the name of the other one. In the nest somewhere up here, because I think oh no, he auto message it to me 1 sec. And fucking
Switch.
yeah, switch. Thank you.
Switch. Sorry, I had to run through my phone. Switch. Switch something. But dude, again, like, I know it's weird. I know it fucking looks really weird, but I just can't. Nobody's ran. No one
Yeah,
left.
that's what I'm saying. Like no one is ghosted yet, and so it's like if Peter ghosts, then it's like okay, like that's
But
pretty
we don't
bad.
know anything. We don't even know if he's ghosted or not. Like, he might be gone for all
Right.
we know. We
Maybe
know
he is,
nothing.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. No evidence. So like we have this evidence. We know what we know up until this point. It's pretty likely. It looks like they're the same person. It looks like the anonymous dev pushed the code that caused the bug.
Yeah.
Which is strange, but we don't know if it was a mistake or if it was on purpose. There's also been some claims, I haven't verified them or looked into them any further, but claims of Peter's past employment being kind of suspicious. Just leave it at that. Just go verify those claims yourself if you're interested. So I don't know. Mandryk, you got something to say? We need more data. Like we need more evidence, I think, for or against malicious intent before
By
we
the
can
way,
make any conclusions.
I've spoken to both D and NVK, so like I think they're still live. Like there's a pulse, but Doc Hex I have not been able to contact. So
that's strange. Yeah, I've been in contact with NVK as well. Although when I brought this to his attention that there was like murmurings and that it was probably going to break today, he kind of stopped talking to me, which I understand. Like it's probably pretty frustrating to have your CTO implicated in this way.
Crazy, man. Yeah, they're gonna make a movie about this. It's going to be a blockbuster. This shit is crazy.
Maybe in like 20 or 30 years when
at this point they
Bitcoin's
should
much more important.
At this point they could have the Bitcoin like movie universe of movies, brother. And they like leading up to the fucking end game type shit. Like the amount of stuff they've had.
It should just be a series.
It'd be the fucking
HBO series.
Bitcoin cinematic universe, the BCU. Yeah, so I did have a question. You guys were talking about privacy stuff. I'm asking for a friend. Like, let's say you did a bunch of coin joins, and even though your wallet wasn't affected by this, should you just assume that it's all shot at this point? Your privacy.
No, hold on. No, don't assume it's shot completely, but depending on how many people who went through that mix pool had wallets compromised in this, like you will have a massive anon set degradation. So it's not like
Mandryk.
complete.
But you should understand that over time, that privacy becomes less and less potent.
Right.
Like, it loses its strength. So you have to like remix after a certain point, because you have to assume people that you mixed with eventually spend Bitcoin, right? And as that goes on, your privacy degrades. So no matter what, if you're using coin joins as like a way to keep your UTXOs private, every few years or so, I would probably do another few rounds, right? Like I wouldn't want to just like sit on those UTXOs forever.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is if you just do nothing, you're okay, right? If you just already have them
no,
and you do nothing.
What I'm saying is,
No, I'm
do
saying like
nothing,
until I mean like I know you have to eventually remix, but I'm saying like if you just spend a couple years doing nothing and then you decide to remix, that's fine. That's what. So that's what it's like. The best thing in this situation is just do nothing and kind of just wait this out.
Yep.
Let the fucking dust settle, and then you can go back to whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of what I figured. I just wanted to.
The problem is you don't know who was in that mix that got hacked. So that's the only.
I'm just assuming. I'm going under the impression that it's just completely shot. That's how I'm. That's like the worst case scenario. It's just completely shot.
It's the safest assumption to make.
Right. Okay. For a friend, I'll tell my friend that
it's shot. Yeah.
Yeah. So how about them Bears?
Bitcoin's going up. Shitty news. Bitcoin goes up.
Sports team. You genius. It's the atypical Chicago joke during awkward silences.
Hey, preseason starts this week, brother. Watch some football, real football, not that bullshit they had on over the summer.
I used to be part of that tribe. I stopped. I broke away.
I did too, and then I started watching it like 2 years ago, again after like a 10-year break. And my wife sat down. She's like, "I've never watched a football game." Now she's like the biggest football fan in the world. It's crazy.
Dude, I don't want people don't want me to watch sports with them. I'm the most obnoxious person on earth to watch sports. I don't watch sports.
I watch sports with you.
I'm the guy who's like when they're doing the play-by-play just freaks out like, how the fuck did they get that line on the grass? Where'd it go? Yeah, you
I
never
would have figured you were some autistic retard. Wow, never would have guessed.
Many a hungover Sunday mornings, I have been repeatedly kicked waking up and told to shut the fuck up.
Do you actually still watch sports?
Oh, like that's what I mean. Like my experience with watching sports is we wake up Sunday morning hungover and they turn the football game on and then they want to stab me 5 minutes later.
You've always been fun at parties.
Yep.
All right, bringing up Humble. I'm assuming she's gonna blow things up. So what's up, Humble? You here to blow things up?
I'm gonna blow things up. Well, you were talking
Yeah,
about something earlier, but I don't want to like go back to it now because you guys are talking about football.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Bring it back, Humble.
No one's talking about football. It's fine.
No one's talking about football. No, you guys were talking. I mean, I was doing some research on this Peter guy. I know that.
Oh boy, here we go. Hold on, this is gonna be good. Let me go to the other room. Hold on.
No. So just ask questions because I don't want to lead
Peter's
to
past
anything.
employment that's suspicious in your opinion?
What's that?
What was Peter's past employment that was suspicious in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I don't know that I would call it suspicious. I would just say that he was a business partner with NBK and other ventures. The one that there was a government contract with was it digital solution? There was some sort of digital thing where he worked with the FAA. So he actually developed some system for the U.S. government with the FAA. So you can like grok that. Yeah. That was the only thing because I was looking for government ties because that's what we do. We patch things together.
What prompt did you give your clanker to get that information? Just wondering.
Oh my gosh, it's a very long thread, Wicked. I would have to go
look
back
through Peter's past employment and see if there's any like Fed behavior. Or like
and it told me there are no contracts. There's no contracts. It's listed. Like his work with them, I guess, whatever this thing was. It was listed on a government website. So let me go back through and read it so I don't sound like an idiot just mumbling.
Is Peter Doc Hex or someone else?
Yeah, it's Doc Hex and Switch.
Okay, got it.
Well, that's the speculation that it's Doc. Well, Doc X we know that's him, and Switch is apparently the NIM account.
Switch had some interesting tweets. Kind of strange.
Yeah, and the
Strange
timing of those
tweets.
tweets. That's what's
That's the
causing
other
all
thing
these
that's
conspiracies.
very interesting about all this is
But
that
just
people
like
That's
are
why it's
kind of
really
causing
getting
when I say
tinfoil
conspiracies. Yeah.
when I say interesting, I mean like kind of interesting character is what I'm trying to say. Just kind of a
Matrix.
little
It's
a
part of
little
the Matrix. He's
kooky.
taking those are Matrix characters from the Matrix.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, I heard about that clarification this morning. That's interesting. That's definitely totally different from what everyone else thought.
Yeah,
Um,
everyone else was like, he's a tranny.
I know. I know. I know. I
Fucking
wasn't.
retard.
Yeah. Okay. So Wicked, you asked for the prompt. The prompt that I asked in the midst of all of these other questions, the prompt specifically for this, I said, did any of the companies he worked for previously have government contracts or work closely with the government? Then it goes on to give me a deep dive in all the different places that he worked. This is the one, Digital Multi Tools Inc. He was a founder, CTO. He worked there from 2002 to 2010. This was focused on commercial KVM over IP appliances, remote server management, computer security, and digital signage for OEMs and channel partners. The company website notes custom solutions, including a specialized high-performance KVM switch developed for FAA air traffic control centers to switch high-resolution radar images, and products used in medical sterile environments. It's registered in the U.S. federal SAM.gov system, but shows $0 in reported federal contract funding and available records. This indicates at least some custom work involving the U.S. government agency, FAA, but it was not a primary government contractor. The core business was commercial enterprise.
So what did I miss in the first part of that? What?
She was just prompting her clanker to see if Peter had any direct ties to government
Oh,
agencies.
yeah. I would not go crazy down that hole with assumptions. There are a lot of people in this space that are very respected who have like employment backgrounds in that type of area. They're
Yeah,
not
I'm
like
very well aware. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just, it's when we're trying to figure stuff out, Shinobi.
We're all feds.
Yeah, exactly.
I know this is just very heated, high temperature time, and people do crazy shit when they start jumping to conclusions.
What are the kind of reasons for and against them being the same people?
I'm pretty like if you're talking about that other GitHub account, I'm just taking for granted at this point that is Peter's account, and my kind of read on the situation right now is probably just trying to make the contributor count look a little overinflated so it didn't seem like a one-man project or like an easy target with less resources. You know what I mean?
But like with the kooky Twitter account too, though, like, do you think they did all of that just to make it look like
I mean,
multiple
I
people?
don't know if you've seen it yet, but he actually has a tweet from 22, I think it is, where he literally makes like a tweet kind of alluding to games like that. Like, I encourage contributors to like be private, or I forget what word he used. Like some of their commits might even look like they came from me, and he's like openly like vague posting about doing things like that just to kind of like obfuscate the source of things.
Yeah, I just put it in the nest, and I'll read it real quick. As CTO of Coinkite, I always encourage our devs to be super shadowy, hashtag, operate under NIMS, be low profile but employer, and maybe even appear to author their GitHub commits.
Whoa.
So right now, my hunch there is that was just some kind of innocuous thing they were doing to try to obfuscate shit. And like people are just reading into that now and like jumping to all kinds of conclusions. Like that looks like
They were into privacy. Like NVK was into privacy. Like we know he coin joined. We know he like joined market. So like,
So
I don't think that's such
here's
a
one
bad thing.
thing. Well, here's one thing that I did think of, and this is just, if I have the intuition of my math correct, which again I should probably actually do the calculations. But given the number of MK3s they sold, and if we take like the few number of purported collisions, and even if they had some what's the word, like what's the word when they don't always make sense, like they contradictions, right? Let's just assume that all of them actually were collisions, even the ones that had contradictions. It's extremely unlikely that that happened by just the sale of the devices. So the assumption here being that those had to have been remotely stolen, if true. Now, that's a big first premise assumption that they were stolen in the first place. I think it's more likely that they're just false reports or user error. But mathematically, probabilistically, it's incredibly unlikely that given the number of cold cards, Mark III specifically, and the constrained space, that there would have been collisions from that alone. It would have had to have been a remote rug.
So
Again, I should check the math on this, but I'm just intuitive. I'm just thinking about this, right? Like my assumption here would be that by 2022, when that first report came out, you probably had like no more than 10,000 Mark IIIs sold. I think that's a fair assumption. Could be higher, but the collision space is 4 billion. So I'm pretty sure that like 10,000 out of 4 billion is very unlikely to collide. Right. And so if you take that first piece of evidence as being true, it means someone remotely stole those funds, someone aware of the bug. If you take the first piece of evidence as being false and it's just user error or misunderstanding of what actually happened, because they did say they rolled 50 dice later on, they contradicted themselves, then then there was no collision in the first place. So I'm just saying, like, there are some weird breadcrumbs which could lead you down some weird paths that are backed up by just pure statistics. But
Real quick,
you have to make
Wicked.
some some assumptions to get there, and there's no
Um,
evidence, like hardcore evidence,
an
one way or the
audience,
other.
member whose math skills I trust says he's not quite sure yours is on point exactly.
Oh yeah. So with 10,000 devices and a collision space of, well, first of all, let's get the numbers correct in like the actual numbers we do know. Are we assuming now that Mark IIIs were 2 to the 40 or 2 to the 32? Because that makes a big difference.
My brain
Are
is
we
melting, and I'm trying to translate math
okay?
from
On the tables,
into my
well,
voice.
listen, the tables. I'll give you the numbers because I know them off the top of my head. The tables that were shown originally, like the initial estimates, had 2 to the 40 for the Mark IIIs, which is 1.3 trillion combinations, and 2 to the 72 for the newer devices, which is like, a billion trillion, and then some multiple of that or something, right? But for the Mark IIIs, that's one I'm more interested in, because the earliest report of this collision was during a time when I think there was only Mark IIIs, and early enough that I don't think there probably had been very many of them sold. So my just totally off the cuff estimate would be 100, like 10,000. You could bump that up to 100,000 if you're really, really bullish on how many they're selling at that
I'm
time.
just gonna say two to the 40 was maybe an overestimate. Is what I'm gonna try to communicate that I feel I interpreted correctly, and then I'm gonna go back to
Okay.
letting my brain melt.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. So 2 to the 40.
Potentially less
If it
than 2
was
to
if
the
it was 2 to
40.
the 40, then there's no way there was a collision, in my opinion, just statistically. If it was 2 to the 32, then maybe it's a little bit more likely.
I kind of wonder.
But I should actually go through and do this math. So I'm sorry for just like
Audience member,
spitballing
I just want to
intuition.
say thank you for correcting that, but I hate you for putting me through that.
Who was that? Who corrected you? Was it Calais?
I will leave
No.
them anonymous.
All right. I mean, I think they may have corrected me in the past too, but
I'm kind of just curious, given this sort of.
Yeah, he tagged me.
given the attitude of some of these guys, to what extent do you guys think they were dog fooding their own product?
Wait,
Wait,
Shinobi,
what?
are you talking about the Cycros, like Pardon Samurai guy, and what he said?
No, I'm talking about
Shinobi?
Coinkite. Oh, sorry.
No,
No,
I
Shinobi.
was talking about a listener like here right now live. But what do you
Who
what
DM'd
do you
you?
mean dog fooding though? Yeah, they DM me.
Yeah, like, okay, so there
DM
was a
me
lot of
too. I want to see
kind
what
of
you
confidence.
are
There's a
saying.
lot of confidence in this product, right? From the creators, the company. I wonder to what degree they were dog fooding their own product. Like, to what degree were they actually using it? And I'm just so curious if any of them experienced loss of funds. I mean, well, maybe we'll never know.
I don't know, but I can tell you they used it enough to like actually be familiar with like the features and uses. Like I would not talk to NVK and like have a man confused about things when it came to like the experience of using it. You know what I mean?
The whole kind of narrative around the origin story of Coinkite is that they made products that they themselves wanted. Like, they wanted to have their own hardware wallet, and so they made it for themselves. I just wonder if any of them lost funds.
I don't
No,
know.
because they were all dice maxis.
I
Like
mean,
they tweeted about rolling dice and
they
shit
did, but
all the
if their
time.
product did what it said it did, they shouldn't have had to. So
Well, but they clearly still didn't even trust their own product for some reason.
I mean, that's kind of like the whole philosophy of half their features.
Maybe they saw it
It's
as an
like,
IQ test. Maybe they saw whoever could read between the lines. They knew it was coming.
no, man, that's fucking ridiculous.
Okay,
I know.
no.
But like,
I
but
know.
it
I
was it
I'm
know.
was
sorry for stoking that
legitimately
fire.
though.
I'm
It was
joking.
legitimately though, like a design philosophy of theirs to build features that would let you trust them less. Like
That was
Right.
the
And
whole
that
reason of me
even
getting
they
it.
would want in a hardware wallet, right? Like they would want that. Maybe in their minds, if they weren't the ones designing it, they would have wanted to use these features in this wallet. What you're saying, Shinobi? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Let me just, instead of doing the math myself, ask my clanker, and then I'll tell you what it says, the probability given my inputs. I'm lazy.
Well, it depends. What clanker is it?
Doesn't matter. Any of them should be able to do this question at this point, like any of the new models.
Not Google Gemini.
Yeah, dude. I Gemini is amazing sometimes. I've just taken like a
It's
100-line like Python script, like turn this into Rust. And it just comes back. Here is a Python script to query the Bitcoin price API at coindesk.com. Like, no, that's not what I told you to fucking do, you stupid fucking sandbrain.
It's good at making images, though. It's like the best one for making images.
Yeah, it is.
That's like the only thing it's good at.
I will never forget that fucking Python to like Rust attempt though. Just like, please translate 100 lines from one language to another. Here's how you can query the price of Bitcoin.
Must have had some like old context that it just read out on or something.
Yeah, 100%.
No, it's Gemini, dude. Have you never used Gemini? It's retarded.
I haven't, to be honest.
Yeah, you're
Only
not
the
missing out
most
on much.
retarded. Well, the most retarded one I've ever used is Copilot, which is most of my site was created by Copilot, which I think is.
Yeah, your most was created by the most retarded one.
Yeah, man, I got it left curve, bro. I gotta stay true
Left
to
curve maxing.
Yeah, left curve
You guys
maxing.
you're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, it understood me. It really did. Like we really vibed together. Got a lot done.
Could you link that table from earlier? The I know the one you're talking about. I haven't been able to find. Who put
I think it was
that out?
from Kevin.
It was blocked, right?
No, it was Kevin, I believe. Well, let me
Was it
try to find
Kevin?
it.
Yeah, the one that lists the entropy numbers. But then doesn't it also have a section that lists what the entropy is, assuming the attacker knows the UID of the devices, and it's like ridiculously low.
Right. What's Kevin's?
No clue.
handle. Okay. Well, anyways, who came up here? Was it Portland that came up here and said that people are saying some shit in other space? Is that the Bitcoin news space where everyone is right now? Oh, the cold card is in there. Apparently, there's like a Bitcoin news with American Hollow and cold card on stage right now.
Yeah, really?
FOMO.
We all just go over there real quick to see what's going on, and then I should probably rug this space anyways. It's been too long. Okay, see you over there.
All right.